Make me real nervous when you call it my show, but I guess that would be appropriate. Um, Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it. I figured since we do have new members, relatively new chairman, I'm relatively new to the job, it would be a good opportunity for us all to get on one accord um, with the mission of the commission and the agency and at least um, explore. I wanted to also explore some of the history of the agency, where we came from, where are we going, how did we evolve to the point where we are today. Um, Jason, can you pull me up on
Yep.
the presentation?
Keep going here. Share. You hearing something?
Yeah, I
don't get it. I got YouTube noise.
don't know if you have somebody on. If you have somebody on Zoom.
Yeah, Delia, but that wasn't enough.
No, I know. Yeah, yes, I could.
Hey, Jason, is this working?
Is it turned on?
Yes,
Okay, there you go.
there we go. Awesome. I love history. Coming to this, it was quite refreshing, and I think it definitely goes along the PowerPoint that I prepared for you all. Before I get started, I gotta thank Sheila Kemmis for giving me an excellent history lesson about the agency. I mean, she's kind of our historian for the agency, and should be sorely missed in the future. But I'm glad that she found the time and I found the time to educate me on where we've been in the state of conservation as it pertains to Kansas. Today, I want to, if I can, there we go. It's a little bit of a delay. Today, during this presentation, I want to talk about the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks history, who we are now, our commission statutes, and what are our responsibilities. And when I say responsibilities, I'm not just talking about my responsibilities as secretary, but also you all's responsibilities as a commission, responsibilities of our public as well. We recently, our staff have been doing monthly reports, which I find very informative when it comes to figuring out, what is the work that's actually getting done on the ground. Well, we've been doing monthly reports for a very, very long time. And Sheila uncovered some of these monthly bulletins that were created mainly back in the early 1900s. But I felt like it was a good thing to incorporate exact quotes from those historical bulletins so you can really kind of get a better idea of what were the challenges and opportunities that those early commissioners and our citizens, what were they struggling with at the time. And so forgive me, I don't typically like to put a lot of words on the slide, but these words are taken exactly from those original monthly reports. You'll notice some terminology in there that we don't use anymore today. I think this one was in 1939. And Native Americans, we call them Native Americans today. Well, and back then we didn't have that etiquette. And we just referred to them as Indians. And so you'll see some of that here. The natives, the Indians lived for centuries where we live now. They lived largely on wildlife and did that without threatening the existence of a single species. Our civilization has had a sorry effect so far. The millions of buffalo have dwindled to a few herds on preserves. The sky-darkened clouds of passenger pigeons are now gone forever. About these, we can only be sorry, but there are still species that are threatened, and we can avoid further extermination if we will it so. In our state, for years past, there's been but very little attention paid to the law for the protection of fish and game by commercial fishermen and market hunters. The result is that our lakes and streams have almost been depleted of fish, and the native game birds have been reduced to very limited numbers. All of these pictures, by the way, are actual pictures from Kansas and Kansas market hunters. Wildlife has always been and still is the little orphan Annie of conservation. Wildlife has never had a home it could call its own. Farmers own the land. Cattle and sheepmen control the grazing rights. Foresters own the woods. Power dams, the navigation, and pollution own the water. Little orphan Annie has lived only on the crumbs that fell from the tables of other agencies of public service. It has been abused by the never-do-well sportsmen and refused sustenance by all the foster parents that have been approached. I thought all of these words were just, were important to bring out at the forefront of this meeting. Because when you, later on, we're going to talk about some of the opportunities and some of the early things that they did to resolve these issues. I thought it was important that you all see firsthand what those issues were. That picture there is actually from Dodge City, and there's roughly about 40,000 buffalo hides in that particular picture. Some of the other challenges or opportunities that they were facing was wasteful destruction of wildlife. And many of these pictures exemplify that. But they also had massive fish kills. Some of these fish kills were due to droughts. Many of them were due to pollution events that were occurring on our waterways. We talk about exotic species today. They were struggling with that all the way back in the 1800s as well. They knew that there had to be a major initiative to restore wildlife. And you'll see tactics that we initially employed to do so. Poor land management was also a major issue. I think the important thing that they recognized right up front, and we still recognize it today, is that it takes everybody to resolve these issues. It takes agencies, it takes collective bodies, it takes organizations, it takes clubs, it takes the general public. Everybody has a responsibility if we hope to maintain fish and wildlife within the state of Kansas. Also important to them was changing the ethic of our society. And they recognized that a true measure of whether that ethic was being changed or impacted in the future could be measured through voluntary compliance. And from the agency's inception and on till today, we attempted to do that and to change our citizen ethic through education. Just a note that I found kind of funny, actually. The bamboo pole during the 1800s, late 1800s in Kansas, was the most preferred fishing method. I thought it was interesting when you think about all the advances in fishing and where we are today and where we are, where we were then. I thought it was pretty interesting. They recognized that there was going to be a need. Hey, Commissioner, come on in. That's okay. They also recognize the importance of private landowners and working with farmers. And there were early initiatives to provide landowner incentives to get landowners to change the way they manage the habitat. Even way back in the early 1800s, they recognized that habitat was one of the major drivers for what our fish and wildlife populations ultimately look like. And so they recognized opportunities to enhance fish culture, sport fishing opportunities, and commercial fishing. And in fact, when you think about our agency at the very beginning in its inception, fisheries was the main topic. Many of those I think last time during our last commission meeting, I told you a story about older gentleman that I was talking with right next to the river, and he was telling me what the condition of the river was back in the 1940s. And if you remember, he talked about being able to light a match and set the river on fire. That's how polluted our waterways were, and Kansas was not exempt from some of those instances. And many of our fish populations were just totally wiped out. And so at the inception of our conservation agency, developing a way to propagate fish species and some bird species was at the forefront of our conservation forefathers' mind. And it kind of, when you think about Pratt and why a good majority of our operations is housed out of Pratt, and that's because it was started there. Those buildings were some of the first conservation buildings that were created in the state. That hatchery was one of the first in the state as well. And so they, worked really heavily on propagation of a variety of species and began to restock a lot of the fish communities that we have today. I did a radio show with actually a radio station that was out of Kansas City just over the weekend. And their question was, what would Kansas be like without the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks? I could have gave a better answer if I'd have reviewed Sheila's information a little bit earlier, but we probably wouldn't have wildlife, and we certainly wouldn't have the enjoyable fish communities, the fish communities that we enjoy today. We probably wouldn't have parks either. Many people don't know, but at the beginning of our agency, Parks was initially a part of this agency. Then it separated and then it came back. And so we've gone back and forth. But I think our founding fathers knew that it was important to incorporate parks into the very work that we do. And so they recognize those the need for regulations as it pertained to water quality in our streams. During the early 1800s, it was not uncommon in Kansas just to see raw sewage going right down our streams and impacting our fish communities. They recognize the need to restore bison to the state. Prominent areas like Cheyenne Bottoms, which at the time was considered wasteland. We acquired those during the early 1900s. And now I was there just a couple weeks ago, and there was a couple all the way from Germany that was at Cheyenne Bottoms. Yes, isn't it awesome? It's an awesome place. And wetlands are one of my favorite habitat types. So I had my camera. I mean, I was geeking as I was driving through the whole thing. But it was real interesting to talk to one of our managers, and I would encourage you all to do so. Talk to our staff, because many of them are local, and they have that historical perspective. One of our managers at Cheyenne Bottoms, he hunted Cheyenne Bottoms long ago as a child with his grandfather, with his father. He told stories of him being able to hunt on private land, and how that's changed today. And how a lot of the ground that he hunted as a child, he no longer can hunt. And so I think, when I was during my confirmation, there was a question about eminent domain. And we've only, as an agency, enacted eminent domain, I think like two times in the agency's history. A good majority of the land that we've acquired is typically the land that nobody else wanted, the land that nobody else could farm, the land that had no efficient use at the time. And because of the flooding that existed there on Cheyenne Bottoms, like I said, they the public kind of viewed it as wasteland. And so a lot of the lands that we have are typically lands that other citizens had no use for. But they recognize that true success in wildlife management, true success in maintaining public access would really be founded in the relationships that we build across the board with our citizens, with our farmers, with our landowners. Without working with the landowners, without working with the farmers, we knew that our efforts would be futile. And public access was an issue then, it's an issue now. It wasn't as much of an issue then because your neighbors would allow the public to hunt. And that sentiment has changed over the years. And I was talking about the manager at Cheyenne Bottoms, and he was telling me, he said, all that private ground that I used to have access to hunt, the farmers are now leasing it out. And so it leaves access only to the individuals that can afford to pay for that access. So in 1977, our first Kansas game warden was hired. 1877, I'm sorry. Thank you, Linda. Our first game warden was hired. Now, I've heard over the course of my 30-year career, who's the most important? Especially as it across all of our disciplines. You'll hear fisheries guys, we're the most important. Wildlife guys, we're the most important. Game wardens, we're the face of the agency. And the reason our game wardens are considered the face of the agency is because they were the first that were on the job for doing the job of conservation. In 1905, we became a state agency. We also began to implement new game laws. In 1912, this is when I was referring to in Pratt, our first quarter buildings were built, and our hatcheries followed not too long after it. In 1925, we became the Forestry, Fish, and Game Commission, and we had a 3-member board at that time. In 1939, that 3-member board was replaced with a 6-member bipartisan commission. It was true back then, and it's true to this day. Our agents, our game wardens have to be held to a higher standard because they are the face of the agency. And when the public thinks about conservation and fish and wildlife population, they still typically do think about the game wardens that serve the state. And so they've often provide the example of what it means to maintain emotional control. They are the ones that have to deal with an irate public, yet remain professional as they enforce the law. And you know, something that they emphasized way back in the 1800s, and I still emphasize to this day, is we got to figure out a way to do our jobs and leave our citizens with a smile on their face. I've had it happen. I've had a highway patrolman pull me over for going 15 miles over the speed limit way back. Now, this is not now, but way back. And he proceeded to give me a ticket. And after he left, the interaction was so positive that I understood he was just doing his job. He was able to write me a ticket, yet I was still able to leave with a smile on my face because he was that courteous, he was that polite, he was just doing his job, and I understood that. And so our agents have to master the same skills. Here's another main point that really drove our founding fathers. They wanted to adopt principles that put wildlife in the means of every American, within the reach of every man, woman, and child in the United States. That was one of their main guiding principles, and I'll talk about some more guiding principles here in a minute. We typically nowadays don't mention God, you know, in our governmental meetings. They definitely in the 1800s had a lot less fear of it, but one of the guiding principles of our agency during that time was God has lent us the earth for our life. It is a great entail. It belongs as much to those who are to come after us as to us. And we have no right by anything we do or neglect to involve them in any unnecessary penalties or to deprive them of the benefit which is in our power to bequeath. Honorable J.N. Darling, he stated, "He who hunts and kills not all may hope to hunt again next fall. But he that kills all that he can is neither sport nor gentleman." And so as you look at these pictures, it kind of gives you an idea of what the ethic was in our society about wildlife, fish and wildlife. Um, and once again, our founding fathers knew this ethic exists and they started to experiment with how do we change the ethic within our society. The importance of public access was also at the forefront of their mind. They automatically knew that, yeah, they enjoyed hunting and fishing, but there was something medicinal about being in the outdoors and enjoying the outdoors. They knew that it helped them contemplate the issues of life. They knew that it added to their health and well-being. Emma Coiler, and this was in one of our first outdoors magazines, stated, "I went to town last night and rode a street so brightly lit that glaring light soon dazzled me and I got lost. Today, I found a still green wood, seldom traversed by man. Alone I walked and dreamed a while, and I found myself again." So let's jump forward. Who are we today? Right now at the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, we have 460 full-time employees and roughly about 400 part-time seasonals. And we have a myriad of volunteers that we rely on to do the good work of conservation in the state of Kansas. And while this may look like a lot, be cognizant of the fact of that in comparison to many states, many who border us, we are at a disadvantage when you think about our staffing levels. 460 sounds like a lot. We're compared to Missouri constantly. I've heard it. I didn't know if me being from Missouri kind of invoked that in some people or not. But as we make those comparisons, consider the differences in staff. 1,800 employees in the state of Missouri, smaller geographical area as well. And so anytime I'm speaking publicly, I've done it since I've been here. I'll continue to do it. You'll hear me highlight our staff. You'll hear me thank my staff, our staff. It's truly their passion that allows us to have the resources that we do here in the state. I want to make it easier for them because many of them are overworked because of these statistics right here. I think that in the future, as we move forward, at least through my administration, role clarity is important. Really identifying key roles are important. Ensuring that we're as efficient as we can be is very important because we do, in comparison to other states, have very limited resources. Today, our mission hasn't changed much: to conserve and enhance Kansas wildlife and its habitats, ensuring current and future generations appreciate and enjoy these living resources and associated recreation, while informing the public of the status of Kansas natural resources and gaining understanding and support in achieving this mission. We are a lot more diverse. We do have a lot more disciplines than we had initially. Remember, I said in the early 1800s, there were just really game wardens, and the game warden fulfilled a lot of different roles. He was not just the one that enforced the law. A lot of times, he also influenced what those wild fish and wildlife laws should be. So he was kind of a quasi scientist. He was also an educator. And so that game warden, it becomes very evident why he was considered the face of the agency, because he was playing so many roles. Since that time, we've diversified our staff, and we have staff in fisheries, we have staff in wildlife, public lands, state parks, education, law enforcement, ecological services, public affairs, information and technology, licensing, fiscal, engineering, human resources, legal, and also federal aid. These are all the different divisions that we currently have present within the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Where do we work? Currently, we're managing 29 state parks. Is that still correct, Linda? Yep, 29 state parks. We have 40 state fishing lakes, 300,000 acres of public land, 1.2 million acres of leased private lands. And you can see by these numbers, and if you think about where we came from historically, we've just continued to add to the resources and do our best to make these resources available to the public. Um, just real quickly, I'm gonna peruse over this short slide. I don't want to steal Martin DeBoer's thunder. He'll come up and talk a little bit more about fees, how we're funded. But just for your awareness, we have four major ways that we're funded within the state, and a good majority of that comes from licensing and fees. Then we also have quite a bit of federal grant funds. We also receive funds from the lottery, and we have other funds that come into the agency at the total of about 3.8 million. We have an operating budget of about 1.12 million. Once again, it may sound like a lot. I would encourage you to look at other states. I would encourage you to look at what their operating budget is in comparison to ours. All right. I want to now talk a little bit about our commission and the statutes that guide our efforts. And the commission serves as a regulatory body for the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. The commission is a 7-member, nonpartisan board made up of no more than 4 members of any one political party. Commissioners have staggered 4-year terms and advise the Secretary on planning and policy issues regarding administration of Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. All commission meetings are accessible and open to the public, and time is always set aside for public comment and non-agenda items. Keep in mind, our mission is to conserve and enhance Kansas wildlife and its habitats, ensuring current and future generations appreciate and enjoy these living resources and associated recreation, while informing the public of the status of Kansas natural resources, gaining understanding and support in achieving this mission. Okay, if you all would look in front of you, I've provided several handouts for you. They should be in order. The first one that I want to go over is the statute 32805, Wildlife and Parks Commission membership, powers and duties, compensation and expenses, meetings and quorum. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through, some of these are kind of lengthy, but I'm gonna cover these ones that guide our actions. Another question that I received during my confirmation. Do you have any intent to change the relationship between the secretary and the commission? And we are governed by statutes that were created by our legislature. I do not have the power to make those type of changes, nor do I have any intent to make those type of changes. And I look forward to continuing to engage within our commission and operating in a manner that's outlined within the statutes that guide our commission and our agency. And so I'll read this for you real quick. There is hereby created within a part of the Department of the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission. And such commission shall be composed of 7 members who are residents of the state of Kansas. Such members shall be appointed as follows: 1 at-large member appointed by the governor, 1 member appointed by the governor who represents Fish and Wildlife Administration in Region 1, 1 member appointed by the governor who represents Fish and Wildlife Administration in Region 2, 1 member appointed to the governor who represents Fish and Wildlife Administration in Region 5, 1 member appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives who represents Fish and Wildlife Administration in Region 4, 1 member appointed by the President of the Senate who represents Fish and Wildlife Administration in Region 3, and 1 at-large member appointed by the Attorney General. The members appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, and Attorney General shall serve an initial term of 2 years, and thereafter shall be appointed to a term of 4 years. The appointing authorities for the members of the commission shall give consideration to the appointment of licensed hunters, fishermen, and fur harvesters, park users, and to non-consumptive users of wildlife and park resources. And in no case shall any respective appointing authority appoint a controlled shooting area licensee or an employee of such licensee or a person who provides hunting outfitting services or hunting guide services. Not more than a majority of the members shall be of the same political party, except as otherwise provided. Each member of the commission shall hold office for a term of 4 years and until a successor is appointed and qualified. Each respective appointing authority shall fill any vacancy on the commission. Authority may appoint a new member to replace the current incumbent holding such incumbent seat. Otherwise, such incumbent may serve for the remainder of such incumbent's term. Each member of the commission shall take and subscribe an oath or affirmation as required by law before taking office. Each respective appointing authority may remove a commissioner after opportunity for a hearing in accordance with the provisions of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act. If the commissioner is removed, the respective appointing authority shall file in the office of the Secretary of State a complete statement of all charges made against such commissioner and the respecting appointing authority's finding therein on, together with a complete record of the proceedings. The commission shall have such powers, duties, and functions as prescribed by law and shall preserve the rights guaranteed by Section 21 of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the State of Kansas. Other than rules and regulations pertaining to personal matters of the department, the secretary shall submit to the commission all proposed rules and regulations. The commission shall either approve, modify, and approve or reject such proposed rules and regulations. The secretary shall adopt such rules and regulations so approved or so modified and approved. Fees established for licenses, permits, stamps, and other issues of the department shall be subject to the approval of the commission. It also shall be the duty of the commission to serve in an advisory capacity to the governor and the secretary in the formation of policies and plans relating to the department. No, Commissioner, come on up, come on up.
I just didn't want to interrupt.
No, you are fine. Good to see
Thank
you.
Good
Yeah.
to-
Commissioner Carpenter, we are going through at this point some of the statutes that govern our commission, the secretary, and our agency. Those printouts of those documents should be right there in front of you. We just finished what the statutes are for the commission, and now I'm moving on to the second page that should be there in front of you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you are fine. This next statute is 32-806. It's the organization of the department, policies governing administration, accounting for compensation from leases of real property. The Secretary of Wildlife and Parks may organize the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks in the manner the Secretary deems most efficient, so long as the same is not in conflict with the provisions of this order or with the provisions of law, and the Secretary may establish policies governing the transaction of business of the department and the administration of the department. The Secretary shall cause any compensation received by the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, whether monetary, in kind, or otherwise, from leases of real property under the control and jurisdiction of the Secretary to be accounted for and reflected in the budget of Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. The next statute I want to review is 32801, Establishment of the Department of Wildlife and Parks Secretary, application of K-Goal to the department. In order to recognize the administration, planning, and regulation of the state's parks, wildlife, and other natural resources, there is hereby established within the executive branch of government the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, which shall be administered under the direction and supervision of a Secretary of Wildlife and Parks, who shall be appointed by the governor with the consent of the Senate as provided in KSA 75-431-5B. And amendments thereto, except as provided by KSA 46-2601 and amendments thereto. No person appointed as secretary shall exercise any power, duty, or function as secretary until confirmed by the Senate. The secretary shall be fully qualified by education, training, and experience in wildlife, parks, or natural resources, or a related field, and shall have demonstrated executive and administrative ability to discharge the duties of the office of secretary. The secretary shall serve at the pleasure of the governor. The secretary shall be in the unclassified service under the Kansas Civil Service Act and shall receive an annual salary to be fixed by the governor. The provisions of the Kansas Governmental Operations Accountability Law apply to the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, and the department is subject to audit, review, and evaluation under such law. And then the last handout that you have in front of you, I won't read that one, but it even more clearly identifies what authority I have as secretary and what the expectations of secretary are for. You can read that at your own pleasure. This kind of concludes my brief information that I wanted to share with you all on the history of the agency, where we've come from, where we are today. I think if you, I'll provide you opportunities to copies of this presentation if you like. When you think about our staff, and you've heard me say it over and over, how passionate we are, excuse me. You've heard me talk about how passionate we are. I hope that the reason why is exemplified in this presentation. Many of us have devoted our lives to this field, have devoted our lives and are very concerned about fish and wildlife populations. And it honestly, it makes it easy to supervise them because of that passion. That passion is driving them, so they want to do the right thing. And many of them feel like they have a moral calling to do the jobs that we do every day. I certainly do. It's been a pleasure to serve as secretary. At the same time, I feel like I was created for this. I feel like the experiences that I've had in my life, where I've devoted my time and my career, has given me the necessary tools to do this job effectively. But when you see our staff, if I just want to leave you with one thing, thank them. Shake their hand. Appreciate the hard work that they do. We don't get in this field to make a lot of money. We don't work for this agency so that we can have the objective of bringing or we definitely want to be financially solvent. Don't get me wrong, but our objective is not to be a money-making agency. Our objective is to preserve fish, forests, and wildlife for the enjoyment of the people of the state. And that's what motivates us. That's what really guides our actions to a degree. That's the source of our passion for the work that we do. And they truly deserve to be thanked for that. And I'm very privileged to have several of our staff members here in this meeting today. So thank you all for listening. Appreciate your time. And I'd like to open it up to any questions that you all may have. Yes, sir.
I've got a question. How many current game wardens do we have for the 105 counties?
Roughly in between 50 and 60. I wish we typically have our game wardens in the audience, but I think they'll come after 12. And I think that would be a good question to propose to one of them because I'm certain they know, but I'm thinking it's between 50 and 60. Anybody in the room, can you help me out?
Typically, excuse me, typically when they're at full staff, they're in the 80s.
Mhm.
I know they're working on hiring some new recruits right now. So historically in the 80s.
Right. In most states, in the state that I came from, we would typically like to see one game warden per county. We have some game wardens covering 4 counties currently. I'm deeply concerned about it. I think about Western Kansas, and I think about a game warden doing his job and looking for spotlighters at night, 2 a.m, covering 4 counties, all alone. How quick or how hard, if he got in trouble, how hard would it be to get to him and get him out of trouble? And so as we think about law enforcement, the actual numbers that we have, I'm concerned about it. I think it presents the way we are right now. It presents issues with safety, which I am most concerned about. I'm most importantly, I want him to go home. Most importantly, and there are things that we can do to kind of enhance their ability to go home. So that number does concern me, and which is why I've done everything I can to approve. Like Stuart said, when I came in, I think that number of 50, 60 was right. But I recognize that we had quite a few open positions. And so we've been doing everything we can to refill those positions. And our colonel has been conducting classes and recruiting. And we've been gradually increasing that number. But even if we field every position that we have for our game wardens, we still don't have enough. So that's something that definitely concerns me.
That big budget, I mean, we're just.
A little bit of both budget, and then the legislature also has input on how many full-time positions we can have within the agency. And so we're only allotted so many positions. So even if we had the money, I can only fill so many positions.
Are you at the maximum now at 460?
Staff?
The 460 full-time, is that the maximum allowed by statute?
Yes. Well, yes, very close to it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And I haven't held up any of those positions, honestly, not just within law enforcement, also within parks, any of those positions, because we need that manpower on the ground. Something that concerns me is institutional knowledge. We have a lot of staff that are on the brink of retirement, kind of like our good friend Sheila Chemist. And it worries me, what do we do when that wealth of knowledge leaves? And so tremendous wealth. I'm doing everything that I can to garner as much knowledge as I can from her before she departs. But we also have the same thing across all of our disciplines. We have hatchery managers that know how to spawn walleye, know how to hybridize walleye and sauger, to create wipers, which a lot of our anglers enjoy. When I went out with them in the spring, I noticed it was the older guys that were actually stripping the eggs from those fish. It's the older guys for a reason. It's a special technique to do it. As a young fisheries biologist, which I once was, I never got to strip fish before. I had to come here to Kansas to actually do it because it was always the older senior staff that got to do it. And our staff here at Kansas showed me how to do it. And as I toured the hatchery and I recognized how they strip those eggs, what happened, what is the process once those eggs get to hatchery, all I could think about is the public aware of the expertise that it takes to be able to do the jobs that we do? Do they even think about that hatchery manager? Or do they just think of us all as game wardens? Even more importantly, we may have what, Stuart, 5 hatchery managers in the state? All of them, most of them are gray like me. When they retire, how do we maintain that institutional knowledge that they have? And so these are questions that our administration are going to deal with in the future, and we certainly are going to come up with ways to transfer that institutional knowledge to our younger employees. Other thoughts, questions?
Would it be possible for us to get a complete list of all employees and what department they're in and jobs?
Absolutely. In fact, you should.
There's quite a bit.
Is it,
in here.
yeah, I'd like to look at that. If I haven't seen it, I'd like to.
Sheila, have we,
That directory that I gave you in your orientation book
Yeah.
that's everybody in the agency and where
Is that-
they're at.
I saw that, but is it broken down by,
I can get you, I gave you a organizational chart, but I can get you an organizational chart with names if you
yeah,
want it.
that'd be great. I'd just
Okay.
like to look at that.
I think that was
All right.
alphabetical. so-
Yeah. Cause I saw that, but yeah, if I could see it by department, I just kind of like to get a feel for,
Sure.
you know, kind of the number of game wardens, like you said, and how many hatchery managers and so on and so
And where
forth.
they're
That'd be
positioned.
helpful
I can get those numbers
as
for
I'm
you.
trying to learn, right? So, thanks.
absolutely. I think in the directory that you do have, I think it's broken down by office, and then it's broken down by alphabetically by staff. So you can't see that by offices, which we have 9 to 13 offices within the state of Kansas. But I'm certain Sheila will get the rest of that information to you because we do have it readily available.
How has employee retention been on the younger generations? You seeing a lot of turnover in that area?
It's definitely not the day of yesteryear.
Yeah.
I came up in an era where it was typical across the nation for conservation employees to spend their whole career, 30, 40 years at one agency. But I think that retention is not what it used to be.
Every industry is kind of seeing the same.
I think every industry is seeing the same issues as it pertains to retention, as it pertains to recruitment. We don't recruit the number of people that we used to. So yeah, some of it's just cultural. Some of it, you know, when you think about in the 1930s, and we don't have to just think about the conservation field specifically. Across most jobs, it was common for people to take a job, stay there 30, 40 years. And that's definitely changed. The incentives for keeping employees there for a 30, 40-year term have changed.
Yeah.
And I think that's all, you know, it's kind of all added to some of the retention issues that we have. I will say we're not as bad as many state agencies. And I think it goes back to that passion that I was referring to earlier that our staff have about doing this job and working in this particular field.
Mr. Secretary, I was just texting with Eric, one of the captains, and he was, I think he's a captain, maybe a major, but he said they had 67 game wardens in the field and then another 5 command staff. So, and I think that, and then I think the total is like 81 total game wardens of FTEs. So.
Thanks.
Yep.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. And please thank him in the text.
Well, it's clear the passion for the employees comes through loud and clear for everyone that I've had the opportunity to meet or hear from. Much appreciated.
I hope the public in the next 4 years truly appreciates it. We'll do all that we can to make sure that they're better informed about what we do, services we provide, what life would look like without the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, what life would look like without such passionate staff. But they definitely, I feel like, have something to be thankful for, and our staff, they ought to be treasured. Okay, well, I'll be available to you all. If you got any further questions, please let me know. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
How you doing? You know, good merger and I'm fair with that in the budget process. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Stuart Schrog, Deputy Secretary of Operations out of Pratt. In the interest of time, I'm going to kind of go through this relatively quickly. I talked about some of this at the commission meeting in Independence, particularly regarding the North American model of wildlife conservation. Hunters and anglers have long been the driving force behind wildlife conservation in America. In the second half of the 19th century, hunters began to organize and advocate for the creation of wildlife refuges after witnessing the effects of market hunting and the wanton destruction of habitat. Some species, like the Secretary mentioned earlier, the passenger pigeon, were taken to the point of no return. Others, such as bison, white-tailed deer, and wild turkeys, were pushed to the edge of extinction. And if you look at those 3 species right there, bison, white-tailed deer, and wild turkey, many of you have heard me say already that actually this month, October of 2024, marks the 100-year anniversary of this agency stepping forward to help conserve bison in North America. And so we like to hang our hat on that. We're proud of that. In the turn of the century, there were less than 500 bison in the United States and Canada. And I'm proud of the fact that this agency did take that stance and has helped in that conservation effort. And so now in 2024, in the state of Kansas alone, there's over 6,000 head of bison in both public and private ownership. So, and you think about white-tailed deer, and myself have been hunting since I could walk. And I think about when I was of age, you know, back in the day, you had to be 14 to even apply for a deer permit, and you weren't guaranteed a deer permit. And I have fond memories of making special trips to the Kansas State Fair, to the Wildlife and Parks booth with my father, just to see if we drew a tag, and it wasn't guaranteed every year. And now you think about all the over-the-counter possibilities that we allow for Kansas residents. Made it readily available that, you know, deer are prolific across the state. We're seeing some declines in parts of the state out west, but another success story, the same thing with the wild turkey. All the stocking that we did for that species and had been very successful with you know, over-the-counter tags up until here recently. So some really good success stories here in the state of Kansas. I think most of you know too that the President Teddy Roosevelt was remembered as the father of conservation in our country. You know, with all the refuges that he established, the national parks, and with his colleagues, had that mindset that we needed, market hunting needed to end, like the Secretary was referring to earlier, and ushering forward, you know, our nation's conservation ethos. Subsequent generations expanded Roosevelt's legacy by creating funding mechanisms primarily through excise taxes and license fees to pay for professional management and acquisition of millions of acres for the public to enjoy. During the early 1900s, important laws were passed, including the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918, the Migratory Bird Hunting and Conservation Stamp Act of 34, the Federal Aid and Wildlife Restoration Act of 1937, better known as Pittman-Robertson Act, and the Federal Aid and Sport Fish Restoration Act of 1950, or the Dingell-Johnson Act. And Martin's going to talk a little bit more about those here coming up, but PR and DJ are two of our greatest federal funding sources that this agency utilizes to match with our fee funds to further conservation and management efforts within the agency and the state. These statutes and the legal funding framework that has since developed through these collective actions is now known as the North American Model of Wildlife Conservation. The term, coined and further expanded upon by luminaries such as Valerius Geist and Shane Mahoney, and championed by such groups as the Boone and Crockett Club and the Wildlife Society, outlines the principles that have underpinned successful wildlife conservation efforts in Canada and the United States. So, recap from the last meeting, the North American Model of Wildlife Conservation is the world's most successful system of policies and laws to restore and safeguard fish and wildlife and their habitats through sound science and active management. The model operates on 7 interdependent principles, and some refer to these as pillars. These pillars are: wildlife resources are conserved and held in trust for all citizens, i.e. the public trust doctrine. Commerce in dead wildlife is eliminated. Wildlife is allocated according to democratic rule of law. Wildlife may only be killed for a legitimate, non-frivolous purpose. Wildlife is an international resource. Every person has an equal opportunity under the law to participate in hunting and fishing. And scientific management is the proper means for wildlife conservation. So, talking about the public trust doctrine a little bit more, it's a key part of this North American model of wildlife conservation. This doctrine is the legal framework that governs the management of wildlife in the United States and Canada, and has led to the protection and restoration of many wildlife species. It is based on the idea that the government holds certain natural resources, including wildlife, in trust for the benefit of the public. And the key aspects of this public trust doctrine are: number one, the public trust. This doctrine holds that wildlife is a public resource that should be managed for the benefit of the public, including all people and all wild organisms. Government responsibility. It establishes the government as a trustee with a fiduciary duty to protect this trust. The federal government is primarily responsible for migratory birds, marine mammals, and federally endangered species. State agencies, such as the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, are responsible for most of the day-to-day administration of the public trust doctrine. Public access. This doctrine ensures that the public has an opportunity to access wildlife resources for activities like fishing, hunting, and trapping. Non-frivolous use. The doctrine emphasizes that wildlife should not be destroyed for frivolous reasons. And then scientific management. The public trust doctrine is based on the idea that wildlife should be managed using scientific knowledge rather than personal gain, conjecture, or opinion. And so the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks and this commission should strive to embrace, embody, and adhere to these principles. And I'll leave you with some thoughts. I guess I'm one of those 30-year dinosaurs that the secretary was referring to earlier. I've been here a while. And I did grow up in the field, hunting and fishing, thanks to my father and grandfather. And I've seen a change over my career. You know, gone are the days where I started, my first hunting experiences were with a Daisy Red Ryder BB gun, tagging along with my dad and my grandpa. And then I advanced to a single shot H&R 12 gauge, where you stuff the shells in your fingers as you walk along. And we used to have a couple of old cork duck decoys, and that was it. We'd go duck hunting, and back then you could use lead too. And in my lifetime, in my career, I've seen maybe our culture change to where, we struggled for a long time of trying to recruit new hunters and anglers, and eliminated some barriers to help with that. And the culture, in my opinion, has shifted a bit to where it's about instant gratification. And maybe we've lost a little bit of the tradition and the reasons why we're out in the field. And so I guess my challenge to this agency and to this commission is And Commissioner Gefeller said something very profound a couple of years ago. You know, we think about all the advancements in technology that we see in the field and on our waters, and I'm guilty of it as myself, but you know, there's always advancements that are never to the advantage of the resource. And Commissioner Gefeller, I appreciate you saying that. And so I think we have to keep that in the back of our minds, is the resources first. And what we're doing in it, you know, in this body, this partnership between the agency and the commission, we have to keep that in the back of our mind, maybe in the forefront of our mind, the resource, and that this is here, we're here for everybody to use. So any questions? Thank you.
Jump on the agenda here a little bit since I don't want to leave enough time for Kurt to talk about all of his stuff. But to follow up, here's some information on the funding. Put together some packets.
Thank you.
Thank
But not in the microphone right now. General overview of a lot of the federal funds that we do get, and some grant funding. And for those who didn't hear, I'm handing out a packet with some information regarding federal funds and funding. As Stuart mentioned, those PRDJ money and other grant funds that are out there, we do match with our funds. So the four funds that you guys usually get an update on are the wildlife fee funds, the park fee funds, boat fee fund, and cabin revenue funds. Those are the main funds that we use to match to bring down these federal dollars. And that first summary there gives a little bit of background about what some of those grant programs do and what we use them for. We do get a little bit of money from the state, very little SGF. We are a fee-funded agency, so SGF is not part of our regular budget planning. We do receive some EDIF and state water plan funds. You have some information there which was pulled out of last year's governor's budget recommendation, which gives an overview of the revenues of those funds and what those funds are being used for statewide. We also have FDA funds as well as some was it North American Water Conservation, NACA grants. I tried to gather as much information as I could to give you a general overview. We are heavily dependent on these federal funds. We do have pass-through funds that we give to aid to locals and things like that. But I just wanted to provide you some information. And if you have any other questions, feel free to follow up and I can get that for you. Any immediate questions that I can answer?
Just give me a quick summary of how I read
Okay.
this document.
So that document I received from our federal aid office. You'll see the fund number and the name of the grant there at the top in bold. And then you'll have some of the projects that are in there, the start date of those grants, end date, and then the federal share. So you can kind of see what the amounts are. This is not all of them. I just want to give you a sample so you can see kind of the money that we have available to us, but we have to have that match to be able to pull it down. And it's also time dependent on when the feds give us access to those funds and everything else. So you'll see an ebb and flow in our budget based off of how those federal grants and the flow comes into the agency.
Okay.
So
But these aren't every fund that
no,
the agency
no, no, no.
manages.
No, we actually, I pulled that this morning. We have 43 total funds, but 220 sub-funds within those 43 funds. Out of those 43, 18 are special revenue. So those are fee funds or other special revenue funds. There's 21 federal funds that we are pulling down that we use. So we have a very wide breadth of funding, a lot with partners, pass-through grants, things like that. So I've worked on a lot of agency budgets over the year. This has been one of my most challenging ones. I usually carry about 9 agency budgets when I worked for the legislature. And this one still has me kind of doing some digging and asking questions. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Able to pull me up there? Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and. Didn't want to overload you with papers, so I only have one handout for all the slides I'm gonna cover here, but that'll come third in the order there. So let me test this real quick.
Just a second.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
get you on there. There you go. Now go ahead and try to click it.
Try it now. Is it going? There we go. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, everyone, I want to take just a quick second before I dive into these subjects here and introduce myself because I'm new to the agency. My name is Curtis Wired, and I'm the new chief counsel here for the agency. I want to give a little quick background on where I've been recently. I spent the last 6 years working at the Attorney General's office doing primarily appellate litigation in the Solicitor's Division there. Before that, I clerked on the Kansas Supreme Court and Court of Appeals. But I was drawn to this agency because I grew up in central Kansas, right outside of a little small town called Windham, west of McPherson, out in the country. I grew up hunting and fishing with my dad. Spent a lot of my life at Canopolis State Park fishing with my dad, whether I wanted to be there or not. My dad had me there. And I'm thankful now because now I have dragged my sons fishing all the time, whether they like it or not. So I'm excited to be in this position. I feel like it fits my background well and my passions. But as the agency attorney, I have to cover some subjects that might seem a little boring, but I promise they're very important. And I tried to put what I thought was the most important one for your purposes at the beginning here, although they obviously are all very important. So let's start. I'm going to cover the Open Meetings Act, open records, which will primarily pertain to the department, not necessarily as I'll discuss later. And then I'll have one slide, which I gave to you on the regulation promulgation, and then basics of Robert's Rules of Order. Okay, we'll start with Open Meetings Act here. Okay, so the policy is stated here by statute. The fact that the representative government is dependent upon an informed electorate is declared to be the public policy of the state that meetings for the conduct of government affairs and the transaction of governmental business be open to the public. Okay, so this law was enacted for the public benefit. We have to keep this in mind every time that we're construing any provisions under COMA, that it is the public policy of the state for any meeting that it cannot be adjourned to another time or place to subvert this policy stated in statute. And the courts interpret it broadly for the public benefit. Now you'll note that the COMA was enacted in 1972 before the advent of most modern electronic communication methods. So the language might seem a little archaic to us today. So we have to do a little bit of interpretation as we go along. So the basic question, whenever you come across a COMA, if there's ever a COMA allegation, a violation alleged, is what is a meeting? There's 3 elements here. It's any gathering or assembly in person through the use of a telephone or any other medium for interactive communication. Again, that's that older language there. But basically that means through any kind of electronic method by a majority of the membership of the public body, and then for the purpose of discussing the business or affairs of the public body. So here, obviously, for this body, if 4 members constitutes the majority, it could be any kind of gathering. It could be a retreat. It could be some kind of off-site meeting. If 4 of you end up talking together, and so we've got a majority. Could be a meeting in person. And then as soon as you start talking about the subject or the purpose of the businesses or affairs, then at that moment, at that very second, you've created a meeting that's subject to COMA. So that's why we have to be very careful about communications between commissioners. And this includes informal gatherings held during a recess, before or after a public meeting. We have to be careful as we go about that we don't accidentally create an open meeting by having a majority of the membership discussing the business of the body. All right. So again, a gathering or assembly can be done through several different methods here. Over telephone, conference calls, Zoom. Like I said, informal discussions before or after a meeting can qualify. The title of the gathering is irrelevant. We could call it a retreat. We could call it whatever you can think of. But if those elements are met, you've created a meeting and a possible COMA violation if notice hasn't been properly done. Serial communications. This is where a lot of boards get in trouble. It's defined in statute here as an interactive communication outside of a notice meeting. So these typically come up when there's a series of emails, falling trees, or use of an agent. You can't have somebody go and talk to another commissioner, get their thoughts on it, and go to the next, to the next. Once you hit a majority, you've got a majority membership, shares a common topic of discussion. And the third element here is usually the kicker when there's an allegation of a COMA violation. There has to be an intent by any or all of the participants to reach an agreement on a matter that requires binding action. So just to give you, just to maybe calm your fears a little bit about this one, these decisions, which are often made by the Attorney General's office, they have their own COMA core enforcement division. Very fact specific. It depends on the facts of each situation. And I have some AG opinions here, but merely being present when a statement is made without more is not a mutual or reciprocal exchange of information. So if you happen to see an email that's been passed to a majority of the body and it just lands on your desk and you see it, but you don't actively engage in that conversation, you don't reply all, you further the communication, that's generally not considered an intent to reach an agreement. You're not engaging in that active communication. But I want each and every one of you to understand that when you see that, you recognize that. It pops in your mind, say, whoa, I got to make sure that we're not engaging in any kind of serial communication. The biggest tip I can provide here is do not reply all on your emails and do not forward your emails, because once it's out of your inbox, it's out of your control. And then it can be moved to another commissioner and to another commissioner. Before you know it, we might have a meeting. So notice of open meetings. So contrary to popular belief, COMA does not require us to post notice of meetings in a newspaper or on a website. Now, we, like many state agencies, do that. And I think that's a good practice. But technically, notice has to be requested by an individual or an organization. The presiding officer has the duty to provide that notice, although that duty is often delegated to another. And that the statute there requires date, time, location within a reasonable time before the meeting. Reasonable time is a great phrase for lawyers. They can make a lot of money off of phrases like that. But generally speaking, our agency, from what I can tell, gives excellent notice. So we don't have any problems there. If an individual requests notice, it's valid for up to 1 year. And then we have to notify them before we terminate any notice. So that's the high level of Open Meetings Act. Before I jump to open records, I want to stop and give you guys an opportunity to ask me any questions if you have any.
I just want to clarify something you said. You said that during an intermission at a meeting like we're going to have later today, a public meeting, if 4 of us are standing over there talking about an issue that's before the meeting, we've created a violation, right?
Correct. Yeah. So that's why it's important when we're moving from before, during, once we're no longer in the public meeting, we're in a recess.
So when I avoid everybody, it's not because.
It's an excellent opportunity to say, look, I just can't talk. But yeah. And then, but if 2 of you are talking and then 2 more go talk, there could be a serial communication problem. So keep that in mind too.
Okay.
The point is, the intent of COMA is to make sure that the public's aware of what the public body is doing by requiring you to speak in this open setting. So just keep that too in the back of your mind.
It's as much of an optics issue as well. If the public, 4 or 5 commissioners having a conversation.
Correct. And I can't tell you the number of times I've heard complaints just in general, not about this body, but others just say, oh, I suspect they're talking outside of the open meeting because they saw somebody talking to somebody. But yes, it's very much the optics. It's the public trust that they put in you by making sure that you're having all of your discussion and your decisions are being made in an open meeting. Stuart, did you have?
Yeah, I do real quick, and I don't want to dive too far deep into a rabbit hole. I guess I was sitting here thinking about our process when our contact commissioners email system where, we have a constituent that emails in with an issue. That goes to all the commissioners. And then if there's a response, it all goes back through Sheila. Is there any concern here, I guess, just for the benefit of the group? Is there, if there's anything we need to clean up there or educate on how that process falls under some of this, then maybe now's a good time, or we can talk about it later too.
Yeah, I think I want to talk about that later because I don't want to speak without knowing all the facts there. But I do think a number of boards have that where it goes into a person, it's disseminated to the board, which is that's fine. It's just once people start responding and if there's an intent to come to a decision, that can be a problem. But let's just wait and then we'll talk about that later. Okay, so the Open Records Act. Again, this will primarily apply to our agency. It does involve you guys, but as you'll see, a lot of your records are exempt from them. Okay, the public policy construction purpose here. Oh, sorry, I moved on mine, not there. Okay, public records shall be open for inspection by any person unless otherwise provided by this act. This act shall be liberally construed and applied to promote such policy. Like the Open Meetings Act, this is intended to make sure that the public is confident that our public business that's occurring in the agency is open and available for the public to inspect. It also deters official misconduct, knowing that your emails and your communications related to your job are open for inspection by the public. Like COMA, it was enacted in the 1980, well, that was in the 70s, but this was enacted in 84, replacing a prior version that was in 1957. So a lot of the language, again, is very dated. And unlike, well, I guess something also that distinguishes CORA from COMA is that it defines and categorizes certain records, which I'll get to at the very end of the CORA presentation here. Let's see. So what is a public record? Any recorded information, regardless of form, characteristic, or location, which is made, maintained, or kept by or in the possession of any public agency or any officer or employee of a public agency pursuant to the officer or employee's official duties. I'll let you read the rest there. The legislature amended this in 2016 to add there in the bullet point or location. Before that, I think there was a controversy on, depending on where records were kept, whether they could be considered a public record. The legislature clarified that it doesn't matter where it's kept. It can be kept on your personal phone. It could be inadvertently carried home and kept there, but it still remains a public record. That's why I keep a business cell phone with all of my work information on it, and I keep my private cell phone with all my private information on that. So all the public record documents are on my cell phone, subject to any exceptions. It includes all written records, photographs, computer data, and email. Now, here's what they do not include. Records owned by a private person or entity and are not related to the functions, activities, programs, or operations funded by public funds. So if we're all private people, even though we're at work, that doesn't mean that we're not a private person at work. We have records on our phone that are just private communications. They don't relate, they're not being funded. And here's one this is the one that really applies to you guys here, or the commission, I should say. The records maintained or kept by an individual who's a member of the legislature or the governing body of any political or taxing subdivision of the state. So there's an important distinction here. Your records are not, your personal records are not public records, but once they go to Sheila and they're part of the department, those are public records. So it's categorically, this is 45-2017G is the definition of records. So it categorically includes those on the legislature and these governing bodies. They also don't include any records that are in existence at the time of the request. There's a lot of people who will request records as they are generated or become available. Under Cora, we're only obligated to produce records that exist at the time that they're requested. So who can make a request? Pretty much anybody can make a request. However, the person, including non-residents of Kansas, which will come up quite often for this agency. However, if anyone in the legislature is listening, you can see that the Supreme Court has held that it's not a violation of the Privileges and Immunities Clause to limit access to your open records to only citizens of that state. However, our legislature has decided to keep it open. And most importantly, I should say most importantly, but very importantly, is that the person need not provide a reason for the request. And we are not allowed to ask why they want the records. Our duty is clear under the law what we need to provide. So responding to a request, Cora requires us to act on it as soon as possible, but no later than the end of the 3rd business day following the date the request is received. And up here is what the Kansas Supreme Court has told us are the 3 acceptable ways to respond. We can give them the records, say, here it is, say it's under review, and if we deem that the records will be made available, we'll let you know then. Or we can say it's denied, and we have to give a detailed explanation for the reason we're closing the records with citations to the statute. And this is the statute that we would cite for closing the records. Now, I said before that the broad policy here is that all public records are open for inspection. However, 45-221 here gives us 55 exceptions to the rule. And I'll let you decide whether a rule with 55 exceptions is much of a rule at all. But that said, these are all stated as the agency shall not be required to produce. And I tried to pick a handful here that I thought would apply to this agency. There are many more. So we have to address these as they come in. Criminal investigation records, internal communications that are basically marked as a draft because we're still developing them, plans, designs, drawings, or specifications that belong to a private person, engineering or public improvements. I think that would apply to many of our records that we hold. And along those lines too, we have to be careful about not handing out trade secrets. There's also a provision that requires us to close any records that would be required to be closed under federal law. So there are those as well. We have to consider information that would pose a substantial likelihood of revealing security measures. I know a number of our parks are adjacent to sensitive areas in our state that we have to be careful we don't reveal sensitive information, and then personnel records except for the name, title, position, and salary. Okay, so we've gone through Cora. Does anybody have any questions about open records?
Yeah, question. Do I need to go up here? Is there anything in there about if somebody's wanting that public information to make a profit? And we've had a recent request where the fisheries version of Onyx is where you can go see where all the landowners are and ask permission and all that. But they also want our fisheries information to be able to show, you know, here's where the good populations are, and they're actually selling that information. So I didn't know if there's anything in there about that.
To answer your question, yes, I believe there is a provision. I recall my time at the Attorney General's office encountering a similar situation where we could tell that people were trying to mine data to sell it. And I recall there was a form we had that we stated we would provide it, but they had to acknowledge ahead of time that they would not turn around and use the information for sale. Now, the particular statutory justification for that, I don't remember. Obviously, we had a good legal justification for it, but that's something that I will certainly look into. It's basically a form we can send out and say, okay, we'll have to give these to you, but before that, you have to certify to us that you're not going to turn around and sell this information. There's also an exception for any kind of request that we can tell is being used to just harass an individual or invade their privacy. If we have a good reason to think that, we can say we're not going to provide that because you're just using this for an improper purpose. Any questions from the commission?
No, I believe that's correct. I would concur with that. I think information you get from the state, whether it's database related, typically there's a form you have to sign that you can't use it for commercial purposes.
Correct, yeah. Okay, so this is the regulation promulgation process here. This is a chart that was created long before I joined the agency. I've spent I've only been on the job for a couple of weeks, but I've gone through this, and since I'm a lawyer, I decided to add all the statutory citations, whether they're important to you or not. They're important to me. And you can see here, the process begins with a concept or draft that comes from our program people here, the agency. My understanding is they present it multiple times through workshop sessions to the commission, giving you time to think about it and consider it, debate it in an open meeting, and then decide whether to go forward. That commission approval required is that second step there. We require at least a voice vote from the commission to engage in or to start the promulgation process. And we actually will have that come up later in the commission meeting. There's one particular regulation. We want to make sure there is a formal vote to enter a regulation to promulgation. From that point, the program people are then expected to send the redlined draft regulation to my department, to the legal department here, and also generate an economic impact statement. Send those to me, and then we get the process going there in the middle, which can be a real slog at times. That goes first to the Department of Administration. They basically do technical edits, grammar, punctuation, things of that nature, non-legal edits. Then once that's stamped, by stamped, I mean it's approved, then we move it to the Attorney General's office. And this is what in my prior job, I was involved in this process of reviewing regulations for legality. So they go back and make sure that we have the statutory authority to enter the regulation, that it doesn't cause any kind of problems or headaches legally. And then if they for some reason find a problem and they expect changes, then you see that little circle with the arrows down there. That means we have to take it back to the Department of Administration for yet another review. And then they stamp it again, and then we take it back to AG's office again. And that if we don't hammer it out, it can bounce back and forth quite a bit from the Department of Administration to the Attorney General's office. Once we get through that process, we go to the Division of Budget. And under the new law that went into effect this last July, I think it's HB 2648, the Department of Budget conducts its own economic impact statement, or it reviews our economic impact statement, and it does its own economic analysis to make sure that what we're doing is accurate. And also part of that bill too is that if the economic impact over the first 5 years after the regulations adopted is over $1 million, it requires what they call ratification under the statute. There's still discussion on exactly what this process would look like, but I think it's safe to say effectively at that point, if it's over $1 million for a 5-year period, it's almost like the regulatory process is almost moot, because if you have to run a bill to do it, just run it through a bill rather than do it in a regulation. Sorry, my computer went. So after that, it goes to the Secretary of State, where we publish notice of the public hearing, which will be held before the commission. and list there the different timeframes that we have to provide notice. Then I have to go before the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations and talk about the regulation, the economic impact, answer the questions that they have. And then we have a public hearing here where we have the regulation is considered by the commission. There's a roll call vote, an affidavit that we'll sign after the vote is taken, and then we submit that to the Secretary of State. And then it is eventually published in the Kansas Register, and it becomes effective, again, depending on the type of regulation we're dealing here with. We have exempt regulations as opposed to our regular ones. So I know that was a very fast and quick overview of the regulatory process. Admittedly, I'm still learning it myself. Are there any questions you have there? Nope.
I just wanted to bring up historically, it would take us about 8 months to get through the propagation process. Now it's taken us about 2 years, which is very concerning. The way we manage fish and wildlife populations are through the regulations that we move forward. Those regulations, as Jake George will talk to you about in a minute, are based on the data that we collect through monitoring on the ground. It's concerning because wildlife populations, fish populations are not static. They change. And if the population is changing before we can get the regulation in place, it almost makes the regulation very ineffective. And so it's just something I'm concerned about. I would want our commission to be concerned about it as well as we move forward. Maybe we can talk about how do we increase the speed at which regulations are propagated.
What changed? Because I've been on the commission, 4 years, maybe 5. And in the beginning, it was happening a lot faster. So it's just been recent that it's slowed down. So where's the bottleneck now?
The additional economic requirements that we have, we don't have economic staff that are specializing in economics.
Mm-hmm.
And we like all of our information to be as science-based as we can. So we're struggling with how do we provide that realistic economic data in a time frame that doesn't. We provide that information in a time frame that doesn't prolong, how long it goes through. But I think not only that, I think there's just a lot more scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, and so like Curtis was talking about, if there's more scrutiny on our regulations, it can bounce back and forth within that graph, and it's totally out of our control.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that scrutiny and the added additional information that we're having to provide is all part of those reasons. And we saw it. Well, the first time we really had to deal with it was with the fire extinguisher regulation. As many regulations as we put forward through the agency, and as many of them that are complicated, that one is a pretty simple one. And it's one that's mandated by federal entities that allow us to have grant funding. So we have to be in line. And so it was one that I didn't, nor our past attorney didn't really expect it to become as much of an issue as it did. But even that one is complicated now because of the process.
Yeah, and I'll add, I've only been on the job for a couple of weeks, so this process is what I've had to experience. But my initial take is that the Division of Budget having to conduct their own economic analysis, that process there can slow it down. So my goal initially is to speed up on the front end when when the commission votes to promulgate, we get an economic impact statement that is accurate from the get-go and with defensible. And I want to have those numbers and have it ready to go. So always with JCAR in mind. and for going forward, and or division of budget and then JCAR, making sure that we have accurate and complete numbers from the get-go or the best data. And maybe more part of your answer too is that the new statute added language that said that the data has to be readily attainable. So there's a question, there's a kind of a legal question of what does readily attainable mean? What's the legislature going to require? Is it the data that we already as staff who are biologists or people working in the field that we have on hand? Or do we have to go out and gather that data from other agencies? Do we have to go out to do we have to commission studies, things like that? There's some legal ambiguity about what's required of state agencies at this point. And it's going to take some working through to understand what's required in that sense.
Yeah. Is there anything that could be done legislatively that would help the process? Like rescind any of these things or?
Well, I mean, obviously if you rescind it, it would make it a lot easier, but I'm not advocating. I can't.
Not gonna get much support for that.
No, and I'm not saying, I understand too, the legislature's desire to keep an eye on the regulations. So I'm not, at this stage, only being a couple weeks in,
It's become very inefficient and kind of a problem for everybody, including the public, because we workshop these things. And then it could be months before we have a public hearing on them. So all the input we've gotten during the workshops and all the information, all the consensus that we reach can change in that 8-month period or 9 months or what it's taken. I mean, so long now.
right. And as the secretary said that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So in that situation, it's $1 million, 5 years, $200,000 a year. So a fishing regulation, the economic impact of that would probably not reach that threshold. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say that more like you would classify as the bread and butter regulation.
Okay, so that's, to your point, Mr. Secretary, that's probably not an issue. This other issue with fire extinguishers, much larger issue, probably could take some time. But I think just my observation is that you're probably swept up in your unintended consequences in a bill that were after a lot bigger fish. If I may say that in the legislature, that we do have agencies, hundreds of millions of dollars that are writing regulations that are, not the money's appropriated, but then the regulations are written differently than the intent of the legislature. So, but I would hope that we could clarify some of this. I don't think that the folks that were trying to do this, here's what I'll say. These are living documents. This is the first time that we've done that. Now you go back when you find out where you screwed up. And you do so stay to rein in some rules and regulations that were not the legislative intent.
Yes, thank you for those comments. That's kind of my understanding. What I've heard from other legislators is that there were other issues that they were looking to address, and they may have inadvertently swept a little too broad. But again, I certainly understand the legislature's desire to watch the cases that they were very concerned about. So, sorry, did you have something to say?
Lauren Sill. Curtis, this is something I guess I have a concern about, is there are economic impacts of creating a new regulation. There are impacts of failing to regulate as well. And my observation as I watch this JCAR process, and as I look at the questions on the economic impact study, they only look at the one side. Is there a way that you will be able to include a more comprehensive picture to help them understand accurately, if we do this, yes, there's a cost now. Failure to act may have a much more significant impact in the long run.
That's a great perspective. I I think to answer your question directly, though, the way that the law is written, it is about the economic impact of implementing the regulations. So I can make that point, but I think by the letter of the law, they're looking for the impact of implementing as opposed to not implementing. But I certainly take your point. And that could be a point made in a legislative hearing in regards to amendments to the bill. But
Yeah, I think Dan was, counsel for Wildlife and Parks was just lucky to be kind of the first one to experience this law when it came forward.
lucky.
But I mean, the legislature has looked at various ways to try to insert themselves in the rule and reg process. We had a constitutional amendment a couple of years ago that would have allowed the legislature to essentially override or repeal a regulation by a 2/3 supermajority House and Senate. You know, the argument is that is an executive function. You know, this is an executive branch. The legislature doesn't have that role, but they've been frustrated. When you come before Rules and Regs Committee and they have no ability to do anything other than complain or send concerns back to the agency, and the agency can't ignore them. And so they keep trying to find different ways to have an impact or influence on a reg. And we got caught up in that, or Wildlife and Parks did.
And if I might, so what it's caused us to do as legislators is we write better bills now. We don't leave anything, I mean, to regulations and rules. The bill says exactly what it should say. And so you do away with that a lot of times. So we had to become better bill writers.
And perhaps, I mean, as given my prior position of defending the legislature's statutes for the last 6 years in appellate courts, I'm used to legislation I don't think is necessarily the best written piece of legislation, but so I guess I should say that I'm not maybe as jaded by the process. I'm the lawyer and I see what the law is and I want to comply with the law. That's my job. So changing the law is a legislator's job, but good.
Great point, Curtis. I mean, I think it's all our intent to comply with the law, no matter what it is. But I do think, you know, we had a migratory waterfowl regulation that you all were workshopping well even before I got here. That's caught up in this process. It will have, it will probably, when we look at it economically, it will be over that limit. And so it will draw even more scrutiny. Meanwhile, we have a situation where human activity is changing the way our birds behave on our public lands. And that's when, I mean, it's one of those instances where, man, we got to be able to move fast if we want to deter that. And I think, you know, after I reviewed that whole situation, our staff came up with ways to accommodate and that the regulation would benefit the behavior of those waterfowl, and yet it's tied up. I think, you know, it just kind of goes to Lawrence Seal's point. You know, we got to be able to act timely because it, in a lot of cases, it is impacting the behavior, the way the rate.
And another example is our park fees regulation, which we got an economic impact statement back of $1.6 million. And I know that we're removing a particular permit, but one of the things is raising a primitive campsite from $10 a night to $15 a night, which seems to be a pretty modest increase considering that Colorado charges $37 a night for their primitive campsites. But even that small increase put us over the $1 million mark. So we go to ratification, which means we have to run a bill, effectively mooting the point of a regulation. So that's the conundrum we're put in at the moment.
Kurt, real quick, I know we're short on time here, but one of the questions we get asked a lot is, through this promulgation process, is there any entity that could ultimately amend the regulation to the point where it loses its intended purpose, or could they essentially kill it? So could you explain the authority of each of these as steps, basically? Because we get asked that quite a bit.
Oh, I suppose, I mean, at that point, if at some point along this process here, you're talking about when we're dealing with Department of Administration and Department,
Yeah, any of
Attorney General.
Right.
I mean, they're not really supposed to be providing edits that actually change the substance of what we're trying to achieve. We can always push back as we go through the process and work that out. Because then at that point, we would just give up and say, well, we're not even
Right.
reaching what we intend, so let's just give up. But I don't think so. I don't think the Department of Administration, AG, or budget intends to ever hamper us to the point of effectively destroying our regulation.
I think, from history of my dealings, the Attorney General's office would look at it to determine whether under statute you have the authority to promulgate that reg. So if we came up with something out of left field, we're gonna promulgate a reg that says if you want to hunt deer in Kansas, it's $5,000 a license. They would look at that. You have no statutory authority to do that. You have a range you've been given in statute or something like that. So,
Yeah, that's the point of that step. But I will assure you that before it even gets there, I conduct a thorough legal analysis. So there's a double. I make sure that we have the statutory authority to do it, and the AG will do his own independent review. So there's several levels there. Okay. Let's quickly move to the last subject here, Robert's Rules of Order. These are just the basics. I have to admit, I haven't had to deal with these since I was in college on student senate. So these are just the basics for both you and me here. All right, so the purpose is that these rules promote cooperation, maintain order, and they facilitate, this is really the key I think here, facilitates the efficient transaction of business. It focuses the commission on the subject at hand, but it also allows every member to present their respective views, thereby guaranteeing the rights of the minority, but it guarantees the ultimate right of the majority. This is important because I put an asterisk there because under Kansas law, a public body can only be bound by a vote of the majority of the members. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that majority has the ultimate rule, but we want to make sure everyone is heard along the way. There's no need, a little note on the Robert's Rules of Order. If you follow them to a T, they're quite formal. There's no need for us to be overly formal. We just need to be formal just enough to garner the benefits of the rules, which is, like I said before, an efficient transaction of business. But we don't need to overdo it so that we don't get slogged down in procedure. Like for instance, we don't have to chair, the chair doesn't need to recognize, we can decide as we go along, but the chair doesn't necessarily need to recognize every person before they speak. But if there are multiple people speaking at one time, it would be prudent for the chair to interject and say, okay, recognizes this person go and then this person, so we can keep things orderly. All right, rights of the members. These are your basic rights here. 10 meetings, make motions, speak and debate, and vote. Pretty self-explanatory. Here are the key actions that I think the board should start with. The main one is a motion, sometimes called a main motion, but it's a formal proposal that brings a certain matter before the assembly for consideration and action. And I've outlined the process here on each of these slides on how to go about it. Someone moves, another commissioner seconds. If there's any confusion, the chair restates the motion. It is moved that, restate it, the chair asks if there's any discussion. Once the discussion is closed, it's call for a vote. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed don't say nay, they say no. And then the chair announces the decision. Ayes have it and the motion is carried, or the noes have it and the motion is lost. Well, this is what we'll be working out of mostly here. This is how the business of the board is going to be done primarily through motions. They're typically, from what I understand, made during the new business section of the meeting. And it's important to remember that all discussion, once we reach the debate section, all discussion must be germane to that particular motion. So think of it like a funnel. As we're coming in, we've got the motion. all discussion relates to that motion in the debate. And then we have an amendment. So if we're debating the motion, somebody thinks that it needs to be changed, can move to amend the motion by inserting or striking certain language, explain it in detail. Still need another second from a commissioner. If there's any confusion, the chair restates it with the amended included. Again, there's any discussion, and again, like before, now the discussion has narrowed even further to only the amendment on the motion, so that we're, again, staying focused on the subject, and we're disposing of the amendment and then of the motion. All those in favor, aye, no, chair announces the decision. Call the question is a procedure that's used to end debate and immediately move to a vote on the motion. Now, all the other ones that I'm talking, the actions I'm talking about here require a majority vote. This one requires a 2/3 majority vote. So at some point during the debate, if the debate's going on and people feel that we've talked it to death and we're ready for it to vote, commissioner can say, I call the question. We need a second. Chair calls for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Technically, under the rules, you're supposed to stand for these types of votes. Again, we could just do voice or raise hands if we want. And then the chair announces the decision. The important thing is if it does pass, there's no more discussion. We immediately move to a vote on the motion, and it's held right then. That's the point of this action. So table. At some point in the discussion, if you think you realize, or the body realizes that you just don't have enough information to consider the motion, then you can move to table it to a later date, either later in the meeting or to another meeting. Again, there's the process there. Won't repeat it all. Postpone indefinitely. This is a way to kill a motion. If you don't like it, if it's passed, the motion cannot be reintroduced at that meeting. It might be reintroduced at a later meeting, but it can't be reintroduced at that meeting. Here's the process here. Discussion, vote. And then again, this is a majority. And then our last one that I have here is the simple adjourn. This is how we adjourn a meeting here. Commissioner states, I move to adjourn. Second, vote. Announce the decision. It's pretty straightforward and right to the point. So does anybody have any questions? That's all I had on, there's other procedures too, that if you're aware of, they come up during the meeting, we can work through those procedures.
One very quickly, so we don't do substitute motions.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again.
Substitute motions.
Can we do substitute motions?
Do we?
Do we? I don't know if it's been the sports practice. Sheila, have you experienced a substitute motion?
No, we've never done that. It's either an amendment or.
I'll have to look into the rules. I'm not sure the procedure on it. Typically, you have to kill a motion or dispose of it before you introduce another one, but there is a process for that.
We used to do roll call votes on public hearing items, I assume, so the public knew how each commissioner voted. Is that a requirement or
That's a requirement in statute for the regulation. So I may have not mentioned this before, but yet when we vote on the final regulation to approve it, that will be a roll call vote.
Okay.
But voting to enter into promulgation, that can be done with a simple voice vote.
Okay, so those examples would be for promulgation. I mean, the ayes, no, but
well, the I, that's like a voice. I know is just a voice vote.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
In the past, we've been told that a substantive change to a regulation, an amendment, can't be done because then we have to start that process of promulgation over because it may completely change what they've already gotten approved. Is that the case?
I would say so, because once you've gone through the process of the Attorney General reviewing and all those agencies, then if you were to change the substance, then it might no longer be within the authority of the department to issue that regulation. So yes, I guess is the answer.
Who determines substantive?
You, Curtis?
I suppose I will. That's part of my job, is to go through the regulation process to make sure that we're adhering to it.
Yeah.
But we can, obviously, the commission discusses it too, whether they think it's a substantive change. Any other questions? And Commissioner Carpenter, I will look into the substitute motion. I put my rules right here. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jake George. I'm the Wildlife Division Director. And I was asked to talk with you guys a little bit this morning about the process for our recommendation development. So essentially, the process and what goes into the recommendations that come from staff and up the chain to that point when they get presented to you all and workshopped, reviewed by the public and yourselves, and then eventually, hopefully, entered into the promulgation process. So this is kind of the behind the scenes, I guess, things that you don't always see as far as the effort that goes into the development of these. I apologize for missing the August meeting. I was out of state, the Central Flyway Council. So for those of you commission members who are new, normally you'll see me at every commission meeting, but I just had a scheduling conflict there. So general process, what I'm going to be going over here, there's data collection, our annual population surveys, annual harvest surveys, periodic human dimensions, or the social science surveys, getting public opinion. Staff develop recommended changes. There's committees for review and input. That proposal and the justification for the change then goes up the chain of command through our administration. And at that point, if approved, there's a presentation to the commission for consideration, multiple opportunities, those workshops for public comment and review. It's kept in a pending holding place and kept on the agenda while it's going through that promulgation process. But we do allow ample time for the public to comment on the pending changes. So this is the 30,000 level view, 30,000 foot view. I'm going to go a little bit into each of these. But before I do that, why change regulations or why create new regulations? As you've seen, not even seeing this beforehand, what all goes into it, the promulgation process is rather tedious. So why do we go through it? Well, it's the active management of the resource. We take this information that we're gathering based on population monitoring, harvest management decisions based on user harvest rates. Examples of that would be, recent examples would be changes to our fall and spring turkey regulations. Changing technology and hunter angler preferences. So season setting dates, hunter preferences there, legal equipment. We talked some earlier about the new technology. An example of this would be the 11544 for legal equipment for deer hunting and the changes that are currently in process, which was essentially just striking the word lead. And that was necessary to allow for the use with muzzle loaders for non-toxic bullets, new technology that's being developed there. Compliance with federal laws and regulations. The most recent one of those would be our fire extinguishers on boats. That was done in order to maintain compliance with changes in the federal laws and regulations, which is required for us to continue to receive some of the federal funding. Another example, going back 10 plus years, maybe 15 years, was the change of administration of falconry rules from the federal government over to states. So we had to promulgate regulations at that time that allowed us to cover the administration of falconry in the state of Kansas. So going into a few of these are our annual population surveys that we're conducting on a regular basis. So the field work that's going on, these are our biologists across divisions. We get assistance with these surveys, not just the wildlife or fisheries division, but we kind of help each other out across disciplines as well. So spotlight deer survey, prairie chicken lick surveys, pheasant crow counts, bobwhite whistle counts, the brood survey, which includes pheasants, quail, prairie chickens, turkey. There's quite a few that go on an annual basis, pulling this information together. And after I go through these, I'll show you guys a calendar just to see what that looks like for the effort that's continually going into it. So harvest surveys, this is kind of the back end and the other side of the coin where we're looking at changes in harvest. Quite a few of those that we do on an annual basis as well. I don't include these in the calendar because it's just for field work, but and these are the wildlife side. So fisheries investigations, this includes the sampling they do, the electrofishing, gill netting, hoop nets, the angler use, or commonly referred to as creel surveys. They commonly do 6 to 10 of those surveys annually, rely a lot on seasonal help for those. And then the licensed angler survey, which is a statewide survey looking at changes in angler use, and that's conducted every 5 to 8 years or so. So this one's a little hard to see on here. You don't need to be able to read it, but hopefully you can see the X's there. The columns to the right are just the 12 months of the year. And the reason that I wanted to show this to you guys is so that you're aware of the tremendous and continuous effort that goes into gathering this information in the field on an annual basis. So and this does not include the any of the human dimension surveys or the harvest surveys that are going on in the background. So this is just the field work. So once the data is gathered, the species coordinators compile that data, put it through statistical analysis, and that information is then presented to committees for review. On the fisheries committee side, there's at least 6 different species or assemblage committees. On the wildlife species committees, there's small game, big game, turkey, and fur bearers. And these committees are actually made up of regional representation of not just wildlife division staff, but public land staff, as well as law enforcement representation. So this is an opportunity for the species or statewide coordinators to present this information, the most recent data to them, as well as discuss recent research of what that's going on and trends that are going on regionally or nationally with our staff. And it's also an opportunity for those regional staff to share anecdotal information of what they're seeing on the ground within their regions. As a point, these committees work through the process, look at the information, and develop a hierarchy of recommendations that they would like to see changed with respect to the regulations. That information then goes to our administrative review and approval process. So essentially, it's gone up the chain then, would come through me as the division director on the wildlife side, up through Stuart for operations, and on up to our executive committee, including the secretary, before you guys would even hear about it. So it has been vetted extensively, and there's a lot of effort that goes into it. At that point, then we have the presentation to the commission. Once it's approved by administration, it's workshop multiple times, and there's plenty of opportunity for public comment then. And we do want to encourage that public comment as well as your comments. The intent with those public opportunities is this is a transparent process. That's the open meetings portion of this. And I wanted to emphasize too, it's symbiotic relationship that we have with the commission. It takes both of us to promulgate these regulations, and we can't do it without the other one. So we appreciate the input that you all have, and I look forward to working with you all. And if there are any questions that you have for myself or for any of our staff, please feel free to reach out to us, questions or information that we can provide that would be helpful. We are more than happy to work with you. So any questions?
Jake, the only thing, we still have the waterfowl committee too, right?
We do have the waterfowl committee. I left that off. Thank
Yeah.
you. Tom's gonna mad at me.
Yeah, that's another group where we have multi-divisional staff.
We do. The wetland managers are a big part of that committee.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I'm sitting back there and the secretary talked about the passion of our employees. I want to say to you, thanks for saying yes because this is a lot and your passion is just as important to the agency's passion and our staff. So I hope we brought some good information to you today. I get the fun part. Today, I'm talking to you about our conferences and the things that we do that we would like to invite you to. Every year, the Fish and Wildlife side, I'm learning more and more about them, MAFWA and AWFLA and something AWFLA, something always on it. The National Association of State Parks Directors is pretty simple, but there's several national agencies that our team participates and goes to conferences. And I know travel is always sometimes scrutinized, but I'm going to tell you when we have staff that can go, just like Jake said, the committees that he has here in Kansas is a value to a national level on those conferences. And so every year, the AWFLA, as I understand it, Sheila, is the mothership. It's all 50 states on the Fish and Wildlife side. The National Association of State Parks Director is all 50 states on the state park side, and the Canadian Council. They have meetings every year, sometimes more, but for sure one big conference. They also have, under the Fish and Wildlife, has the Midwest and the Western Association. State Parks also has regional meetings. Those meetings we would like to see our commissioners attend. Some have in the past, but our new attorney here is going to not let us send more than 3 to 1 conference. Is that right? Okay, so we would like for you to attend. And I'll tell you why, because I'm looking at the AWFLA meeting and they have committees on everything. And just like what Jake mentioned a minute ago, those committees are brought onto a national level. So we talk about engagement, education, energy, and wildlife policy. Who better could lead those committees but Kansas? We talk about migratory and upland game. They talk about law enforcement committees. I still feel like they have deer, they have all on their annual invasive species. All of these things, Kansas really should be a leader in those communications on a national level. Same way state parks. We also have committees. We have a Western Association, and we call it the Rocky Mountain, which is Colorado and our other friends to the west. And we have a Midwest, which is this month. Both AWFLA and NASPD is in September. We just finished. And then the regional meetings are different times during the year. I will tell you one personal experience I had. We had a commissioner went with me to Washington, D.C. when I had the opportunity to go and testify to the National Resource Committee. And it was pretty incredible. I think he enjoyed it. And I think he had a new perspective. And that was talking about federal dollars coming to the state of Kansas. Well, on my level, it was all America State Parks, but coming to the state of Kansas specifically. So we would like to have the opportunity for you to go if you're interested. And I'm thinking because you said yes here, you might say yes to some of these conferences. We'd like to have you there.
Calendar. Can you give us a calendar of all these?
Sheila can do that. I'll say one more thing. We host these also. So I went through the Midwest Association. Kansas hosted 6 times since 1934. It's pretty, I'm sure you do even some of the smaller conferences. We just did the Bison Association was this year in June. And so we host in Kansas, also in Nebraska here in a couple of weeks. They're going to want us to host soon on the park side. And so we take our team, and it's not all high level, it's both. Because our team members, we talk about some of these younger ones. That's how you keep them engaged. That's how you teach them. That's how they get involved. And I'll be honest with you. You talk about, can one person go information back? Oh, maybe, but you don't get enough information. You can't bring inspiration back, and you can't bring all the knowledge back for those individuals. So that's how I'll leave it. So mine was fun, and we invite you. And we hope you say yes.
I just wanted to add one thing. I think about the progression of my career, and I don't think there's one biologist that would disagree with me. I would not be where I am today if it weren't for all the conferences that I attended. It just added tremendously to my professional development. And so I continue to attend those conferences, and I encourage my staff to participate on those committees and attend those conferences as well. They are tremendously valuable.
I don't usually get too nervous about speaking, but somehow I am today. In kind of an interesting role here. Practical things for you as commissioners, tangible and a couple of intangible thoughts. Sheila is your lifeline for those of you that are new. Questions, concerns, how does this work? What's the background? What do I need to know? Sheila will speak to you confidently and confidentially. She is your resource person. If there's questions, if you can't make meetings, if you're supposed to get something to her for paperwork, just communicate with Sheila. She is awesome at what she does. She will take care of you in that regard, but communicate with her. She's your best friend, even if you don't know it yet. Email, you addressed a couple of things and it sounds like there'll be more to address. It can be a little bit overwhelming when you all of a sudden start looking at this email and the email box is full. Sometimes the KDWP all emails are kind of interesting to read through because you see how many hoops these people have to jump through to get supplies that they need or go through the budgeting process. So sometimes I found those interesting to read because I learned about the agency and how it functions by doing that. The ones that you need to pay attention to, they come to you in two forms. One is the one that was mentioned. It says contact all commissioners. On the website, constituents can go, they go to commission, there's a tab and it says contact all. When they fill an email out, it goes to all of you. So you have a shared, typically then Sheila helps to log those and send those on to appropriate staff members to give a response to that constituent, if that's requested or required. The other one that comes just to you, and that is one that comes with your name on it. Sometimes those are, really, truly personally directed at you. I think I got a lot because I was the first one on the list. Those ones you can choose to respond to, or you can forward them to Sheila. Again, she can forward them to the correct person for a response. My encouragement to you, I think it will make you more effective as a commissioner. I think it is in the best interest of the agency and our engagement with the public. If an individual cares enough and takes the time to call you or to write an email, they deserve a response from someone. Engagement is such a problem in our society. And hunters, as a bunch, we'd rather be out in the field hunting, we'd rather be fishing. Engaging is not really at the forefront, but when they take the time to do that, please honor them with some type of a response, whether it's directly from you or forwarding it on to the appropriate person, allowing them to do that. The other thing that was helpful in that whole process was reading the responses that staff gave. Oh, I didn't know that. I learned so much. Things are so much more complex. You think you know what you're doing. It is so much more complex, the issues that these people deal with. And so you'll learn a lot. And so those responses are helpful and educational as well. Homework. I encourage you, read your briefing book. I encourage you, have the briefing book filled out. There's a few too many blank pages in this one for a commissioner to be effective. You need to be able to ask wise questions, avoid sticking your foot in your mouth. And that's best done by doing your homework in advance. We can't ask good questions in advance if we don't have the information that's going to be presented. So my encouragement there at all levels is please don't have blank pages in the briefing book. And to this side, read the briefing book. If there's questions, the staff is fantastic about answering questions. I would encourage you, if you're emailing staff with questions, so that it protects you, it protects staff, include their supervisor in the copy line, okay? Just to keep everybody on the same page there. And that way no employee feels threatened or under the gun or misunderstands, and they can ask for clarification or help from their supervisor if necessary. So when you're emailing them, that's a good just practice. Give them enough time to get some information together and respond to you before a meeting. So that last week before a meeting, you only get the briefing book about a week in advance. So go through it, make sure you have any questions, get them to staff in advance. They look better, you look better, the agency looks better, and we actually get better information that way. Engagement. Linda just gave you an opportunity to engage in a number of different conferences and organizations, but I encourage you to engage with constituents, engage with staff. If Backcountry Hunters and Anglers is hosting a work day in your neck of the woods, go give a day and help. You're going to learn more by working side by side with folks, by seeing what's going on with staff on the ground. There's opportunities like that where you can actually participate in a variety of activities. I early on did a ride along with my local game warden. It was insightful. Things that I had biases against, he had, and I thought were pretty conservative perspectives. He had a totally different perspective. I was like, oh, okay, I hadn't thought about it that way. And so getting out and participating with an open mind and trying to learn will make you more effective in what you do. You sit in an interesting role. You're not elected. You don't have anyone you are beholden to. That's the benefit of being in an appointed position, is that you should not be beholden to anyone in that regard. You will have your own personal opinions and your own personal perspective from a lifetime of experiences and opportunities. Some of those may grow and change as you serve in this role. Some are probably pretty deeply grounded and won't change and probably shouldn't change. You have your perspective as a commissioner, because in this role, you are not here to represent a special interest, a organization. I belong to probably 6 or so different conservation organizations, because in some way, each of those reflects my values and where I want my money, my work, my efforts to go to further conservation in Kansas and across the country. But when I sit here at this table, when I sat here at this table, that shaped my perspective, but it should not determine it in any way, because you are not here to represent those organizations or a special interest. Your goal is to, and your role is to help fulfill the mission of the agency. And that's critical, that that's where that focus is. So you're going to have your personal background and perspective. You're going to have your perspective as a role in the commissioner, as a commissioner, and you're going to find yourself sometimes having to decide, do I vote for or against this regulation? Quite honestly, it's gonna put a pinch on me. But I know as I listen to the science that that is what is best. And so that, those are decisions you're gonna have to vote, face as you make voting decisions and contribute is, are you looking at what's for your interest or for the interest of the constituents and the resources? And the third perspective is that of a whole board. As we make decisions, there will be decisions that aren't unanimous. And yet, again, for the benefit of the agency, the benefit of the staff, the integrity of it, once we make decisions, we do need to be somewhat supportive in that role. So you'll find yourself in interesting situations with your personal perspective, your role, individually and corporately. And so I hope you enjoy that challenge. And I hope that you take it on at its full depth. I encourage you to be willing to see things differently. One of the best conversations I had was sitting on a tailgate of a pickup truck bouncing through a field on a workday at Lovewell. And getting to sit down and talk to somebody who had a different perspective on an issue than I did. And to be able to go back and forth and listen, truly listen to what he was saying. And then to go home and think, okay, why do I really believe what I believe? And it's not, am I right or am I wrong, but is there another way to frame it? And that conversation, the subsequent conversations, my perspective on that issue didn't change. But it's much more full and hearty, and I understand more about what I believe because I thought through it and I was willing to try to see it differently. So I encourage you, be open-minded, be willing to see things differently. If you look down this row, you represent one constituency in this entire state. I'm just going to say it like it is. You are advantaged white males. And our constituency is much more diverse than that. Women hunters make up 22% of the hunting public, and they have not a voice on this board. We have very little ethnic diversity on this commission now. There are voices that you will need to listen to because you do not have a diverse voice on the commission. That's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to make up for some of that diversity and be open to that and realize where that lack of diversity may or may not affect your group decisions. So I hope that you will keep that in mind as you move forward, and some of you in your new roles, some of you your older roles, and constituents do watch. They do care, and they will be paying attention and encouraging you when they can and giving you input. So I wish you the best in your new role.
Just wanted to come back up, thank the wonderful staff that I have the privilege of working with. And you see this talent through and through at all levels of the agency. I wanted to thank you again, Lawrence Hill, for please and speaking with us and sharing your wisdom about being on the commission, and hopefully it'll influence you all and how you all conduct business in the future. Hope you enjoyed it. I think we all enjoyed providing the information for you, and keep in mind, if you ever got any questions, feel free. I think, Jason, they do have access to our executive committee, in our internal committee. It's a committee composed of all the leadership within the agency. Feel free and email us if you got questions or if you need help. And it's pretty much all we got for this orientation. So thank you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the staff.
Yeah,
and Lauren,
thank
for
you.
you coming up. Yes. Continue to serve.
It's really cut your lunch short. I realized that, but Legends area is about 3 miles away. Pretty decent road, go to State Avenue and shoots you right into there. You know, there are several eating places there if you want to grab something real quick, or if you brought something, that's great. So, if you're gonna skip, that's on you.
Where,
He'll power us up.
All right.
Are you from that area originally or?
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate all of you who came up here to Bonner Springs, to this wonderful location. I hope you have time to look around a little bit. I'm Whitney Dameron. I'm the chair as of this moment of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks Commission. And welcome you here today to the meeting of the commission. I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to introduce themselves. I will recognize we have commissioner online as well, so we'll ask Delia to introduce herself at the appropriate time as well. And I'm going to start with my left with our host commissioner, Emerick Cross, who's from Wyandotte County over here. Emerick?
Thank you, sir. My name's Emerick Cross. I'm from Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Will Carpenter, El Dorado, Butler County, Kansas.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Keith Mark, Baser, Kansas.
Bruce Riedel, Ellenwood, Kansas.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh, Kansas.
Thank you all. And I'm Whitney Dameron, Topeka, Kansas. I'm an at-large appointee. Welcome. Turn it over to the secretary and his staff to introduce themselves as well.
Secretary Christopher Kennedy.
Deputy Secretary of Operations Stuart Schrog.
Martin DeBoer, Government Relations.
Curtis Wired, Chief Counsel.
Sheila Camus, commission support.
Jason Dixon, Commission Support.
Thank you all. There, any additions or deletions to the agenda items? I know you've updated us with a new agenda today, Sheila.
Yes, I sent out a revised agenda. It went out on the website and stuff before the meeting, so we'll follow that.
Very good. In our packet, we have the minutes from our meeting of August 29th. Is there any requested changes from the commissioners to the minutes from our meeting in Independence? If not, I would accept a motion to accept them as written.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. We're rolling right along. Number 5, public hearing, administrative rules and regulations. Curtis Wired. Curtis, you're gonna take this from here?
Yeah, I will handle these two regulations that we have here. These are temporary regulations on our elk series and the military deer seasons. Both of these, we obviously have permanent regulations that are still pending. I think as of this morning, they were officially noticed in the Kansas Register. For the permanent ones are for our November meeting. So I anticipate the commission voting then. These, from what I understand, since I've just joined the agency, is they were run in case we weren't able to get the permanents in place by the time the seasons began. It's looking like the elk regs or the elk 25 series, since it adds a January hunting season only, it looks like we'll be able to get the permanent regulation in place before that season begins. However, the military deer season regs, there will be an overlap there where we won't be able to get the permanent regs in place for, I think, about 2.5 weekends before the permanent regs take effect. So that's the need for the temporary. So I would ask that the commission vote on these. We need a roll call vote on each one of them to move them forward. But as I said, I need to speak with program staff afterwards to see if we need to actually continue on with the elk series.
Okay, we've discussed these and had these reviewed before. There's information in the packet about these. Is there questions about, we'll take them one at a time, obviously, but questions for staff about either one of these regulations from the commissioners? And if not, I would accept a motion on item number one, KAR 25 or 115-25-8, temporary regulation. Motion to approve would be in order.
I'd move to approve.
I'd second.
Do you want this roll call, Kurt?
Yes, we need the roll called, please.
Okay,
You want me to do that?
it'd be fine.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Mark,
Yes.
Commissioner Riedel,
Yes.
Commissioner Damron.
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
Item number two, KAR 115-25-9A, military deer seasons. Again, questions from the commission? If not, a motion to approve would be in order.
So moved.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
Second. Roll call vote, please, Sheila.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Cross.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Mark,
Yes.
Commissioner Riedel,
Yes.
Commissioner Damron.
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
Item number six, general public comment on non-agenda items are, we have some guests today. We have some people who would like to speak. Please approach the microphone, identify yourself, where you're from, and
I hope
thank you
this
for
is the
coming.
right place. Hi, I am Margaret Cremar. And although I have been engaged in a few other professional endeavors, currently my family lives out in the country, halfway between Lawrence and Topeka, just north of Big Springs, where we grow fruits and vegetables as Hidden Hollow Farm. Today, I am here to testify in support of the ornate box turtle, the Kansas state reptile, because I care about all wildlife species in Kansas. Specifically, I am here to advocate against turtle possession and turtle races. I trust you have read the information I provided by Dr. Benjamin Reed. He's a biology professor at Washburn University, a really great, energetic young guy who has loved turtles since he was 5 years old and has devoted his entire career and research to box turtles. So all the evidence that I present comes from him. I echo his sentiments that although the possession limit was reduced from 5 to 2, it needs to be reduced to 0 because possession is harmful to the species. If turtles are confined in a tub or box in somebody's house, they can't reproduce to perpetuate the species. They're not getting their normal diet, which isn't healthy for them. They cannot engage in their customary activities they exhibit in their home territories. Further, and wait for this, I guess it's a real problem with illegal wildlife smugglers and traffickers that are trying to get these ornate box turtles, the species in this country, sending them to Asian markets because evidently over there they had a similar box turtle that's now extirpated because so many people have kept it as pets. And also turtle races at county fairs and similar events have negative effects on the turtles. For the turtles, you know, with all the kids, it's fun for them. They're screaming and laughing. The activity is stressful. They can transmit deadly viruses to each other when contained in such close proximity. Further, the ornate box turtle is philopatric, which means that it is attached to its home territory. If they are not released exactly where they were found, and who the heck is going to monitor that? There's a very real possibility that they will fail to thrive. They'll wander long distances trying to get back to their home territory, and we know what happens then. We see them smashed on the road. Also, the collection of a larger number of turtles in one place is another bonus for illegal smugglers. And I mean, I get having fun activities at county fairs for children, but there must be 1,001 other races or activities that the children could engage in that don't involve box turtles. It's my understanding that the rationale of Kansas Wildlife and Parks a few years ago for not eliminating possession in turtle races was that because turtle races and possessions are popular, you felt you had to compromise with the public. Okay, this is my point. You owe nothing to people who are harming the species. Repeat, as commissioners charged with protecting Kansas wildlife, you owe nothing to people who are harming the species. Instead, it is your job to educate the public as to why turtle races and position are not good for turtles. I trust that you will take your appointment seriously and strive to implement the best practices for Kansas wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions?
I have a question. Do you have any idea how big of a problem the smuggling is and what those numbers might look like? Because this could be more of a law enforcement issue, couldn't it?
I don't have immediate access to that data, but I believe that there are sources out there that could be tapped to provide an answer to that question.
Mhm. Okay. Anybody on the staff?
Yeah, Stuart Schrog, Deputy Secretary. I know Colonel Kaiser's online if he wants to chime in. The illegal trade is a pretty big issue that our law enforcement division spends a lot of time on. And Greg, if you want to provide any comment, please feel free to chime in. But it was one of those things that I a few years ago, I didn't realize the depth of this illegal trade. And it's something that we are as a department actively works on and investigates. And law enforcement division coordinates a lot with ecological services division for some of these issues too. So I see Greg's unmuted. Greg, do you have any further comments?
Yes, there have been cases in Kansas, special investigations of work cases in the past with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I can't really comment on any active cases, but we have seen that problem in Kansas.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Tad Kremar, live with my wife near Big Springs, Kansas. And I'll be brief. I just have 2 points I wanted to emphasize on the turtle question. One is the main issue is not whether box turtles are declining in Kansas. Let's not wait to confirm that. Since the species is being harmed by poaching and other actions, let's take action now to stop the harm the best we can. So hopefully we will never have to deal with a confirmed decline in our state reptile. Second, action to protect the turtles will inevitably meet with some degree of resistance from some people. We ask that the department help educate the public on the harm that certain actions have and the need to protect our state reptile. Thank you.
Are there further public comments? Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be reading from this. I'd like to give a copy at least to the chairman, because it is kind of long and detailed. One to the secretary. We're gonna be talking about big game regulations today, and I really can't talk about big game regulations without talking about CWD. the
Your name
elephant in the room.
first, please. Your
Oh,
name.
sure. That's part of it. It's in my written program, but do you want a copy of one of these? too?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my name is Kevin Kuyor. And I'm a lifelong deer hunter. Yeah, or lifelong hunter, and deer hunting is my favorite. By the way, hi, Will. I don't know if you remember me, but Billy Cox and I were the conservation officers that opened the lake at El Dorado back in 1984.
Yeah, I thought when you said your name that you sounded really familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
I'm a retired natural resources professional with a degree in natural resources management. I enjoy the outdoor adventures associated with hunting and fishing, and I like to harvest, process, and prepare my wild game for the table. I do not represent any organization or special interest group. I'm just a concerned hunter and outdoors person. So what brings me to the meeting? I was reading through the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks hunting regulations, which I don't know if anybody has one of those, but they're out. And a couple of items really caught my attention. I read these every year to see what's new. The information provided concerning the spread of chronic wasting disease in Kansas is what caught my attention. Two specific items listed in the regulation piqued my curiosity. Slow the spread. Hunters are advised, this is out of the regulations. Hunters are advised to bone out meat in the field to avoid transporting infected carcasses to other areas. With this, surgical removal of lymph nodes in the neck and removal of the brainstem are required for testing and should be done in the field if possible. Electronic deer check-in is required if your deer or deer meat is to be moved from the point of kill. If the carcass and head are left in the field, proof of sex must be attached to the meat. The second item was eating the meat. And this is from the regulations. At this time, there is no definitive evidence that CWD has been transmitted to humans, but more and more evidence is suggesting the risk to humans is not zero. Due to this uncertainty, hunters should not eat meat from animals known to be infected with CWD. That's in our regulations. So when I read that, I decided I need to know a little more information about CWD to see what I can do to meet these recommendations by the Kansas Department and reduce the spread of CWD and assess the risks to myself and my family. What I found out, folks, was alarming. If a person or the media would have told me this information, I would not have believed it. I don't expect any of you to believe all the things I say through this program. It's too disturbing to be believable. Please research CWD and TSE for yourself. And I have attached a list of sources where you can get some information where I got my information. So the first thing is, why haven't you told us the truth about CWD? Why didn't you tell us that CWD is just an acronym for chronic wasting disease, which is just a nickname given to the real deadly disease, transmissible spongiform encephalopathy? Why didn't you tell us that TSE is a deadly neurological disease that kills sheep, goats, cattle, white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, moose, caribou, occasionally other assorted animals, and humans? Why didn't you tell us there's no natural immunity, no vaccine, no cure, and it's always fatal? Always fatal. This is pretty important basic information to share with hunters like me that love wild game and share it with their family and friends. We got a lot of skin in this game. The disease was first observed in a captive herd of mule deer in Colorado in 1967. It likely originated at Fort Collins, Colorado Research Facility wild mule deer were captured and kept in pens to be studied. The researchers were trying to determine what types of food could help the wild mule deer survive a harsh winter. A few years down the road, some of these deer started showing signs of physical wasting, resulting in some deaths. The researchers did not know the cause, so they released the remaining deer back into the wild, hoping they would recover. The research biologists named the unknown illness chronic wasting disease because of the way the dying animals wasted away. The pens where the deer were held had previously held sheep with scrapie, which were being studied. Scrapie is the TSE found in sheep and goats, and it's been known for the past 300 years. Scrapie was the nickname given by the first people that observed this illness because the sheep that were dying would sometimes scrape their wool off or lose big patches of it. It is also always fatal with no cure or vaccine. Subsequent studies of tissues from the deer that had died in these pens indicated the presence of prions that change normal proteins in the cells of the animals. Over time, these abnormal proteins accumulate in the lymphatic system and central nervous system, causing degenerative dementia, lack of control, and a wasting away death. In 1977, CWT was determined to be a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. TSE was found in captive herds in 1979. In 1981, the first wild cervid infected with prions was found wasting away and was diagnosed with TSE. It was a wild elk found in the Rocky Mountain National Park. In the following years, more and more animals were found within a 50-mile radius of the Fort Collins Research Facility. In 1985, it was found in the wild in southeastern Wyoming. In 1999, it was found in the wild in Nebraska. The first death by TSE was found in Kansas in a captive elk in Harper County in 2001. That was 23 years ago. Now it's been found in captive herds and wild deer across Kansas, across the United States, across North America, and the world. As of 2024, dead deer with TSE have been detected in 32 states, 4 Canadian provinces, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and South Korea. As you can clearly see by looking at the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks maps of positive CWD detection, it continues to spread quickly across our state. So why have you done nothing, or why have we done nothing to stop or slow the spread in 23 years? Presence of dead deer tested and found to have died from TSE in several hotspots in some far-flung states and other countries can be attributed to the transport of prion-infected deer by humans. So we're the ones that are moving it around all over these places.
Mr. Couillard, if I
Yes.
could interrupt just for a second.
You sure may.
Appreciate the extensive information you've brought to us here.
Yes.
It's a little more extensive for public comments than what we've seen before. I will have Sheila provide this to all members of the commission. I would ask you to summarize just a little bit rather than reading this all to us. But I do appreciate your passion. I'm not trying to
I'll be
make
happy
you
to do
stop.
that, but I would like you to know that I drove 4 hours this morning, just like you guys did to get here. And I got a 4-hour drive home. And I spent $50 in gas. And I've been working on this for a few weeks. So if you can indulge another 10 minutes, I think that I could finish up.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. The presence of dead deer tested and found to have died of TSE. I already read that. The reason for this is because non-resident hunters take their trophies home. Some hunters take their deer heads to taxidermists. Most hunters take their deer to a processing facility. Deer and elk ranchers transport infected deer and elk across the country. Caribou ranchers transport infected animals around the world. No, it doesn't affect Kansas, but it is how it gets to Finland and all over those kind of places. So why haven't we stopped the transport of deer from known areas that have TSE or CWD? Why haven't we required quarantine and prion testing of all deer harvested in areas known to have CWD? Why haven't we required mandatory quarantine and prion testing of all heads taken to taxidermists in Kansas? Why haven't you insisted on quarantine and testing of all captive deer in Kansas? It's known that the prions that cause TSE can easily be carried with frozen semen, antlers, and meat shipped around the world. Why haven't you insisted on double fencing of captive herds to prevent the spread of prions to wild deer? And I guess the big question is, why haven't you told someone? There needs to be a lot more noise about this. TSE is always fatal, always. So prions, just a little bit about prions, because I don't know if everybody knows about prions, but prions are small, smaller than a virus. They're so small that they are not detected by the immune system. That's why there's never going to be any natural immunity. They are so small that they go through your dermis, through your skin, because they're small enough to go between the cells of your body. That's how they get into your skin, how your body, and how they get into your brain. They move between the cells, they attach themselves to proteins, they're carried throughout the body. They are in every part of an infected deer's body, every part. They're not easily destroyed or denatured. Research has shown that prions persist in soil, leaves, grass, and on any surface, including stainless steel, for upwards of 15 years. They can be ingested, inhaled, or transferred on contact. Prions are transferred from adults to young before birth. Prions cannot be destroyed by cooking or freezing or by normal sanitation practices. Irradiation has no effect. So why haven't you told us about prions? This is not new information or secret information. This is public information from published and peer-reviewed scientific studies. Your deer biologist already knows this information. Slowing the spread. So Kansas has been testing dead harvested deer for the presence of TSE for the past 20 years. Your own data show that dead deer with TSE are spreading across our state. Testing for TSE and dead harvested deer during the hunt season only samples a small, minute fraction of infected deer. Most infected deer die anytime between 1.5 and 4.5 years after being infected. Once TSE affects their brain, they die quickly and year-round. Common sense would indicate that any deer that lives where dead deer have been found to have TSE carry the prions that will also cause them to die. So why aren't we testing all dead deer for prions instead of TSE? Why are you not asking hunters to test all harvested deer for prions? Prion tests are available right now. Hunters can order a test kit online. Samples are easy to take since you only need to send hair or hide or meat or blood. No more cutting the head open, digging the brain out in the field or wherever you're doing it. So why haven't you told us about this testing? It's cheaper, faster, and much easier. And this is just something about a regulation. So I am going to read this part because it has to do with a regulation that evidently was passed last year. Your suggestions that hunters bone out their harvested deer in the field are too little and too late. As I read through this suggestion, I quickly realized that this was written by persons who have little deer hunting experience. How many people, number one, bring their phone or have phone service for on-site registration? If you don't, and you bone out your deer, it's a violation. How many deer hunters are going to carry headlamps, knives, shoulder-length gloves, plastic sheeting, a full disposable hazmat suit, game bags, and eye protection just to bone out a deer in the field after they sat all day or part of the night or half of the night And maybe in the rain or snow or wind or whatever, if you all deer hunt, you know, deer hunting isn't, can be a whole lot of things. Then how many are willing to bring a dissection kit and a sample kit to the point of kill so they can remove the head at the first vertebrae, locate and remove the lymph nodes, use a grapefruit knife to dig out some of the brain stem. This is what it teaches in the video, in case you haven't watched the video the department put out on how to take a sample. This is how we do it. You cut the deer's head off out in the field, evidently, and then find the lymph nodes underneath the esophagus, and then take a grapefruit knife and dig into the brain to get part of that brain stem. How many people do you think are doing that? Right? And then you got to fill out a form, put it in a bottle, and the forms are made out of paper. They're in here, all this stuff. And then don't forget that you have to leave the sex organs of the deer on the boned out meat. Otherwise you can't move it. Otherwise you violated the law again. This is the really crazy one. This new regulation about leaving the sex organs on the meat. It's so ridiculous that it's insulting. Few Kansas deer hunters have the desire or ability to butcher a deer in the field and end up with something fit to eat. Kansas has no other big game regulations requiring proof of sex of a deer harvested. The laws were written and the deer tags printed requiring proof of antlered or antlerless deer only. Requiring hunters to leave the nasty sex organs attached to the meat is not in line with Kansas law or of any great value, since deer of either sex can be antlered or antlerless. In fact, if you look at the department's data during the antlerless season, from 1/4 to 1/3 of all the deer harvested in the antlerless season are bucks. So 1/3 of those people are going to be bringing out meat with a scrotum attached, but there's no violation after they get out with it because it says antlerless. It doesn't say it has to be a buck or a doe. It just, a buck fawn doesn't have any antlers. And that's what a lot of them are that get killed. So anyway, that, if you can get rid of that regulation about the sex organs being attached, it's completely useless. Doesn't help anybody, and doesn't do anything except make it harder for anybody doing this process out in the field. And the thing that makes all this most ridiculous is because we now know that prions cause TSC, and they're in every part of the deer. So when we move the meat, the blood, and the hair on our clothes and on our boots and on our equipment to our vehicle and take it home, we're transporting and spreading the prions just the same as if we took the whole deer. So the whole thing. Most Kansas deer hunters take their harvested deer to processing facilities. I think we all know that. Near their home to be skinned, butchered, and processed into sausage, sticks, and jerky. People have probably shared some with you at work or somewhere if you're a deer hunter. Why haven't you required deer processors to quarantine and test all harvested deer? For example, one deer processing facility may process upwards of 400 dead deer. If one of these deer, just one, is infected, all could be contaminated with prions and all customers could get exposed to prions. Since prions are resistant to sanitation methods, all customers processing cattle or hogs in this facility for the next 15 years or longer could also be exposed to those prions. Deer processing facilities are scattered all over the state. They dump their waste in sewer systems, septic systems, and contaminate large areas with prions. We've been led to believe through these years that if we don't mess with the brains, we'll be safe. Folks, prions are not spread from one deer to another by them eating each other's brains. That's not how it happens. Prions, deer get prions that cause TSE by simply living in an area where some deer have them. They get it from the soil and the plants and the water, and so do you. skip over some of this. One part that I think is also important here is that prions are also carried by eagles, hawks, crows, vultures, seagulls, and a variety of land animals that feed on dead animals. Anything that feeds on a dead carcass that died of CWD or TSE is carrying those prions indefinitely. So when the buzzards go back to Texas in the fall, they're taking our prions with them. And we're sharing. So why haven't you told deer hunters and all the people that enjoy the outdoors this important information? After all, I think it says right here in our mission that we will be, while informing the public of the status of Kansas natural resources, gaining understanding and support in achieving our mission. I won't go into about the other states, but other states have tried to kill all of them in a certain areas when they have small areas. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked for them because they still allow people to take home the ones that don't look sick or don't test. Well, the prions are still in those deer and they take them home and they spread them in their own hunting area. And it spreads across the state. It just helps spread it faster. So have we told the governor? Have we told the legislature? Because if we don't do something to fix this, it'll mean an end to deer hunting. Because the department's own data shows that in between 5 and 10 years, all deer in Kansas are going to have it. That's how fast it's spreading. And when they all have it, you go back to the thing that says if they have it, we recommend you don't eat the meat. Are you ready and willing to tell the public and all the deer hunters of Kansas that they can't eat any venison because you haven't done anything about it? At present, there's still no natural immunity, no vaccine, no treatment, no cure. So what we should do is we need to make sure that we get on board with the scientific study, the research. That seems to be the only answer. We're way behind the ball on all the rest of it. There's so much of it in Kansas now. You're not going to stop it by doing some of these things. We need to find some research and find out how to get rid of these prions. So we're going to have to help. Hunters are going to have to help. The department's going to have to help. And maybe the state is going to have to help. If you do take aggressive action to slow the spread of TSE, there'll be serious repercussions, which I'm sure you understand. There'll be a huge decrease in deer hunters and deer harvest. Deer numbers in Kansas will increase. I know this seems counterintuitive, but they will increase. There'll be an outcry for culling, and it'll be needed. Deer and elk ranchers will fight an end to their industry, and TSE will continue to spread. And the reason that the deer population will continue to increase is because the deer don't all die at one time, right? The deer die between 1.5 years and 4.5 years. And so they continue to breed and have fawns that have TSE. So all it's going to do is shorten their natural lifespan from, I don't know what it is in the wild, 5.5, 6, down to 4.5. So the deer are still going to be here. We're not going to be able to eat them anymore. If that's where we want to go, well, we just continue doing what we do right now. So then the most important part here, another last important part is the part about eating the meat. And this is kind of scary stuff. And I don't expect people I'm sure you're not believing everything I say. You shouldn't be. But I do want you to hear this information that I found. And some of it's right in the department's own regulations and information. It says, if CWD, well, number one, if CWD could spread to people, it would most likely be through eating infected deer. The department has printed in their hunting brochure, at this time, there is no definitive evidence that CWD has been transmitted to humans. This is the truth. But more evidence is suggesting the risk to humans is not zero. The risk is not zero. What is the risk to me and my family and you and your family? Research has shown that humanized rodents exposed to CWD causing prions can be infected. It has been proven in a laboratory setting that human proteins can be affected by the prions, that cause TSE in deer. There is no scientific evidence that this has happened yet. I don't know that we should wait. Because there's no natural immunity, no vaccine, no cure, and it's always fatal. And these same things will be carried forward to humans if they get it. As far as the warning goes, what does it mean to the hunter? Well, not zero literally means anything between 100% and zero. So maybe being a little more specific on what the department thinks the risks are. Hopefully they're slight, but saying they're not zero leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Are they 99%? Are they 25%? Are they 0.001%? Are they slight? Do you feel that we're safe? Do you feel like you continue to let us kill deer and eat them? That's that safe? If you do, tell us, because we're the people that buy the permits and we're the people that live in Kansas. So if research is correct and the National Center for Disease Control is correct, it is possible that prions can cause CWD, that cause CWD could mutate into a human disease. European research has already indicated that mad cow disease or bovine spongiform encephalopathy has been transferred to humans in the form of what is now called variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. This was very limited with only a handful of cases around the world. These insidious prion diseases would not wipe out sheep, cattle, deer, humans. They'll just shorten their lifespan. If deer TSE transfers to cattle or humans, the same dynamics will apply. The one piece of good news is that scrapie in sheep has not affected humans in over 300 years. It's a little light around the dark spot. We can hope for that. So my closing is a plea to treat the spread of TSE with some urgency. Kansas is one of the core states surrounding Colorado that have witnessed the steady spread of TSE. As stewards of natural resources, it is your responsibility to try to get ahead of this, slow the spread, and do the research. As I said, I don't expect anyone here to just believe all I've shared. If you told me this information a year ago, I would have discounted it as some crazed ravings or conspiracy theory. Please look at the research yourself. I have included a list of some of the sources I referenced. Please take some time to check the facts, but please do it quickly. We've wasted enough time with our heads in the sand. As always, it's up to the hunters to aid in any way we possibly can. This is a tough one, and I can understand why not much has been accomplished in Kansas. And I can understand why you wouldn't want to panic deer hunters or stop the revenue stream that deer hunting creates. What I do not understand is why you professionals have not shared the truth and most recent research with us about the effects of CWD on our deer and our families. You've known about the risk to deer and our families for years, and you decided somewhere along the line not to inform us. I consider your actions on this topic to be negligent and irresponsible, and maybe criminal when people start dying. How can you stand by doing nothing while thousands of Kansas deer die this horrible death every month, while knowing that your inaction may contribute to the end of deer hunting and a possible deadly disease in your fellow Kansans? You owe us the truth so we can make our own decisions. I'm going to quit sharing my venison with my family and friends because I don't, until I find out more, I don't want to be responsible for their shortened life for my grandchildren.
Mr. Curlyard, could you wrap up, please?
I am. That's the last sentence.
Thank you.
Yeah. At least until we find out a way to destroy the prions, I probably am going to quit harvesting deer. So the question for you, Mr. Secretary, is what will you do?
Thank you for your comments and your time. You've obviously put a lot of energy and thought into it. Are there questions from the commissioners of Mr. Couillard while he's here? Thank you.
Anybody like a copy of those resources? They're back there on that chair. Take with them.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Deputy Secretary Stuart Schrog, I would like to offer the opportunity for staff to stand up and offer up what we've been doing over the last several years in regards to some of his concerns and questions. Jake, Matt, together, you want to kind of address some of those?
Yeah, Matt Peak. I'm a wildlife research biologist out of the Emporia office. There was a lot of ground covered there. I would start out by saying, I don't, if there's a single wildlife topic that's been more heavily covered in the media in the last 20 years than CWD, I don't know what it would be. And I think we've done our part on that in terms of having information in the regulations summary. Mr. Couillard may raise a fair point on the statement when we say the risk is not zero. I think the intent there was that the risk is extremely low. People eat tens of thousands of deer. If you look at the infection rates in states like Wyoming and Colorado, where the prevalence rates have been highest, and consider the fact that it's been there for over 40 years, people are eating tens of thousands of CWD infected deer every year, and there's never been a single case of CWD in people documented. And so the risk to people is extremely low. There are a variety of things that can be done maybe to slow the spread, and that states have tried to slow the spread, but once it is in an area, there is no stopping the spread. And the best case scenario is that it slows or is that it spreads naturally by the deer themselves. And there really is no stopping that. If you have deer present, like I said, the other states have tried a lot of different things. I think there's developing research on more rapid testing and stuff like that that will be helpful at some point. In recent years, we have, in the last couple of years, we have developed funding for more widespread testing, and our intent is to be able to test, to be able to CWD, to pay for CWD testing for any deer that hunters have killed in Kansas, so people that do have concerns can get their deer tested through the department. They've always been capable of doing that in recent years, and we provided that information in the regulations summary, but in some cases they might have had to pay for it themselves. We're establishing protocol that the department will pay for it. So I don't know if that covers, if you have a specific.
Do you remember the number of tests that we have conducted over the last several years on an annual basis? I hate to put you on the spot, but I can't remember the number off the top of my head.
I think the target is around 3,000 per year. And Mr. Couillard made the comment that we need to be testing every deer. You don't have to test every deer to know what prevalence rates are. There's no real advantage to knowing beyond a certain, I mean, you can have a certain level of I guess of uncertainty as long as you have a statistical sample and you have a good idea of what the prevalence rates are in a given area. You know, it doesn't matter if it's 5% or 6%, as long as we're in the ballpark. If it takes us putting hunters through great inconvenience, a lot of hunters don't want to have their deer tested. So when you talk about mandatory testing, but we do have a statistical, a scientifically determined sample size that we're trying to achieve every year. And so the information we're collecting is science-based, and we are collecting the information we think we need to properly monitor the prevalence of CWD in the state. I'll say that. We don't need, in other words, we don't think we need to test every single deer to have a good idea of what prevalence rates are in different parts of the state. And so we would argue that our testing efforts have been adequate. Thank you.
Ed, quickly, Jake George, Wildlife Division Director. Anybody who is interested in additional information on that, the Take Aim at the Spread informational campaign has a website at cwdks.com. And that has verbatim a lot of that information that was just shared with you guys this morning. And that has been blasted out through social media. We've done billboards regarding it. So there's been quite a bit of effort to inform the public regarding some of that information that was shared today. So.
Before everybody sits down, I believe Commissioner Carpenter has a question.
So of the department, my question would be, what is the reasoning for the organs to be transported with the deer? And also, what is the reasoning for boning it in the field when and if science proves that those purons are in the meat no matter what? Why would we ask for that?
I may defer that until we have Levi Jaster present for another meeting. He wasn't able to be here today, but he'd be able to address that with you guys.
Could you get that information to the
Absolutely.
commission, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, the reason for leaving the brain and spinal column in the field is those are the highest prion, those are the areas that have the most prions by far. And the prion rates in meat are very low. And so the risk of transporting or the risk of moving CWD by moving meat is extremely low. And the same goes for, that's also true of eating meat. There's the prion level is much, much lower in it. And so the consensus, I think, amongst the biologists are that you can move the meat around pretty safely with a very, again, a very, very low risk of spreading CWD.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt.
Hold on one sec. By leaving them in the field, you don't know that deer came from that area, that herd, especially during rut, they're traveling around. Aren't you making a higher risk of spreading CWD to that area if that deer had come from somebody else than proper disposal by hauling that?
If it's an area that deer moved around naturally, then that was an area that it stood a chance of spreading the disease. And so the deer is already in that area. Your best opportunity is to leave it where it was. It already had a risk there. And in areas where CWD already is, if you killed a deer from a known CWD area, you leave those main parts with the most prions there. The likelihood of any day, I mean, you think about the number of the deer that are dying from it already. When a deer dies of CWD naturally, it's left in the field. And so basically you're mimicking what's happening naturally.
To follow up Commissioner Carpenter's question, the logic behind the sex organs.
Okay. Yeah, in the case of antler deer harvest or antlerless deer, which that's the basis for that, in most cases, when you kill a doe, it does not have antlers. And so rather than requiring somebody to bring the head of a doe, the percentage of antlered does is very small. And so that is the traditional way. That's an old regulation. That is the traditional way of having proof of sex. Now with cameras and with our ability to check in cell phones, with the ability to check in through that system, people can take pictures and stuff, and you don't have to do that anymore. But that was the traditional way before cell phones to prove that, for the most part, that you had taken an antlerless deer.
Mr. Chairman.
Prove that it's an antlerless deer with sex organ. State did not prove that in a part of law.
I'll let law in most cases, does are antlerless. And so if you have females that.
The harvest, as you probably know.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carpenter, you had a follow-up.
So if I did that, would I be breaking the law if I did not have sex organs attached to deer meat that I took home to my house?
If people don't want to abide by the physical requirements to transport the deer, they can do the online or the internet check-in system. And so you can take pictures of the animal with your, and I say internet, it's the online or the electronic check-in is what I meant to say, the electronic version. And so you can take pictures of the animal and the tag on the animal, and then you don't have to do that. And so we have left a loophole for people that don't want to do that to be able to fully bone out their animal in the field and transport it.
So for instance, myself, I do the electronic, I take a picture of my animals. So that would suffice for not having sex organs on the meat?
Yes.
Because I'm trying to figure out how you would, I've boned out a lot of deer and I don't know how I would leave the sex organs on the deer by boning it out.
Right. It's people a lot of times would quarter them to transport. And yeah, there's a little bit of a technique. It's covered in a variety of places, but a small amount of skin on a hind quarter is sufficient. So.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have a comment, sir? Identify yourself and ask away.
Going to Ross at Kansas Hunters Feeding the Hungry. Matt, do you know the current turnaround on a CWD test? Because I deal with organizations that do what I do throughout the country, and some of them had like 2-week turnaround. Some of them have gotten as good as like 3 days. And so I didn't know if you knew the current.
I don't. I know that if we're sending them in through the program, we're sending them, we're trying to get them. We would promise to send them in, I think within 2 weeks was our target. And then the time that it takes the lab to get the results is maybe a little bit variable.
Yeah, I know that a colleague of mine, like in South Carolina, I think it was, they said, we've got freezers full of meat waiting for these results to come back because it took so long to get these CWD results. Another comment is, my understanding is, and I don't have the access to information that you do, that they have found that there are some incinerators now that can get temperatures high enough to wipe out the CWD. And in some places, there are some departments that have new incinerators that they put the carcasses into. Is that, I don't know anything about expense or logistics or anything like that, but is what I'm saying accurate? And have you looked into this at all?
We've talked about that stuff, and we don't think that we have a need for it in particular right now.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just also program a lot of we've lost some meat processors because of bone disposal or carcass disposal being an issue for them. And so that's kind of what led into that. So.
Yeah, that's a good point there. There are some real limits to our authority on a lot of different things. So, for example, there were meat processing plants that would not take deer that had been CWD tested. There are, there are limits to what we do. And in fact, the captive cervid industry is not underneath our, our oversight at all. And so any changes to that industry is not going to be coming from us. It has to come through Department of Ag and the legislature. And so there are several potential ways that things spread long distances, and wild deer and hunters are not the only one. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Mr. Secretary, I think or any further public comments before we close?
I have a short comment on that last thing. So, as was pointed out, that captive elk and deer were transferred over to the Department of Ag, and I was around when they did that intentionally because we decided to do away with captive deer because they had CWD. And we tried to do away with them. Instead of doing away with them, they said, well, these are livestock. They're not wild deer, so we're transferring over. However, on that hand, the reason we have a secretary, cabinet level secretary, and all you commissioners that are appointed by the governor and the legislature is so that on these huge issues, you can go talk to the governor, to talk to the Department of Ag, and try to get some of these things done, reason with them and try to get some things done. It is not out of your hands. Back when we were the Fish and Game Commission, when it was just people like you that were in charge, Yeah, you couldn't do anything. You can't do anything. But our secretary can, and our commissioners can. They're the ones that are gonna have to pick up the ball and do it.
We have further public comments before we turn it over to the secretary.
Mr. Chair, we do have one online one. He's been
Very
waiting
good.
patiently.
You could,
Sean, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. You guys hear me?
Yes, we
yes,
can.
sir. Hey, Sean.
Okay, I appreciate it. I actually had a little bit of information to share with you today as well. I'm going to try to keep it as short as I can, given the time that we are on the agenda today. Chairman Dameron, thank you so much for letting me appear before you today. And for the commission, I want you to know how nice it is to be able to appear by Zoom. I want to say I'd like to be there in person today, but I'm actually in North Dakota with my dogs and a shotgun chasing birds. So I'm really pretty happy I can appear remotely. So thanks to the nice people of Hazen, North Dakota for letting me take a little corner here and some Wi-Fi. My name is Sean Miller. I think I've met most of you. I met the rest of you, I believe, the new members in Independence last time. And for the commissioners that have been on for a while, you know, I've come and spoken a couple of times in opposition to the trail camera ban on public lands that was passed last year. I'm actually not going to talk about that today, although I will have a little request at the end of these comments. But what I am wanting to talk about today is the last meeting of the previous commission in Hayes on June 20th. I came and talked a little bit about public notice. And I know that Secretary Kennedy has talked to a couple of folks about better, I guess, improvements or more efficient regulatory procedures for the agency. I am very much in support of that. I think it's a great idea. And I wanted to do my part, quite frankly, to see how I think we can shorten that up or what we can do. So at the June 20th meeting in Hayes, those of you that were there will remember I talked about, and I am going to use the trail camera regulation KR 115.825 as my explanation point, because quite frankly, it's the one that I have the most experience with. But I recounted that I didn't think that there had been great public notice, and I thought that we could improve that. At that time, a member of staff said, and I quote, as a historical reminder, we ran through these regulations through the process for 14 months. We felt it was going to be a hot topic issue, and we tried to go above and beyond in getting the word out. We put it out on all of our social media, the web page, and actually printed it in the hunting regulations, hoping we would get more input, and we didn't. I had a 3-hour drive home from Hayes that day to kind of chew on that and think about it. And quite frankly, I felt a little embarrassed. I thought I probably really missed the boat. So what I've done since that time is I've gone back and I've watched the videos of the KDWP commissions from all of 2022 and 23. I've read the agendas, the minutes, and the briefing books for the last 3 years of commission meetings, and I watched a significant portion of those videos. After doing this, quite frankly, I'm more convinced than ever that we need better public notice, that certain divisions within a department can do a much better job in communicating with the public, particularly during the workshop sessions portion of the agenda. So I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can here. But based on my experience with KAR 115.825, I look back and it appears that that agenda item was discussed before the commission in January, March, April, June, August, and September of 2022 commission meetings. When I looked at the social media, the press releases, the public agenda, and the briefing books for 2022, here's what I found. In January, there's a generic public lands line on the agenda with no additional detail. There was no mention of trail cameras in the briefing book. It was referenced that there was a new briefing book sent out to the commissioners with this agenda item, but it was not made available to the public and is not online today. March 2022, again, a generic public lands regulation line in the workshop agenda, no additional detail about what that means. The briefing book this time does contain a page that has a heading that says public lands regulations, but other than that, the entire 8.5 by 11 page is completely blank. There's no mention of trail cameras in the briefing book. April 2022, the same generic public lands regulation, no additional detail. The briefing book contains no reference to the trail cameras. Mr. Schrag presented at that meeting and did note that some regulations were accidentally omitted from the briefing book. I'm assuming that this apparently included the trail camera regulation. June 2022, generic public lands regulations, no line on the workshop agenda with additional detail. There is, however, for the first time in the briefing book on page 69 of 81, a notice about KAR 115.825 and a statement that it would be a ban of trail cameras on public lands. So we're now in our fourth meeting. And in fact, at this point, Chairman Lauber, who was chairman of the commission at that point, said we are workshopping these regulations to death. But please note that at this point, there has been no agenda notice to the public at all on this regulation. August 2022, a repeat of June, same generic public lands agenda line. The reg appears on page 56 of 79 of the briefing book. September 2022, for the very first time, KAR 115-825, quote, trail cameras and other devices, unquote, appears on the agenda item C number 9. It's also on page 53 of the briefing book. As you might expect, with the item finally appearing on the public agenda for the first time, at this point, the commission received their first and only public comment on this regulation during the entire workshopping process. It is worth noting that the KDWP press release associated with the commission meeting seems to be based off the agenda. So this is also the first time that any press release contained a reference to the regulation of trail cameras. In November and January of 22-23, the regulation appeared under the previously discussed regulation section, but there was no further discussion at the meetings themselves. As Mr. Schock stated in June, KDWP did publish a notice about the size of a business card on page 47 of the Fall Hunting and Fur Harvesting Regulatory Summary Book in 2022. It lists 4 potential regs and states that the regulations could go into effect prior to the end of the 22 season, so you would need to check the website. It actually directs you to the website where, to this point, there has been no mention at all of the regulation. There was, and I mentioned this in June, used to be a pending regulations link under the laws and regulations subtab. That was a broken page for about the last 2 years. And when I pointed it out to KDWP staff in early 2023, sometime shortly thereafter, it was removed from the website. February 27th of 23, KDWP published a Facebook post that the commission would be voting on multiple regulations, including the trail camera ban. This is the first and only post on Facebook that related to the trail camera regulation until 5 months, after the adoption of the reg, it was actually published that the commission had passed it. There were no posts on the KDWP Instagram account or the YouTube account related to trail cameras at any point. March 9th, 2023, in addition to the February 27th Facebook post, the agenda contains the 4 regulations to be voted on by the commission, including the trail camera ban. 2 opponents spoke against the regulation, and the commission, after a number of questions, and might I point out, the only questions asked by the commission during the entire process, adopted the reg 7-0. Now, in fairness to the department, I do want to point out that in September 22, when this was public and made notice, just as the reg appeared on the public agenda for the first time, I had a really bad accident. I had a tree stand accident that fell 25 feet. It put me in the ICU, and I was confined to a hospital bed for another 6 weeks. So because of this, I missed the September and November commission agendas, as well as the publication and the regulation summary, and that is on me. That's my fault and not the department's. It wasn't until January that I learned of the regulation and began to interact with the department to express my opposition. I would ask, and this is not a question for today, but I would ask exactly how the commission agenda is compiled and published. For example, if you look at today's workshop agenda, you'll see a level of various levels of details of the proposed regs. Item 3, fall turkey and spring turkey regulations tell us pretty specific and clear story about what's being considered. On the other hand, item 8, 115-826 reads, quote, new public lands regulation, unquote. That provides virtually no detail and can contain dozens, if not hundreds of items, from camping to trail cameras to alcohol consumption on public land. And I would ask, honestly, if the public, just a random member of the public, were to read that agenda, would they understand that a new public lands regulation actually is a fairly significant change to non-resident waterfowl hunting, that it changes the dates that you can and cannot hunt? Why did we not instead be more specific there and say exactly what that regulation does? Otherwise, your Jane Hunter is going to have to get to page 61 of the briefing book to find out what that's really about. So I am wrapping up here. To go back to the June commission meeting, Mr. Schrock stated, we felt it was going to be a hot topic issue, and we tried to go above and beyond in getting the word out. We put it on all of our social media, the web page, and actually printed it in the hunting regulations, hoping we would get more input, and we didn't. Knowing now that this commission actively discussed this trail camera reg at 7 meetings, and it appeared on the public agenda only in the final 2, not appearing in the first 5, and that there was one social media post on Facebook 1 week before the reg was to be considered by the commission, I would ask you if that is truly going above and beyond. I think we can do a better job of providing notice to the public. You can never make everybody go and read the agendas. And even when we publish things, people are not going to show up. But I believe we can do a better job of actually providing effective public notice. And by doing so, I think we could really shorten the commission's regulatory process, because people will find out about the items being considered by the commission and the department much earlier in the process. I would be happy to work with the department, other constituents or interested groups to help develop public notice options if that's something the department or the commission are interested in pursuing. I did say earlier that I had one additional request, and I'll try to keep this very brief. I have now on 3 different occasions requested that the public trail camera item be placed back on the commission for further discussion. The commission has agreed 3 times to do this. Now, back in June, when I reiterated this one more time, Mr. Schrag noted that he would like to take a 2-year timetable to get an idea of how this reg is moving along before that's done. And I would ask you to reject that. A 2-year evaluation period to determine the effectiveness of a regulation that is based on virtually no public notice or data seems to me to be a very poor policy choice. So with all due respect, it appears to me that the department, or at least the division, has no intention of addressing this issue anytime in the future. So I would ask the commission to direct the department for a 4th time to add this to a commission agenda at the next meeting so we can begin to have a robust discussion on the merits of this regulation. Thank you so much. I know you're running late today, and I appreciate you allowing me to take a little bit of time to visit with you. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments and the spirit they're given. You've done a lot of work. You're very passionate about this. And hard to believe you took time out of the field with your dogs to actually do this. So it tells us how serious you are about it. Is there comments or questions from the commissioners, or any of the staff have any comments they wish to make on Sean while he's here? I see none from the commissioners. Anything from staff to comment at this point in time?
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Sean. Happy hunting.
Thank you.
Any further public comments? We have another bite at the apple at the end of the agenda. So if you think about something between now and 9:30 tonight, we'll get you back up here. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Very invigorating discussions this morning. I don't think we should assume that the governor doesn't know about chronic wasting disease. It was one of the first discussions I had with the governor. I don't think we should assume that our staff aren't working vigorously to figure out a holistic plan for chronic wasting disease. 3 months ago, we were in discussions with, I was in discussions with our wildlife director and our deer biologist to begin thinking about how do we create a holistic plan for dealing with chronic wasting disease. So more to come. But I think everybody, just being honest, everybody's kind of treading lightly, because even before I got here, there were attempts to talk about chronic wasting disease. And when the discussions began to turn on what tactics would be utilized to control it, the tactics were not widely accepted. A lot of people received a lot of intense scrutiny, and the conversation turned, rather than it being about the disease and how to control the disease, it turned into one about whether, it turned into more about our philosophical differences in regards to baiting. just being honest. So you asked, what am I doing? My intent is to continue to work with our staff, create a holistic plan, then begin to inform our commissioners, the governor, the legislature about what our biologists are advising. We give them an opportunity to look at those strategies. I think it's upon them to decide which of those strategies are politically palatable. And then we take that information, we take that advice, we come up with a plan, and we move forward from there. I trust the opinion of my biologists. I think they've done an excellent job monitoring the disease across the state. They can tell you where it is. They can tell you where it's spreading. The hard part comes when we go to talking about strategies for slowing it down, because those strategies typically cause a lot of controversy, no matter what state you're in. So that's, you asked what do I plan to do? You very pointedly asked me that, and I did not want to leave this room without letting everybody in the room know what I think of the situation and how we plan to move forward as an agency. I hope that satisfies your request. I appreciate the passionate discussion, and I look forward to more of those in the future, especially as it pertains to this topic. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move forward and give the fiscal report for our agency.
Yes, sir.
The Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks Fee Fund financials typically include revenues generated from various fees, such as hunting and fishing license, park interest fees, boating registration fees, and other recreational permits. Within our Wildlife Fee Fund, as of September 30th, our cash balance is $23.2 million. Within our Park Fee Fund, as far as September 30th, our cash balance is $9.2 million. Within our boat fee fund, as of September 30th, our cash balance is $2.8 million. And our cabin revenue fund, as of September 30th, is $1.8 million. Any questions about our fund balance?
No, none apparent, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
I've talked to Martin DeBoer, our legislative contact liaison. He said he does not have a report today. Deputy Secretary.
Mr. Chair, if I could use his time slot for something that came up, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So unbeknownst to me that Tony DeRosa was going to come today, I wanted to take this opportunity to let him come up here and say a few words. Many of you have heard of the old verbiage, Kansas Farmers and Hunters Feeding the Hungry. It's been around for a long time. The agency's been heavily involved with that program. It's morphed into Hunters Feeding the Hungry. Hunters can contribute to that annually for those donated animals to go to various lockers. And then Tony's responsible for distributing a lot of that meat to various food banks and soup kitchens and things. The agency does contribute funding for that. We also annually have our elk cull at Maxwell Wildlife Refuge. And so Tony's involved with that. We donate meat for that. And so I'd like Tony just to take a few minutes to talk about where the program's at, how things are going, some challenges, and how the agency and Hunters Feeding the Hungry work together. But Tony, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Like you said, Tony DeRosa, Kansas Hunters Feeding the Hungry. I wasn't anticipating stepping up here to talk, and Stuart covered a good chunk of it. I founded the program in 2001. We were part of a national program. They required some of our funding go to them. I didn't think that was the best option for us. So that's when we converted to our current organization. from the start, we've worked very closely with the wildlife department. Hunters can donate funds when they buy their individual licenses. That money comes to us. Everything that we do when it comes to deer donation, we are in contact with individuals, practically every person in here. We currently have 25 or 30 meat processors that we're working with, and we will probably bring in the ballpark of 600 or 700 or 800 deer this year. You know, you never know how deer harvests are going to go, full moon or snow, or, you know, all these things affect it. Those numbers will feed close to 200,000 meals to hungry Kansans across the state. I guess I could back up a little bit. And so the way our program works is I administer a relationship with, let's say, 26 meat processors. Hunters go out, they harvest their deer, they drop it at one of these meat processors, and then we distribute it locally within those communities. There's usually 3 to 6 food pantries in that area that meat ground into 2-pound packages of burger. For many years, we've been working with the department with the elk herd at Maxwell. A new development this year is that we took those elk because it's a very managed population. And so we're not as worried about disease and things like that, and they're tested regardless. But we process them into snack sticks to distribute to after-school programs for children in need. So we sent some of those out west. Oh, I can't even think of which school district it was. And then the other half came here to Bonner Springs, but apparently they were a huge hit. We had them processed out at Kriebels and McPherson. Nationally, they struggle with some logistics, but Kriebels was able to do that. Some of the other states, Arkansas ships all theirs to Missouri, but I was confident that we could find somebody here to do it. But so we had, I think, 12 elk processed into snack sticks and distributed to kids at school. And so that's a new development for this year. Most of the time when I come in and speak in here, I'm usually talking about budget, but today we're talking about snack sticks and all the good things that we're doing. And as I said, since 2001, so 23 years of running this program and feeding lots of people. So I suppose I can take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Tony. Commissioner Carpenter told me he was on the commission when your program was created.
I was.
Thank you for what you do. Yes,
Chairman, I have a question back to the legislative update or a comment.
come on up. I'm gonna put Martin on the spot.
I am, and I apologize. I feel a little bad. My name's Lauren Sill. I'm a constituent from Hutchinson. In the past several years, I believe that we have tried to let the public know what legislative initiatives might be in line to be discussed in the upcoming session. That allows constituents to talk to representatives and senators in their area. We have elections coming up. This was an opportunity to educate the public about a legislative initiative so that they could ask candidates about how do you stand on this issue? And when we don't provide the public with a list of concerns that the agency is going to have for the legislature, then how are constituents supposed to engage with their representatives and senators? I hate to hammer on public education when you've already gotten it. But it is an area where we need to have our ducks in a row so the constituents who want to act on behalf of the agency can. And so it is frustrating to not have that going into this when this is probably the last meeting before those elections. So I think that, I'm just concerned that we don't have that input available for constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin?
Yes, thank you, Lauren, for that. We, on our legislative agenda going into this session with the secretary being so new and everything, we're still in discussions on exactly what those specific issues are that we do want to bring up in front of the legislature. So therefore, on the legislative update, I don't have anything to report on that at this time.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you speak of concerns, I know one that comes immediately to my mind, and one we've talked about this morning, is the amount of time that it takes to move our regulations through the legislature is one main area that makes me pause and gives us great concern. Other than that, Martin and I have been and staff have been in a lot of conversations and just how do we engage the legislature? How do we engage the public? I think it's a majority consensus within the agency that many members of the legislature aren't fully aware of the functions of the agency or how many different ways that we touch our citizens. And so, we've been working hard to plan more informational campaigns for those in the legislature and many individuals within the public. And so those are two main areas that are a high priority for us at this time.
Thank you. Item C, when we were in Independence, Commissioner Mark raised the issue of coyote night vision and predator control, and I see that's on our agenda today. So I believe Matt Peak will discuss that matter, and I'm sure Commissioner Mark will have some comments as well.
Something to it. It's over there. I hope it's okay. Freeze. Like that, make it out. Just a second, let me get it shared first. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Matt Peak, a wildlife research biologist out of the Emporia office, and I oversee several different programs, but the Fur Bearer program is the reason why I'm here giving this talk, and I probably primarily consider myself as a fur bearer biologist first and foremost, but I'm going to be giving a review of predator control and also night vision coyote hunting. And so I'm going to start out with predator control. Of course, the idea of predator control that if you want more of your prey species, you can kill the animals that eat them and you'll get more of the prey for yourself potentially is an old idea that goes back a long ways. But the main thing I want to say is that it is a subject that's been heavily researched, and that the public interest in this topic ebbs and flows along with whatever the population of whatever game species you're talking about. When the population is doing well, there's really no talk of predator control, but whenever they go in the tank, then predator control becomes a hot topic again. And so the thing you always hear nowadays is we have way too many predators because nobody traps anymore. I mean, that's kind of the overriding statement that you hear from the public nowadays relating to turkeys and pheasants and stuff. And I want to kind of break down several different components of this statement. The first part of it is there's too many predators. And so there's an implication there that the predator numbers themselves have increased substantially over time. The other one is that nobody traps anymore. And so it's implied there that the harvest of these species has declined. And then the third key component here is that it is because nobody traps anymore that we have too many predators. And so I want to kind of break this statement down, starting with a look at fur bearer population trends. And on the left, this is data that we've collected as part of our annual roadside fur bearer survey. And this is a long-term survey that we've conducted for over 40 years. And the basis of it is that during a several month period in the summer and early fall, department employees keep track of all the fur bearers they see during their routine activities, with the idea being that the more of a given species you have, the more of them you will see either dead on the road or live alongside the road. And so that's the basis for this data. There can be fluctuations in its accuracy in any one year, probably, but the fact that the data has been collected in the same manner over decades gives it a lot of power in our mind. But to the question at hand is whether fur bearer populations have increased. And we're dealing with a little bit of a small screen here today, but on the left is raccoon, possum, and skunk. And my pointer is not going to work on that screen, is it? Anyway, so on the left is raccoon, possum, and skunk. And you can see that the possum and skunk have not increased. And in fact, they've actually decreased a little bit over time, whereas the raccoon has increased pretty steadily. And raccoon data goes back to 1980. The other two species go back to 1986. So raccoon has increased over time. And then when we look at a variety of other species that occur at a lower index, which is the specific index that's being reported here is number of observations per 1,000 miles driven by our employees. And so that's actually what's being reported. This is not a population estimate. We don't have necessarily an estimate in the number of these animals. They're out there, but the coyote populations have generally increased. They seem to have taken a big nosedive last year, as did raccoon. But again, there is probably some annual fluctuation in these surveys. We just completed the 2024 survey at the end of September, basically. And so we'll have that data analyzed hopefully within a month. We'll have the 2024 data out. But the main point I want to make here is that the only fur bearer species that we have data on that have really increased substantially are raccoon and coyote. I should say bobcat have too, but their index is so low with this survey that it's hardly detectable. But it's really those two species that get the bulk of the attention. When it comes to fur bearer harvest, we had good pelt markets for raccoon until 2013. And so I can't point it out, but raccoon is the blue line there, and you can see it takes that big drop. And so raccoon harvest declined from an average of about 90,000 a year between 2000 and 2012 or 2013, then it dropped down to about 40,000 over the next 5 or 6 years. And it has come back now the last couple of years up close to an estimate of like 70,000, but it had been low for a number of years. And then possum and skunk also declined, but at lower levels. Opossum from 40 to 20,000, and then skunk is a species that's not as common out there on the landscape. Coyote is a different story. We had an average coyote harvest of about 94,000 for a number of years, and then their harvest level did increase about the time raccoon dropped off, and the reasons for that are probably twofold. First, there was a good market that developed for coyote pelts, and so they were the valuable species once raccoon dropped off for a number of years. They were when the Canada Goose coats were really popular, which were made out of coyote, had a coyote skin ruff around the hood. But then since then, the addition of night hunting has probably contributed to an increased harvest total. So how much harvest would it take to impact the population? And this is the part where we're sort of looking at the because. Did these populations increase because harvest declined? And so we can go through a little bit of a modeling exercise here. Kansas has a little over 82,000 square miles. If we look at the literature on raccoon densities, and we assume that there's a density across the Kansas landscape of 10 raccoons per square mile, we might estimate that there are 820,000 raccoons in the state. It's hard to know exactly what harvest level it would take to bring to cause the population to actually decline. And so by that, I mean, when the next year's harvest survey comes around, you killed enough the year before that there are actually fewer raccoons. For some species like river otters and bobcats, that number might be 25%. For other species like urban deer, it's 40%. And for coyotes, it's been estimated to be as high as 70%. But for this raccoon is a highly reproductive species, a high reproductive output. And so for raccoon, it's probably on the higher side. But for the purpose of this exercise, let's be very conservative and say that if we could remove 40% of the raccoons from the population, that we would impact the population. 40% of that 820,000 is 328,000. And so then when you compare that to our recent harvest, our harvest lows were around 40,000 and our harvest highs were around 120,000. Our harvest levels, even during those good years, are nowhere near what it would take to affect the population beyond the very next reproductive season. And so this is why when you look at both raccoon and coyote, our population index, which is shown to the right there for raccoon, when you look at those species that increased, they continue to increase regardless of pelt values and harvest levels. And by the same token, when you look at possum and skunk, the pink line and the yellow line, those species did not increase. If you look on the right side of that figure, those species didn't increase when the harvest declined for either one of them. So I pointed out the harvest decline. There is no response in our population surveys indicating that harvest is driving those populations at all. And so that's really the key point here, is that legal harvest doesn't necessarily determine the population levels for these species. And this has been supported by a variety of different research on predator control. And I'm going to point out the key component here is this is landscape scale or large scale predator removal efforts are not reflected in large scale bird population increases. This has been done a variety of ways. People have looked at fur bearer pelt values compared to game populations and stuff like that, as well as direct research. But that is the case with large scale stuff. And one of the large scale efforts, or one of the many, I might say, is bounties. And so let's talk about bounties for a minute. These go way back, but if we use my example of 820,000 raccoons in the state, you need to remove 328,000 to achieve a 40% estimate or 40% harvest, which again is conservative. And we're currently setting, let's say we had good pelt values again, and we're harvesting around 120,000. You could have some type of a bounty where let's say you came up with $500,000. That would help you remove an additional 50,000 raccoons, but that still doesn't get you anywhere near. So the problems with that are it doesn't get you near the harvest level that you need to really affect this population. It also is addressing one species when there are ultimately multiple species that prey on our upland birds, turkeys, whatever species you want to talk about. There are multiple predator species that prey on them. And then secondly, whatever funding you put into a bounty type program is an annual thing. So you may, in the best case scenario, if you did get some type of benefit, then you have to repeat the process and put that same amount into the program in order to maintain any type of benefit. And then there are also social issues with bounties that have cropped up, most notably fraud. And this goes back a long time, but along to the bounties of old, but people bringing in animals from outside of the bounty area, people picking up animals that are killed on the road and stuff like that and using them for bounties. So that has been a constant issue with this method. And ultimately bounties have been ineffective at increasing prey populations, which is the ultimate objective. Now, that's not to say that there are not benefits to bounties, because it is likely that there are some. One of them is trapper recruitment. And so if your goal is to recruit new trappers, having a bounty is a great way to get people out there. It can also, the discussion around such a thing can also increase public support for trapping, because it directly makes the public aware that fur bearer management is necessary, and that trapping or fur bearer harvest is the way in which fur bearers are controlled. And so the public can make the public more supportive of trapping, because they can see a value in it. And then trappers would appreciate it, that's for sure. If you subsidize them, say $10 a tail or whatever, they would appreciate it as well. So I'm not saying that there aren't benefits to the programs that exist, but they typically don't pan out in terms of increasing prey populations. And a lot of times the South Dakota bounty program is one that has been brought up, there is no documented impact on the pheasant populations as a result of the South Dakota program. So they're doing it, and they're putting, I think, $500,000 a year towards the tails. And that's not counting the total funds to implement the program, because their employees spend a lot of time, meeting with the public and collecting tails and stuff like that. And so there are expenses to running the program too. But the benefits have not been reflected in pheasant populations. And that program is also political. It came from a political source rather than a biological source. It didn't come from their department or their biologists. And I did want to point out that there is concerns about a level of fraud going on there, of people picking up roadkills and also potentially bringing in animals from out of state. And then there's also opposition to the program. Not all of the public likes out of season fur harvest. And I'm not saying this should always be the determining factor as to what is allowed, but I do want to make mention that there are people who are concerned about the orphaning of young, because you're talking about harvesting these species during the summer months and the times when they have young, and then also wanton waste. So there's pretty good public acceptance for wildlife use when it's being taken for a specific reason. But when none of the animal is being used, that's much less palatable to the public. And then one of the concerns I hear from fur harvesters is that the fur harvesters during the legal harvest season have typically been the mechanism of dealing with fur bearer damage issues. So if you've got a beaver problem, we encourage you to contact a trapper in season. The trapper has bought a license, which contributes to conservation funding, and then they are able to go out there and help the individual out in exchange for the pelt of the animal. And so that is consistent, I think, with the North American model. A shift towards a damage removal program is I guess something our traditional users consider. I think it's considered somewhat threatening. So that's kind of a discussion of large scale stuff. If we talk about small scale things, small scale predator removal can be successful. And so there are cases, research that's been done that have shown where people did make an impact. Of course, the Delta waterfowl studies are probably the most widely known ones. Those are fairly specific to the prairie pothole region, and those habitats are unique and not particularly applicable to upland game in Kansas, because it is an island of nesting habitat that they can address. In a lot of cases, they can address a specific area, and that's usually not the case when we're talking about quail or turkeys or something. But I do want to say that there has been small scale efforts that have resulted in an increase in prey populations. However, one of the quotes from this one of these papers I've shown here is notable. It says, "Our results suggest that predator control is likely to achieve short-term conservation benefits, seriously can things that are worth a benefit. But the other thing is if it's well designed and rigorously conducted. There are several different components of a predator control effort that are necessary for it to be effective. And I think the key is in a lot of cases, they probably are not going to be effective. But the first thing that you have to be successful is you have to have decent habitat in place. You can't remove predators from an area without good habitat and be successful at impacting prey populations. Another component is it has to be conducted during the key period of recruitment and continue throughout the nesting season. And so the figure there is pretty small, but it shows the months of April, May, June, and July. And then below that is the turkey, pheasant, and quail nesting seasons. And so if you're trying to affect those seasons for any of those species, you're basically looking at a 3-month commitment to removal. And occasional removal of individuals is not going to have any impact. So the guy who sees a raccoon and shoots a raccoon isn't doing any good. It has to be a concerted, persistent effort to keep the population of that species significantly reduced on the area in question. And then again, it has to be annual. Regarding these small scale efforts, we did establish the year-round raccoon and possum season, I think based on public interest in the ability to be able to control these species during that time period. And so while I think our position would be that they're usually not, a lot of these efforts are not going to be effective. If some people really want to make a concerted effort, in some cases, it's possible that they could be. So we're acknowledging that with the season extension. But we also want to say that these, and I've kind of said this already a little bit, but the results are often uncertain. And so this can be due to inadequate habitat, insufficient effort. So people aren't removing enough animals for a long enough period of time. It can be in at scale that they're not working on a big enough area. You can't do this on 20 acres and think you're going to make a difference because predatory species are moving in too quick. But and then even in cases that have been scientifically designed and well ran, have still failed in probably most instances because of compensatory loss to other species. And so there are a lot of other things besides fur bearers that eat upland birds. You can think about raptors, rodents, snakes, things like that are either impossible or at least illegal to control or very difficult to control. You might be talking about rodents and stuff like that. It's not, this is not something people are really capable of doing in most cases. And then ultimately weather is the driving factor. And so in some of these cases, you can do everything right, and the weather comes in and you get no benefit off the money you spent in that year. And so that's why the department's focus has primarily been on habitat management, okay? So we're not saying that there's not some potential with predator removal at times, but most of the effort and our efforts are focused on habitat management. So we think this is much more cost efficient. If you take that $500,000 you could have spent on a bounty program and spend it on habitat, you can affect thousands of acres of habitat. The habitat it's not a one-year program. When you think about, or it's not a one-year benefit, I should say. When you talk about native grass establishment, tree removal, burning, in some cases, edge feathering and setting back succession in a lot of areas, you get multi-year benefit out of these. And so this is not just the department's perspective, but if you look at all the NGOs like Wild Turkey Federation and the quail and pheasant organizations, they're focused on habitat. Pheasants Forever is a habitat. Their efforts are habitat based, and these are the reasons why. And so I want to conclude by saying that we will be monitoring the harvest levels that have taken place in the year-round season, and we'll try to get some understanding of how this is being used by our constituents. We also have an ongoing turkey project right now. I think it says in that K-State press release that we have spent $1.8 million. We've got at least 12 turkey research sites in the state, or they got a grant for 1.8 million, I should say. But we have multiple study sites in the state. And so the turkey decline's a hot topic nowadays. Hopefully this is going to inform us on some issues here. And if predators are, if predators turn out to be a key thing here anyway, I wanted to mention that. And then I also wanted to say that my talk here is somewhat of an abbreviated version of the part that I gave in the March 2023 commission meeting. And so I'm approaching this primarily as a fur bearer biologist. If you want to hear what our small game biologists or coordinators had to say, they both spoke during that March commission meeting, and that's on the department website. And so you could go back and look at that. And if I could just jump right on into the coyote night vision part now and keep right on going. I'm going to start out with a little bit of history on this one. We had requests for, there was a few people wanting to be able to night hunt for years. People have been going down to Texas primarily and doing it for hogs and coyotes and stuff. And so there had been interest in it for a while. We did formally advance it in November of 2019. It quickly became apparent this was going to be a controversial subject, opposed to it for various reasons. And then there were some pretty passionate people for it as well. So as a result of that, we undertook what I would consider a fairly extensive review process, with a nod to Mr. Miller's comments earlier. But we did extend, we did have this subject on the agenda at an additional meeting. We did have at least one online Facebook type post. We did issue press releases, and we also reached out to the federal public land agencies and other groups and tried to make them and made them aware that we were including the ag groups to make sure that people were aware of it and had a chance to comment on it. So I would say that it underwent an extensive process, and then the commission did ultimately approve it in August of 2020. So we've now had 4 of these night vision seasons under our belt. The provisions of this are that we allow the use of lights, night vision, and thermal imaging equipment. There was some discussion as to which of those light types or which one should be allowed, and we ultimately allowed them all. Most of the pressure or most of the requests related directly to coyote. And so we did make this coyote only. There were a variety of, given the concerns that we had, we decided to go with a 3-month season from January through March. Some key considerations here are that for the general public who is concerned about this is after the primary deer seasons. And for our own law enforcement officers who had a lot of concerns about it, it's after the rut, the major deer seasons, and the time period when they're busiest in the field, so that it gave them, they didn't want to have to be dealing with, calls at night and stuff like that during the middle of the rut when they're already stretched extremely thin. And so we did put limits on it. I would also say, and then we also prohibited it from vehicles. It didn't seem like a good idea to have people trying to drive around with this equipment, and it would be, I guess, pretty tempting for activities to go on from vehicles that at night, relative to trespassing and having permission. And then this was also prohibited on department managed public lands. The basis for that came from our public lands division, and I think it was twofold. One, this is a multi-use area that already has other users out there, and secondly, didn't consider that they coyote harvest and require a permit, and we did that. Anticipation levels are shown in the figure on the right there. That's a little hard to see they dropped off after the first year, but basically it's about 6,000 people buy the permit, and that represents 15 to 20% of our estimated total number of coyote hunters in the state. We also, the second reason we initially had required this permit was so that we conduct a postseason harvest survey, and we would estimate harvest and activity of the night vision hunters, their motivations, and also try to assess some of the concerns that were brought up originally about this activity. And when this was passed, we did it with the agreement or the understanding that we would come back and review this season after 3 years based on the data we had collected. We did this in 2023, and we recommended no change at that time. And then we also discontinued the post-season survey at that time. And with the intent that we would monitor total coyote harvest in the small game harvest survey, which is where we traditionally have estimated our total coyote harvest from. So we weren't that didn't mean we were going to quit keeping track of coyote harvest. It meant that it would be done night vision hunting. The harvest there would be just combined with other harvest techniques and kept track of as part of the small game harvest survey. And then the Department Fur Bearer Committee reviewed this subject again last month, along with other regulations issues that have come up in the past year. And the Fur Bearer Committee, we have these species committees for most species, most of our game species, but this is a group of individuals that are from public lands, private lands, wildlife section, public and private lands, the wildlife section, I'm sorry, and the game wardens as well. And so it includes the major groups of field employees overseeing wildlife issues in the state. And I generally consider or closely related, engaged with fur harvesters. So the considerations we have when we talk about this season are, we know that users would like longer seasons. We know that they would like to hunt more species and that they would like less restricted use pertaining to vehicles. And a lot of times we're getting these requests from constituents. A lot of times they're related to damage, or at least I say damage, complaints about having way too many coyotes, something along those lines. We have always operated under when it comes to with coyotes. And so if you have a coyote eating your calves, it's a handful of it's one family unit or whatever, and you address those individuals. But just broadly killing coyotes across the landscape alone doesn't necessarily preclude one from coyote damage, but it's an individual case by, it's an individual incident in many cases, or the result of a couple of individuals. And so in that regard, when damage problems do occur, there are already exceptions in place for landowners and wildlife control operators to handle these situations. And there are also established control methods that have been used to address damage. And so the night vision hunting is pretty new on the landscape, but we've been solving coyote problems for decades. Coyote damage without this equipment wasn't, we didn't necessarily buy that. In some cases, it's the easiest way, but it's certainly not the only way. And ultimately, we view this as a recreational opportunity more than as a damage, more as a method to address damage. And we also still think that the benefits of this are primarily recreational. Out there in most cases hunting them is because they like to hunt and use this equipment. Another consideration is that this method is extremely effective for 3 years. But again, the figures are small on this screen, but you have lights on the left and the percentage of hunters that were using lights. And you can see they declined pretty substantially each year. And it quickly became apparent that the thermal imaging equipment is by far the most effective of these equipments to use. And so the thermal imaging equipment for the 3 years is on the right side of that top figure. And you can see that the percentage of hunters using thermal imaging equipment, even though it's pretty expensive in a lot of cases, increased substantially. And it is primarily what the hunters are using nowadays. And so with that shift in equipment, there was also a substantial increase in harvest. And so down there at the bottom, the bottom figure, you can see harvest nearly doubled from about 20,000 up to 40,000, up to over 40,000 in that 3-year time period as equipment shifted. And you could see the licensing totals, the license sales were fairly steady there, but the hunters themselves were getting more effective. And so along with this success, we have started getting some complaints from traditional hunters who feel that this activity is affecting their success. Most notably from other predator callers, you hear that they can't call anything in once the night vision season starts because of these hunters calling. And then the other, let's see, there was the other thing you hear is that locally, if it's an area that a night vision hunter is working, they probably can have some local impacts until other coyotes move in. So it is effective, and they probably locally impact numbers in some cases for at least a short period of time. And so that brings up an important point, is that coyotes are an important resource. It seems odd in some cases that on one hand, we've got people saying there's way too many coyotes, we want to do this. On the other hand, some of these guys this is a major recreational activity for a lot of people. I was out pheasant hunting out by Hayes at the end of pheasant season this last year, and I didn't see any other pheasant hunters, but I saw 2 or 3 groups of dog hunters out driving around looking for coyotes. And so in the West, when deer numbers have declined in some areas, pheasant numbers are down, coyote hunting is an important resource for people out there. And there's a lot of people that, while they want to kill some, they do not want to see them, depleted by any means. And so there is some maybe competition between the resource users there. And I've showed the coyote population index, again, has generally continued to increase there. But I did want to point out a key thing. It primarily started increasing of any consequence in about the 90s there, when CRP became established, and we have lost a lot of our CRP in recent years. So it is possible that there could be a habitat related decline in coyote numbers in parts of the West where CRP has probably been beneficial to them. And so we'll keep monitoring that, but we don't typically express a whole lot of concern for coyote populations, and I'm sure they will be fine. But generally, I want to say relative to this issue that is something that we're kind of watching.
Hey, Matt, that chart was a little small. Does that show what we believe to be the current coyote population?
It's not a number, it's an index. And so we don't have a population estimate for coyotes or any of our fur bearers, but this is our best means of tracking population.
If you had to surmise on a population number, would you even be able to do that?
Well, we can do the same thing I did for raccoons there, is look at some density estimates through the literature and look at how many square miles Kansas is. If you want to kind of like kind of a pie in the sky type of thing, we might estimate that there are 5 coyotes per square mile across the state.
Yeah, the only reason I asked that is you said earlier that you would have to kill 40% of a population to achieve a goal. And how would you know what 40% of the population was to achieve a goal if you don't know the population?
Right.
You understand the question?
Yeah. So back to the density thing, like I did for raccoons, we don't know exactly, but if I were going to take a guess at how many coyotes we have, I would say there's 5 per square mile times 800 or the area in Kansas there.
What's that math? Because then my next question is going to be, what percentage of that do you think we're harvesting?
410,000 would be the estimate approximately. And our harvest is 100, 150. It's varied, but we might say 150 on the harvest.
So you think 400 total thousand,
Yeah,
and then we're harvesting 150.
150.
So we'd have to increase that by how many more? Help me with the math.
Well,
Calculate.
again, that 40%. So there's a whole lot of wiggle room in all these things. For coyote, what has been is maybe this study's been misused at times. It's constantly been cited by people to oppose the harvest of coyotes, but some people have interpreted an old study that took place as requiring a 70% removal from them. And there was a lot of things going on there, but one of them with coyotes in the West is that if you decrease the population, they have a higher reproductive rate and they might start having a dozen pups when you provide them a lot more resources. I don't think that would apply to Kansas because I don't think our animals are necessarily, it's hard to figure out what resource it is that limits them. And so those types of increases in reproduction are the basis for them is that by reducing the population, you have more food resources for the remainder or denning resources or whatever, and therefore their reproductive rates increase. I'm not sure that would necessarily happen in Kansas.
Yeah, but just another point I wanted to make before I let you move on here is if you were talking about 40% and that'd be roughly 120 or 125,000 coyotes. So we're really not that far away from being able to implement something that may actually impact their population using your own logic.
Possibly.
Okay. I have some more questions.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to get my hands around
those are all fair points.
Yeah.
So, okay. So the biggest issue I think that has come from our review of this activity is law enforcement concerns. And our law enforcement quickly pointed out that this is the most difficult group of hunters for them to contact in the field. So these guys are out there at night. They're not using, in most cases, visible light. In many cases, they're capable of driving onto properties and you don't know they're there. If you're sitting on top of a hill somewhere, you might hear a shot, but you really have no idea where it came from and stuff like that. So they're very difficult to contact. And we have had significant concerns arise about the misuse of this equipment, particularly related to the illegal take of other species, hunting from vehicles, and trespass. And we're getting a lot of reports of these types of activities from a lot of different angles, I might say. The current season dates are established to try and address this, as I mentioned earlier, but they're not entirely effective at it. So this is our single biggest concern about this activity right now. And so to wrap this up, we do have concerns about it, and for that reason, there was no support. Nobody who's within the Fur Bearer Committee wants to see an expansion or supports an expansion of this activity as it is right now. But I would say that despite our concerns that we currently have, we don't have any plans to restrict it either. And so our preference is to leave it as it is. And we do recognize that for the people that are using it, it is, they're serious about it. It is an important recreational activity for them, and they certainly enjoy going out and doing it, and it is effective. And so we can see the recreational value in it. But right now, that as far as expansion, that doesn't outweigh our concerns about the law enforcement issues that have arisen. And so with that, I would take any questions.
Matt, I have a question. So on the coon, the year-round coon hunting, so that's in the daylight, not at night? For the most part, it's the legal methods that occur during the general season. There are limits to the traps that can be used. It is hunting and trapping. It does not include night vision equipment. So you could be out there with your hound and you can shine a light up in the tree to locate the treed coon and shoot it out, or possum or whatever, but you can't use thermal imaging equipment
to shoot them.
Correct. So it'd be, hunting them would be in the daytime, except for with coonhounds or something like that.
Yeah, or.
And
full
you-
moon. I mean, people are effectively calling them in a variety of different ways. It just doesn't include the light enhancing equipment that are legal for coyotes. So it's all the legal methods that take place during the regular season.
Okay. And so with that, they also need fur bearer licenses.
Yes.
And so have you seen, because of that, have you seen an increase in people purchasing fur bearers licenses?
I haven't checked the licenses this year. Of course, that just went into effect in March or April, maybe. It was this spring it went into effect.
Very good. Thank you.
Matt, a couple of questions. The early part of your presentation, you showed us that the relationship between harvest and population didn't really exist, and yet coyote and raccoon populations are increasing and possum and skunk are decreasing. What would be another explanation for those trends?
Well, sometimes it's related to habitat or denning areas or disease. Sometimes raccoon in certain areas have disease outbreaks, or at least they used to have. I'm not sure they do have distemper outbreaks the way they used to, but there's constantly distemper out there in the population anymore. In the case, most of them that in many cases, probably a lot of them do die due to harvest, but the population or the next year, the reproduction makes up for it. So, and to be clear, if you kill 50,000 coons in January or whenever, those coons are not there for that year to be depredating or whatever. It's just that the other coons fill into the area. And so it's not like you have an area without coons if you harvested them in season.
Yeah. But then for the decrease in population of like possum, what would be an explanation for that other than?
Habitat. I mean, large ag fields and a loss of edge and stuff like that creates less habitat.
So they're more vulnerable to their predators, or what? I mean, how would that affect?
Fewer places to raise, to raise young, fewer food resources. Although, that alone isn't necessarily the reason, but it's a combination of things. If I've got 10,000 acres of habitat, it's going to have potentially more animals on it than 100 acres of habitat, right? Yeah. And so over time, over the course of decades, as our ag fields have gotten bigger, I mean, this is a major reason why quail populations have declined in the east, as we have changes in farming that have increased field size and reduced edge size. The habitat thing affects more species than just the game species we're talking about.
Well, that's what I get you. That's what I guess my question is, because I can understand habitat being an issue with upland birds and, the quail and being, but for a fur bearing animal, I don't understand the relationship that well between habitat and population.
The coyote one and this isn't proven or anything, but as we've lost about half of our CRP and probably a lot of our best CRP or most important CRP was in ag land, because those were the properties that were most likely to get broke out. The remaining CRP, a lot of it is in rangeland in some places where there was already grassland out there. But coyotes probably, those CRP properties were important for raising young and for staying out of sight of people and stuff like that. And so as we've lost a lot of those types of areas, that could be important. We think it's important to deer. We think it's important to prairie chickens. There's no reason why, when coyotes aren't using it as a significant part of their life history as well, that you reduce the amount of habitat that's useful to them. And so we went from, back to my example, if you got 10,000 acres, or it was a lot more than that, but now we just have less habitat out there that's useful to them.
Okay. The other question on the night hunting of coyotes, one of the concerns that I heard and that I had when we talked about it earlier was the dates, which coincide with kind of the peak of calving season, January to March. Are you getting any feedback or concern from ranchers and farmers about those dates, or any problems we're hearing?
Nothing, I mean, there's a few cases here and there where people would like to see it extended for that reason, but it's not, it's not a huge number. A lot of it is people just want more days to be able to hunt. And so
I'm thinking more of the landowner, the farmer and the
Oh.
rancher who don't want people out there during calving season because, that's pretty vulnerable time and you don't want a lot of traffic out there. And
I mean, we hear comments from people who are still opposed to it also.
Yeah.
Some of them are landowners. I didn't talk about deer hunters. I talked to Levi, the deer biologist, the day before yesterday, and he mentioned the fact that he was hearing from deer hunters that were saying that they don't want to see this expanded into the deer, earlier into the deer season and stuff like that. So, I mean, we've heard from all angles of people on this. The hunters themselves are overwhelmingly want more, and we know that. There's other groups of people that don't support that. There are still people who are concerned generally about people out there shooting at night. And so we hear some from them.
one more quick thing, if it's so popular with the hunters, why only $250 for the permit?
The only purpose of the permit is so we could track participation. This was not an attempt to profit. It wasn't,
But does that cover your cost? I mean, why not $5? I'm not saying, get greedy, but is $250 enough?
Right. It doesn't provide us with anything, but and this is my perspective on this is a hunting technique and it falls within the funding that we already have for hunting. I don't know why we would punish one user group, this user group, and make them pay something specific.
So
we don't do that for houndsmen or other individual user groups. And so from a fairness perspective,
There's no additional cost from law enforcement, for example.
well, I mean, they're making an effort to, they are trying to find a way to better oversee this activity. So yeah, they're putting some time and effort into it, but we don't charge them specifically for pheasants. I mean, they spend a lot of time on all these other species too. And so I think that's my perspective on that anyway.
All right.
I can speak to that.
Could you come to the microphone and? Thank you.
So my name is Jason McKinney. I am the big game specialist out of licensing for the Pratt office. So I can speak to the system itself. The permit itself is free. The $2.50 charge is the issuance of the permit through that system. So they get their piece. The $2.50 doesn't come to us, doesn't come to the department. So we're not effectively charging them for that. It's just the processing fee to the company that we have the system through.
Okay.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Mark, one question.
We can all agree that there is a correlation between the number of predators on the landscape versus the number of prey on the landscape.
I don't think so.
Well, then just as an example, when wolves were introduced into Yellowstone, as wolves were unmanaged and the moose population dropped 80%, the elk population dropped almost 70%. I think almost every biologist thought there was a correlation between that. Wisconsin, for example, in the year 2000, they had 248 wolves in the state landscape, and the deer harvest in the year 2000 was, I believe, 618,000. as wolves remain unmanaged in Wisconsin, their population grew at the lowest estimate, 1,200, at the highest, 4,000. And in 2023, Wisconsin deer hunters harvested 280,000 whitetail, which is almost a 50% reduction. And you wouldn't, as a biologist, see any correlation between those two numbers?
Well, maybe I misunderstood the question. There certainly are cases where predators affect prey populations, especially when the prey populations are vulnerable. I mean, there's all types of efforts to remove predators for prey populations. You talk about trapping along the sea to protect nesting sea turtles and least terns and stuff like in other areas. So there are certainly cases. I thought we were, generally talking about.
Well, I was generally just asking, can we just agree? And I
Sure,
think we can,
yes.
that predators impact.
They can, but I wouldn't, your statement there is that predators impact prey that's where I was disagreeing. That's not always accurate. It's possible in some cases, but
if we didn't kill coyotes in Kansas for not a one, would we see increase, a decrease, or no deer turkey population?
you'd probably see a decrease in deer potentially, or a decrease. I mean, but again, the question of whether the harvest itself is limiting the populations and how many years out you want to go, at some point, there are other factors out there, including the coyotes themselves, that are going to limit the coyote population. I think you can't look at this as if you quit killing coyotes for 3 years, they go up and up and up. That's not how.
Well, they won't decrease until they run out of food. And like, I mean, I could give you study after study. I just don't want to get into the minutia of that. But the predator population will only self-regulate when there's no prey or such limited prey. I mean, that's factually, but let's just move on. So what's the downside, I guess, as a biologist, if we find a way to decrease or increase predator harvest? What would be the downside of that as a biologist?
Well, I mean, it depends on, there's a lot of different there's a lot of people that are going to be unhappy about that because they don't like that activity. And so if you're talking about
no, I'm just talking in a vacuum for a second, then we'll talk about the legalities of it. Just from a science standpoint, because earlier in the orientation, we were told that we make our decisions based on the North American model of conservation, which is science-based. So my question is more aimed at the North American model of conservation, which you guys were training us new members on today. From a science standpoint, what would be the downside of increasing predator harvest in Kansas? And I would actually couch that based on your own term that we wouldn't dent the population if we didn't kill up to 40%. So
Yeah.
keeping your prior statement in mind and the fact that we're killing quite less than 40% right now, what would be the downside of increasing harvest up to 40%?
Well, I don't think the science doesn't tell you good or bad. And so if you're talking, you're talking in a language here that I am having a hard time answering, because science doesn't tell you good or bad. Like, we look at science and we can tell you if you do this, then the population might change. But the science doesn't tell you whether that's good or bad. That's a social question. But I think what you're ultimately asking me is, would it be okay, or reduced by some harvest method? That would be okay. I mean, we've shown in our data that those populations have increased. And so, yes, we would tolerate a reduction in the raccoon population.
And if there was even a possibility, if it wouldn't hurt the the harvested population, if there was a possibility that that could help us with our turkey population or our pheasant or quail or our whitetail population, what would be the downside for this commission to talk about ways to do that?
I think that's fair discussion to have. I mean, we just open season year round for coon and possum. And so we're not averse to considering these things. And like I said, we recognize that small scale local efforts have been effective at times.
Yeah, so then my final question to you then would be from a biologist standpoint. You would not recommend seeing how we might harvest more predators up to your 40% or so number that you would, it would not impact anything. You would come back and say, wait a minute, from a biologist standpoint, you guys are going the wrong direction. Fair statement?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
To follow that up, because I think predation is probably a big issue with our bird population. But what I heard you say earlier with coons, we still got compensating nest robbers out there. We got the raptors and we got the snakes, so we can't get rid of all the predator. But it's a discussion what we control, but the habitat issue and the emphasis on that, I think, is a real important issue because it's just obvious. The more vulnerable the nest is to prey, it doesn't take but one nest robber to find that nest in the open. And so we can't eliminate every predator out there. So the habitat issue, I think that they're both important, but I think the habitat issue is something that's a little more difficult for this group maybe to influence or manage, but it's, I think, a bigger deal.
Yeah, I think that's a point I was thinking about earlier as well. There would, in fact, the question I was going to say, there wouldn't be anything wrong, but I think it's better couched that it would be appropriate to address this in a multifaceted way, to not only try to improve the habitat, but also to look into this predator. So a multifaceted approach would probably be most preferred, correct?
Well, we have been talking about ways to increase fur bearer harvest and increase fur harvesting participation within the fur bearer committee. So yes, I mean, those things are, consistent with what the department has been doing.
I, for one, really appreciate the presentation. It was very informative.
Thank you.
It's $40. Further questions from the commission? Matt, thank you for taking this up. I know it was important to Commissioner Mark, and I do appreciate staff responding by the kind of work you put together for us today. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we're going to come back and get after it. So with that, maybe about a quarter till we'll be back. So
It's skipping home.
thank you.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Well.
You ready? Okay, we're ready to restart the program here.
Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to get rid of it.
Whitney, that's the age-old issue of taking a break. Getting everybody correct.
Okay, we are back on the agenda. We are under general discussion items. Because of changes in the makeup of the commission during the 2024 legislative session, the chair is no longer simply designated by the governor, and our commissioners themselves will elect a chair, and that's where we're at now. I would open it up to a discussion from the commission or a motion, unless legal counsel tells me I need to do something different.
Just to be clear, are you opening it up for nominations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would nominate Whitney Dameron for chairman.
I'll second that.
I third it.
Sounds like you got it.
Any further nominations?
I would move that the nominations be closed.
Second.
All in favor of leaving me where I'm at, I guess. Say aye. Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no.
That's what I call a railroad.
That's the quickest thing we've done.
Yeah, right.
Thank you so much. I think we've taken care of that for the time being. And for clarity, is this something that comes up on an annual basis, I believe?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years?
Cheers.
Okay.
Actually, I don't, not to be a stickler, but that was technically just the nomination. I think we have to still do the election.
Oh, okay.
So if we just have to do a move to a vote on the actual election.
Let's move to a vote. Do we want to do a roll call?
No, voice vote, I think is fine.
Okay. All in favor of myself, Whitney Dameron, continuing as chair of the Wildlife and Parks Commission, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There it is. Thank you all. Number 2, KAR 115-25-7 antelope regulations. Matt Peak, back up again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm going to apologize for taking so much of your time today that I happen to have an information item on the same day that is it's kind of customary to give a presentation on program overview for the first time that the regulation is brought in front of the commission. And so with both Pronghorn and Elk here, I have a little bit of an overview on their management, and that at future meetings, I won't be giving a PowerPoint, but anyway, we'll start out with this on Pronghorn. Get this to advance. I'm not sure why that didn't work.
I'll try it.
Okay, good. So yeah, starting out with a little bit of background information. Historically, pronghorn existed all across the western United States, and they existed in Kansas from the tallgrass prairie westward in the state, which is about the western 3/4 of the state. They were very numerous, about as numerous as bison, estimated at 30 to 40 million. But like a lot of other species in the mid to late 1800s, there was a lot of people living off the land, and unregulated harvest took its toll on them. They were nearly extirpated from the state by the 1900s, and the department undertook a series of reintroduction projects. This was starting in the 60s, but back in the old days when those biologists were lucky enough to be getting to move around a lot of different species, pronghorn were one of the early ones. Our first reintroduction took place in Wallace and Sherman County. They're the one in that figure, and that's probably the one part of the state that had pronghorn remaining at the time. But you can see other locations there as well. The most recent reintroductions took place in 1993 in Morton County on the Cimarron National Grasslands, which is the 8 in the southwest corner, and also in the Flint Hills of Kansas, which is the 6. And that is the easternmost population of pronghorn that exist in the country today. Our current range, the line on the farthest left, sort of outlining the western tier of counties and over into Gove County where the 7 is, that's considered the primary range where pronghorn are today. But we really have pronghorn throughout that western, you might say, third of the state, at least occasionally or in certain areas as you get farther east. And then the other place we still have pronghorn is in the Flint Hills, the 6 there. There's maybe 20 or 30 animals left there. There were pronghorn down there in the Barber Comanche County area where the 2 is until recently, when the wildfires down there may have killed quite a few of those. And so if there's any at all down there right now, it's not very many. As far as keeping track of the number of these animals, we primarily use aerial surveys, and in the middle there are the 3 hunting units that are open to pronghorn hunting. And then on the left are 3 survey areas where we conduct surveys. You can see the top one overlaps much of Unit 2, and then the bottom 2 incorporate parts of Unit 17 and Unit 18. And then the figure on the right shows that a close-up of the Unit 2 survey. We're actually flying north-south transects. You put plotters on both sides of the plane, and then you document the location and number of pronghorn you see at each site. We conduct winter counts in January and February. And in those cases, we're looking, they're herded up at that time of year. And so you're mostly trying to find large herds, or maybe not large nowadays, but they're herded up more anyway. And you're trying to get a total count. And then in the summer, although this is a bit of a herd, they're often much more, the herds are much smaller, or even to the point of individual animals or a female with young. And the main thing about this survey is that we are counting we're trying to get a fawn to doe ratio to assess recruitment. And if I had my pointer, I'd point out 3 fawns that are visible kind of right in the middle of the screen. And then there's a doe right above them and a doe right below them. The fawns are kind of in a triangle. You can see they're smaller. So this survey is in July and August, and the fawns are still distinguishable from the does because they're smaller. And then you can also distinguish the bucks. The one in the back is a buck there. And if the screen was bigger, you would be able to see the black antlers and the black facial patch on it. And so what we're looking for is these ratios. On the left, there is our fawn to doe ratio, and this is our best indicator of recruitment. This is a really important figure to us right now. Up until about 2016, the average production was around 60 fawns per 100 does. And then in about I think it was 2017, that number dropped way off. And so the green line there is the one, a combination of all of our routes. But So if you just want to look at one of those lines, the green one is the one to look at. But you can see that the production rates dropped off to about 40 fawns per 100 does for a number of years there. And the result of that was our populations have declined throughout the range in western Kansas. We also keep track of the buck to doe ratio, which is the figure on the right. Our goal is to maintain about 35 bucks per 100 does. So if you consider the boundaries of what you might manage for there, maximum production, you need at least 25 bucks per 100 does, and maximum trophy potential would be about 50 per 100 does. We're trying to manage somewhere in between there. And so when we have a declining population due to production over time, we reduce permits to try to maintain that buck to doe ratio so that the people who are still getting permits still have a reasonable chance to take a relatively mature animal. And so there are 3 units open to hunting. I showed this figure previously comparing to our survey areas, but the firearm and muzzleloader permits are restricted to units, and the archery permits are valid throughout all 3 of the units. Specifically on the firearm and muzzleloader permits, these are limited draw, so hunters have to apply for them, and they're available only to residents. By state law, half of these permits are allocated to landowner tenants and half of them to general residents. Demand for these permits has been really high. And so again, the figure is kind of small, but the number of permits issued was about 1,000 for a long time. So we always used to say that there was 1,000 permits or 1,000 applicants for the permits. But recently, so again, looking at the top figure on the right-hand side, that number of applicants has increased to almost 2,000, or you have almost 2,000 people buying preference points or applying for the permits. So the demand is really high lately, and it typically takes 6 to 8 preference points for a general resident to get a firearms permit and 3 to 4 preference points for a general resident to get a muzzleloader permit. In most cases, landowners can get a permit at least every other year because there are a lot fewer of them applying. And then because of the population issues, we have reduced permit allocations in recent years by about 100 total permits between firearm and muzzleloader. And so in the figure on the bottom there, you can see how it tapers off. The red lines are representing the firearm permits, and underneath that at lower levels are the muzzleloader permits. But we've cut these limited draw permits by about 35%. Archery permits are unlimited, and they are available to both residents and non-residents. And so sometimes, especially since we've had a declining population, we get some flack for issuing these to non-residents, but the non-resident permit sales have been pretty negligible. The average over the past 5 years has been 11 permits. We've averaged 349 total permits. So non-residents have only represented 3% of all the archery permit sales. Archery has changed a lot in recent years in that they have become a significant contributor to harvest. So they've always been unlimited because they were insignificant, but in recent years, a combination of the high number of permit sales where we've been up in the vicinity of 400 total permits, and then the success rates are shown in the bottom figure there. The success rates have increased from, I used to say 10 to 12%. Now it's 15 to 20%. So they've gotten more effective at harvesting as well. There's more of them and they're more effective. And so now they're taking a pretty significant chunk of the total harvest that occurs. As a result, we have attempted to curtail archery harvest in recent years. And this is something that commissioners will probably hear from some of our constituents at times because they don't necessarily like this, but we decreased firearm and muzzleloader permits by 35% due to a population decline. We were looking for a way for archery hunters to give up a little something too. So it was intentional what we did. The first thing we did was that we eliminated their ability to double dip in terms of permit applications. And so they used to be able to apply for a firearm permit or buy a firearm permit, or buy a firearm preference point, and then also buy the archery permit if they were unsuccessful. And we eliminated their ability to do that. They now have to they can buy an archery permit, but they can't apply for the firearm permit or buy a firearm preference point in those years that they do so. And so we did that. We also eliminated the October season. The season used to reopen. I'll come back to that in a minute, but we eliminated the late part of the season. It wasn't important to a lot of people, but it did amount to some additional harvest. As far as hunting's effect on this population, the figure on the left shows the percent of harvest that is composed of bucks, and that is the blue line, and the percent that's composed of does and fawns, and that is the red line. And in most years, less than 10% of the harvest is composed of does and fawns. And so hunting doesn't affect this population. We manipulate the hunting permits to try to maintain back to that buck to doe ratio. We're trying to maintain some level of quality out there for the hunters that do get the permits. But you can see in most years, it's less than 10% of the total harvest. In fact, it's usually less than 10 animals or does and fawns. And the issue here, the question then would be, well, why has production gotten so poor? We've had some habitat issues take place out there that have not been good for pronghorn, most likely. Although we don't have direct data showing it, but some things you could pretty easily speculate on with confidence. But really, this figure on the right is from the drought monitor in May of 2022, and it shows that the entire pronghorn range out there is in drought, including a lot of it is in severe drought and even exceptional drought. And so those years, I was out there that year, and you could see a cow pie from 200 yards across the pasture. There's not a whole lot of good places to hide a fawn out there. And here's the season dates. The season dates are pretty short. There's a 9-day archery season immediately followed on the Monday after the archery season ends, the muzzleloader season opens up, and there's a 4-day muzzleloader only season. And then beginning the first Friday in October, the firearm season begins, and the muzzleloader hunters who had been unsuccessful during the muzzleloader only season can hunt during that time period as well. And so that's the extent of the season. I mentioned we did away with the October archery season. In 2024, in past years, the archery season would have reopened on the 12th and ran through the end of the month, but that's the part of the season we did away with. It accounted for most of the days of the season, but most of the archery hunting took place before the other equipment types could hunt. And before you'd had a lot more animals removed and stuff like that. And so most hunters did not hunt during that October part of the season. And so as far as our recommendations go for this regulation, we're not making any recommendations today. The season dates are now in this regulation in a durable manner, so we don't have to worry about changing them annually. The season will go on. But we may come back if we wish to change permit allocations. We'll come back at a later date. And we usually always try to get the winter surveys in before we make those recommendations. And then it's possible that other recommendations may emerge between now and then. But for this first time period, we don't have anything. There are a bunch of reports on our surveys and on our harvest surveys and population surveys on the department website. If you go to the Antelope page and collect on the research or click on the research and surveys on the right there, You can view the reports and the information we collect from harvest surveys. So I just wanted to give a plug to that. And with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt. We have questions for Matt on the pronghorn. Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you, Matt, for that. A couple of questions on that. Does that archery season include crossbows?
Yes, it does.
No wonder it's a little bit more effective. The other thing is, this is a personal note. So there are antelope in the Flint Hills
Yes.
and roughly
20, we think 20 to 30. They're surprisingly hard to survey, but occasionally somebody will see a herd of them in the winter. And so we have kind of a minimum, we get kind of a minimum count based on one herd every once in a while.
Well, I'm just kind of interested. My wife always sees them and she tells me the mile marker. I drive the turnpike all the time. I never have seen one yet. So, but she always sees one. I'm like.
I've seen a few. I always look, but not that often. So,
And the other thing is, I think I know this, but they don't jump fences, right?
as a rule, they don't. You
Right.
can't expect a population to jump a fence. Occasionally, an individual will. But in the western states, you'll have a whole herd of them stack up and winter kill against a sheep fence or something like that because they won't jump over.
And that's part of the problem with the Flint Hills being fenced too.
I'm not sure that's a problem. I think if they could get out, there's some concern that if they could get out of that area, there's few enough of them that they would dissipate and blink out. But at least they're kind of kept together in that area because they're relatively hemmed in by the turnpike fence and by the Cottonwood River and 77 Highway on the west, and then Old 50 and the Neosho on the north. And so they're kind of stuck in that triangle. It's a small number and has been for a long time. It kind of keeps them together.
Very good. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
How many were introduced there?
It was like a couple hundred total.
Okay. And to that area, just that area that you described? that-
Yes, and that, there was several, there was quite a while, there was 10 years or so between some reintroductions there.
Okay.
Further questions? Thank you, Matt. I think you're up again, aren't you?
Yep.
For elk regulations.
All right, I'm going to do the same thing and give a little bit of an overview. All right, there we go. So yeah, elk were also historically abundant in Kansas. And I point that out because a lot of people think of elk as being a wilderness species or a mountainous species, but they're actually grazers, and they were extremely abundant on the prairies of Kansas, along with the bison and pronghorn back into the 1800s. But like a lot of the other larger species, they were eliminated, or they were significantly reduced, and then ultimately they were extirpated from the state by about 1900. So the department also engaged in some reintroduction efforts with them. Of course, elk being the large animal that they are, there's more limited places you could put them. With pronghorn, I think our biologists were looking for areas of intact rangeland. With elk, you needed something a little more substantial. And so they focused on the two large public lands in the state. The first one is the Cimarron National Grasslands, which is a 108,000 acre Forest Service property in Morton County. So that's the dark area in the southwest corner of the state. And we reintroduced 33 elk there between 1981 and 90. And then Fort Riley is the area in kind of north central Kansas there. That's a 101,000 acre Department of Defense property that's used for military training exercises. Elk were reintroduced there between 86 and 94, and a total of 54 elk were released. In both cases, our efforts at early elk management consisted of a very limited harvest. And so on the top is the Cimarron and the vicinity, the harvest that it took place there. And the figure on the bottom shows the Fort Riley harvest. Cimarron opened in 1987, and Fort Riley opened to elk hunting in 1990. In both cases, we were very conservative until severe damage complaints developed in the area, and we didn't respond quick enough until things became catastrophic. We issued a whole bunch of permits and significantly reduced the herd as a result. And I will say in the case of the Cimarron, those elk were also moving, that herd was moving into Colorado and Oklahoma as well. And so it was a 3-state deal. And between the three of us, we really knocked those elk down to the point that there basically are not resident elk on Cimarron today. But these early efforts marred with conflict eventually, but these early efforts of elk management led to a change in philosophy. And so we did not eliminate the elk off of Fort Riley when we increased the harvest, but it did change our management approach. And so nowadays, our focus is on maintaining and conserving those elk that are on public lands. And we're trying to, we don't necessarily have a target population, but we're trying to keep them at a level that's compatible with surrounding land uses, primarily agriculture. Crop fields can be the conflict. And we do this by allowing landowners to determine the elk status on private lands. And so since 1999, which was one of the years we really kicked up the harvest on Fort Riley, we have progressively increased season dates and been less restrictive in terms of who can hunt as the elk population has expanded in the state. And our goal is to be able to use legal harvest to let the public use legal harvest as a means to address damage on private lands. We found out from our early efforts that you can't force elk onto the private landscape in Kansas. It's going to be unsuccessful, but with a liberal harvest opportunity, it seems like you should have over harvest, right? So our permits have become up here. The management units are shown up here in the top right. And Unit 1 is Cimarron National Grasslands. That area is closed to hunting. Unit 2 is Fort Riley and a buffer around Fort Riley, and permitting is limited draw in that area. The remainder of the state is Unit 3, and you have over-the-counter permits, either antlerless or any elk permits available to general residents and landowner tenants. And you have, so it's a liberal harvest opportunity. And sometimes we get people express concern that surely that's leading to over harvest. But in fact, what has happened is since landowners can get permits readily, they have taken the lead in conserving elk on private lands. And so we have a variety of herds that have popped up. It's kind of hard to see, but that's a whole herd of elk down there in that picture in the bottom. We have herds of elk that have cropped up on private lands, and the private landowners protect access to them. And so hunting is limited by access and by the landowners themselves because they want to conserve the herd of elk. And so the roles are kind of traditional roles between the department and the landowner are kind of reversed in that regard. We're giving everybody access. The landowners are the ones doing the limiting. But also throughout the rest of the state, because of these little core herds all over the place, you have a chance to have dispersers show up. And so we have a lot of elk around the state that are like this kind of young bull in the upper right there that show up on people's trail cameras and around. And so the net result is that in the figure on the left there, in the last 5 years, elk have been legally harvested out of all of those counties in green. And if you go back 10 years, you can add those yellow counties to it as well. So you've got in the last 5 years, you've got over a fourth of the counties in the state have had elk harvested. And if I were to add the counties where we've had observations, that figure would be even a lot more filled in. So that said, most of the hunting opportunity for a general resident in the state takes place on Fort Riley. This is the one place that a resident has access to if they can get the permit or they're assured access. And so There are approximately 300 elk up there in the vicinity of the fort. There is high demand for these permits. That's the figure on the right is showing, again, that there used to be 1,000 people apply for these permits. In the last several years, the number of people applying or buying preference points has increased to almost 2,000. So demand is very high. And this is for about 30 permits. We typically issue 18. In recent years, we've issued 18 antlerless elk permits and 12 any elk permits. And those permits are divided, they're weighted, I would say, towards towards military applicants. And so the odds for a general resident are even lower than 30 out of 2,000, basically, is what that amounts to. But since the Department of Defense maintains those elk on their property, we do give the military personnel station. That's the reason why we give them some advantage in the draw. And these permits are allocated by a bonus point system. So I don't know if I think I mentioned pronghorn are allocated by preference point, where the person with the most points gets the permit. With elk, it's a bonus point system, because if we did a preference point, the only people who would draw for the next 30 years are the people who applied the first year. With a bonus point, if I've applied for 5 years, I have 5 chances in the draw, but the first year applicant has a chance in the draw and could potentially draw. So your odds are longer the more you've drawn, but they're not zero if you're a first year applicant. Our permit allocations on Fort Riley are based on several things. One is the fort tries to conduct winter surveys in Black Hawk helicopters, and so they try to get a count. Sometimes access is limited and success is limited depending on weather conditions and stuff. So it's not perfect, but gives us an idea. We also look at harvest success, and then elk issues, particularly damage outside of Fort Riley, also dictate these permit allocations to some degree. Getting into the season specifics, the permits are not equipment specific. So you'll either get an any elk or an antlerless elk permit, and then you can hunt in any given season. And the reason for that is on Fort Riley is that there is a high potential to have equipment closures. So you might have some areas that are open during the rifle season, but they would only be open to archery equipment. And so the original intent of that flexibility was to accommodate hunters on Fort Riley. And then for consistency, we've just carried it over to the private lands as well. But you don't have an archery permit like you can get with deer. These permits in Unit 3, I guess I already mentioned this, but in Unit 3, general resident and landowner tenant are available over the counter. In Unit 2, in the buffer area around the fort, we have unlimited hunt-owned land permits. So landowners can hunt them, but we don't have a firing line of general resident hunters waiting at the edge of Fort Riley for elk to come off. And so that's the reason why we have that buffer. And then our seasons are progressively expanded, as I mentioned, but off of Fort Riley, we start season on August 1st and end on March 15th. That's a really long time period. We kept moving it earlier and earlier. The reason we moved into August is because we were getting some damage complaints in cornfields, and we were faced with issuing depredation permits. And so we moved it into August so that landowners could use legal hunters to address those issues rather than going through a damage process. And so we would prefer to use legal hunting. And so that's the people with access, or, the people that have resident elk are not going out in August trying to kill elk as a general rule, but this is just being used for damage in damage cases. And then on Fort Riley, the duration is shorter, but we do have the regulation that you voted on today includes an extension to through January. So it does lengthen the Fort Riley season by a month. The biggest issue we're facing with elk right now is that military training activities have increased significantly, and maybe they're using some really aggressive equipment on the bombing range where the elk primarily have stayed, and a bunch of these elk have gotten pushed off the fort, it seems like. And so we've had some damage complaints around Fort Riley we have really not had in recent years. And we're addressing this through the season extension on the fort, but also we are considering additional options to try and address this. There seems to have been a big increase in elk observations in the vicinity. And so the reason is they've kind of been pushed off. And so we're not bringing forth any of these recommendations today. Like I said, like with pronghorn, the season dates are durable. So we have a season in place, even if we ultimately don't recommend any changes. But we will come back at a later date if we decide to move forward with something to get a little more aggressive on them. And then this nice picture here is a guy who harvested an elk on private lands on his land in Kansas this year. So just within the last week or so. It's a pretty nice bull elk there. Again, we have just the harvest reports are found online. We don't conduct private land surveys in general for elk. We rely off the Fort Riley harvest or population survey. And so there are not population surveys on the website, but you can see the information we collect from the harvest surveys on the website under the elk, on the elk page. And with that, I'll turn this over to you, Mr. Chairman, for questions.
Thank you again, Matt. We have questions from the commission.
Just a real quick one.
Yes, sir.
So Matt, is public hunting open for in Unit 3?
Yes.
So Department of Land?
Yes, if they were on a walk-in hunting area or you found them on one of the wildlife areas in Unit 3, you could buy a permit and hunt them.
There was one on El Rey Lake for a couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
A nice bull. People kept telling me about it. I saw some pictures.
Webster Wildlife Area earlier. Were you aware of that one?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
This year?
Yes.
Yeah, there is some reproduction going on in northwest Kansas up there, fairly close to that. There's a small herd of them that is producing some that are getting, dispersing out and available.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
We're now up to E for a workshop session. Big Game 4 series and 25 series with Jake George. Thank you, Jake.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. You guys will note that I'm on here for the next three. Levi Jaster and Jeff Prendergast both had some scheduling conflicts, but they couldn't get out of with the dates. So
yes, sir.
Unfortunately, we don't have our experts here and you guys are stuck with the B team, but you'll have to make do with myself, but Matt can help me out too. So for the Big Game 4 series permanent regulations, as a part of our normal annual cycle for review, we're continuing discussion on the various 4 series permanent regulations pertaining to big game. These include 115-4-2, big game general provisions, 4-4, big game legal equipment and taking methods, 4-6, deer firearms management units, 4-11, big game and wild turkey permit applications, 4-13, deer permits, descriptions and restrictions, and 4-15, which deals with the restitution scoring system for white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, and antelope. Descriptions regarding the content or a summary of the content of each of these regulations has been provided in the briefing books. Recommendations for any changes to these regulations would still be under development at this time. As far as timing of that, we talked a little bit about the survey work and the process on the front end. And that survey work is pending completion. So that's the reason for the lack of any specific recommendation or information in the briefing books there. We won't actually be able to come forward with finalized recommendations until January. But I wanted to take this opportunity to remind both the commission and the public that just because we have not presented a specific recommendation for comment, we are, as a part of our review cycle, opening these up for comments or suggestions that we should, or concerns that the commission or the public would like to express and have us consider as we move forward in developing those recommendations. So that's kind of a part of the process here as well for some of these that We may not have a lot of meat to the bones as far as what's in there yet, but it is an opportunity for comment for things that people want us to consider as we're developing those recommendations. So that's why we keep it in the workshop at this time, even though we're pending some of that data utilized to develop those final recommendations. So with that said, we'll continue to workshop these moving forward. We'll offer additional opportunities for discussion at the November and January meetings. And lacking any finalized recommendations or anything at this point, I'd welcome any comments from the commission or the public pertaining to these regulations at this time.
Thank you. We'll start with the commission. Are there questions? Jake? Is there any questions from the public or anyone who's online?
Very good.
Very good. Thank you, Jake.
Yeah. I will, sticking with the same item there, they were kind of put together in the agenda. So next up would be our Deer 25 series, our exempt regulations. Deer open season bag limits and permits. As with the 4 series regulations, descriptions of those regulations and a summary of the content was included in the briefing book. This regulation is used in part to adjust management for antlerless deer harvest in response to changing deer populations across Kansas. Our ability to evaluate changes within those populations at a management unit level and adjust antlerless harvest opportunities accordingly is paramount to our management efforts. So as with the 4 series, recommendations for changes are still under development. And again, we'll continue to workshop this moving forward with additional discussions at the November and January meetings. And again, I would stand for any comments from the commission or the public.
Question.
I do have something back on the 4 series. And 4-4, you mentioned that new hunting equipment continues to be created and people request that. And Stuart touched on a concern I've had for quite some time about how we view technology and in terms of our management responsibilities, that every new method or every new piece of equipment advantages the hunter and not the hunted. And so it's a philosophical question I have and I have had is how do we as a commission and how do you as a department begin to navigate those issues? I know Boone and Crockett is struggling with it, and I think it's a really big issue that's going to get bigger.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I won't pretend to wax philosophically about it, but a large part of that has to deal with not wanting to squash people's desire to participate. Gets back to the recruitment, retention, lack of hunters. But again, it comes back to the philosophical argument of fair chase and ethics. So I think the best that we can do is have those discussions as a body and attempt to move the conversation forward. So,
and it seems we need to take the long view on all of these issues because, and so often hunter demands are kind of a short view and it's instant gratification, I think is the way you describe it. It's become a bigger part of the hunting ethic, but we've got a responsibility to take the long view on these things, so. But I hope we have an opportunity to have these discussions because they're important.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So backing up to the carcass movement, was there going to be a handout or anything on that?
I'll be addressing that that's the next agenda item. So
Oh, okay. Sorry.
are we ready to move on then?
Further questions from the commission on this topic? I think we're good.
Okay. So the carcass movement regulation is one that has been on the agenda and been discussed for a long time now. We've kind of gone round and round and back and forth, made a couple of changes to the recommendation. The intent has been to determine the best method for limiting the movement of carcasses in an attempt to slow the spread of chronic wasting disease across the state. Discussions with the commission, public comments that we've received, and a review of similar efforts in other states, chiefly states that have had movement bans in place for a decade that are question regulation versus education. And in light of us back working on our holistic CWD plan, as the secretary mentioned earlier, we have decided to pull this regulation from the agenda at this time. It's not punting. It's going back to the drawing table as a part of that holistic plan. We're going to bring it back forward. We're going to continue to review possible regulatory and educational options in order to limit that carcass movement going forward. And we'll be back before the commission with revised recommendations in the very near future. So it's not going away, but our inability to have movement over the last really year and a half plus, if I remember correctly, with that regulation, I think we're going to rethink the direction that we're going with that. So that's where that one currently sits.
Commissioner Carpenter, that satisfy you?
That's fine. I have a comment.
Any questions? Yes, Bruce.
Have we considered looking at disposal regulations rather than recommendations on that issue?
I think at this point, we've considered everything and we've
Yeah.
looked at a lot of successes and failures in other states and tried to incorporate that. And we'll be back before you guys as we kind of pull together that, that plan that kind of brings all of those things in and discusses them. So for our options.
But I thought it was best that we take a holistic approach, and rather than piecemeal potential strategies to deal with chronic wasting disease out at a time, I rather let's look at the whole plethora of strategies that we can use, and then pick.
Yeah, the one thing I would just say is that we've heard some comments today about, difficult and, what you do out in the field and what's required of you out in the field. And I would just point out that I believe the vast majority of hunters want to follow the rules. So we need to keep that in mind when we're putting forth something in this regard to make it safe and efficient, but also not burdensome, on the hunter in the field. I love the concept of the photos and, and the way to do that. But some of the things, like I believe one gentleman pointed out, Commissioner Carpenter pointed out, kind of burdensome. So I hope we avoid anything like that.
We definitely don't want to make any more burdensome than we have to, but regardless, whatever direction we go through, you all will be involved in those decisions. And as our team puts together information on proposed directions we should go, we'll be looking to you all to advise us and make those decisions that'll be palatable for our hunters.
Very good. We ready for turkey?
Sure. So fall and spring turkey regulations as 115.25, 5 and 6. Turkey season's bag limits, permits, and game tags. Jeff Rendergast presented the information pertaining to these regulations at the August Commission meeting. The briefing book item had not changed regarding that information from the August meeting to this one. Given that season dates for spring of 2025 were previously approved and that the 2026 season staff recommendation is for no change to the existing bag limits, permits, or season structure, this will be the last workshop for this regulation, and we do not plan to bring it forward again until the next review cycle. With that, I'd stand for any questions regarding.
Questions from the commission?
We're talking 1525.
Yes.
Yeah. Not a question, but some feedback I've gotten from people who participate in what used to be called the governor's one shot. And apparently, I guess our non-resident draw has kind of created an issue there. What's the thought around that, or what's?
Yeah, we've had some discussions with them, and I think part of it was kind of a learning curve for that first year of it. And that's a part of the reason before we made adjustments to things that we wanted to give it a couple of years to determine how much of that learning curve was people who didn't know about it, how much of an increase we're going to see in applicants now that people do know about it and they're aware of it. It was similar. Nebraska when they implemented the non-resident quota up there. They did a first come, first serve. In the first year of that, they had 10,000 application or permits available, and it took them quite a while into the season to actually utilize all of them. The next year, their system crashed because so many people were trying to get on it and get them the first day. So there's kind of a delay there and a learning curve. We've also had discussions with them about the preference point system and how that works, which I'm not sure that they were aware of as far as trying to plan in advance and having people available for those out years that got a preference point the previous year, so you can essentially guarantee they'd be drawn for that next year. But we have been in conversations with them and we'll continue to do so on ways that it can be addressed. So
Okay, so I can tell this person you've been in contact with the.
yes, yes, we have been.
Thanks.
Further questions? Very good. Thank you, Jake. Item number 4, 5-year review of threatened, endangered, and species in need of conservation list. Jordan Hoffmeyer. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, Commission and colleagues and constituents. For the sake of time and the fact that I plan to be here for several commission meetings until we're done with this process, I did shorten my presentation a little bit from the last one. So if people do want a little bit more detail, I'd encourage them to go back to the August 29th commission meeting recording on our website. So right now we're in kind of the tail end of our 5-year review process of our threatened and endangered species lists that Wildlife and Parks manages. But as always, I like to start off with, why are we talking about threatened and endangered species? And I like to point to that overwhelmingly Kansas residents do support the protection and listing of imperiled species in the state. So the Kansas Non-Game and Endangered Species Conservation Act of 1975 is a suite of statutes that provides authority to the department to protect and conserve listed species. So this act gives us the ability to list imperiled species as threatened, endangered, or species in need of conservation. It describes a process for adding and removing species to those lists. Those are the two things I'm going to focus on the most. But this act also describes a process for recovery plan development to try and bring these species back to a better population level. It provides permitting and enforcement authorities to the department and allows us to enter into conservation agreements with landowners interested in making habitat improvements for these species. So briefly, Kansas has 3 state listing levels, and those are endangered, threatened, and species in need of conservation. Endangered and threatened species both receive habitat protection as well as protection from take, which would be harm, harassment, destruction. And our lowest listing level is species in need of conservation, and those are afforded take protections, but not habitat protections. So it's a pretty lengthy process. That yellow circle kind of indicates where we are right now or where we're real close to. But this process started in July of 23, where we opened petitions to make adjustments to these lists. And that's an open process. Anyone can submit petitions. That closed in October of last year. It then goes to our Threatened and Endangered Species Task Committee, who's made up of conservation professionals. It's primarily university professors, as well as a couple of department employees, including myself. And so we review those petitions to determine if there is scientific merit to those petitions to act upon them and move a species either on a list or between lists or off the list. In December of last year, we evaluated those petitions and decided to move forward with 3 of those.
We brought those before the secretary. He agreed to move forward. And the next step in that process is an expert review panel. So the committee solicits input from experts on those species that are petitioned to be moved. And so they'll provide their recommendations, and then we as a committee will use that information to make a decision on listing levels. But during that process, we're also traveling around the state, conducting public information meetings on what we're doing. But this is also an opportunity for us to collect information from the public on these potential list movements. So based on the committee recommendation, the species expert review, and public information, the secretary has agreed with our recommendations, and I'll get into more detail on each of those recommendations as we move forward. But I do want to highlight, this takes over 18 months. I suspect we're going to be real close to the 2-year mark by the time this one's done. We have done a good bit of previous public engagement. You know, the petition process in itself invokes engagement from the public. We've held 5 public information meetings. Zoom was a new option for us this year to try and increase engagement from the public. Oops, excuse me. And then obviously I was at the last commission meeting discussing this same topic. So more to come. We'll start with talking about the shoal chub, which is a species that is currently listed as threatened that we are proposing to move to species in need of conservation. But before I get into too many details, I do want to highlight that the 3 species that I'm going to be talking about really are success stories in our minds, not necessarily because these species have gone through drastic recovery, but we have put a lot of effort into documenting where these species are now and how they're doing. And so it's focused efforts from our very dedicated field biologists that we're able to improve our understanding of where these species are, how they're doing, and what habitat they're using. So specific to the shoal chub, we have a pretty incredible stream survey program within our department. But for the most part, statewide, we've focused mostly on smaller streams in these surveys. A little less than a decade ago, we started moving some of those efforts into larger rivers. And as a result of that, so you can see this map that's got the black dots on it. This is where we knew the shoal chub to occur, you know, about 40 years ago. You add in some of our more recent data, and we filled in a lot of gaps and found pretty tremendous numbers of these compared to what we knew about historically. And that's a large reason for our proposal to move this from threatened to species in need of conservation. The broad-headed skink is a similar story. If you can see in that map, there's a few red dots there. That was what we knew the historical range of this species to be. Several years ago, we newly implemented a terrestrial survey program that goes out and looks for, you know, we've had our stream survey program for decades, but our terrestrial survey is focused on more land dwelling species. And this was kind of our pilot project. And so we spent probably 4 years in the summertime exclusively looking for broad-headed skink, as well as other, you know, members of the snake and lizard community. So all those green dots are largely due to those efforts. As a result, we know them to be much more broadly distributed in the state. The numbers of these species is much greater, and we've also found that they're using much broader habitat types than we previously suspected. So that supports why we're proposing to move this from threatened to species in need of conservation. The last species I'll talk about is the northern map turtle. It's a very similar story. Map turtles in general have been found extremely difficult to trap. And so we partnered with Emporia State University to trap, but also use spotting scopes, which is becoming more widely accepted as a method for monitoring map turtles. And so on that map, that's kind of the historical distribution, just a couple of points where we had documented the species. In the 1990s, just trapped a couple. But in between 2017 and 2019, we're able to document over 100 of these, whereas that is orders of magnitude more than we knew about in the past. So we feel pretty comfortable moving this from a threatened species to a species in need of conservation. So just to summarize the changes to species listings, we're proposing to move shoal chub, broad-headed skink, and northern map turtle from threatened to species in need of conservation. We're also going to propose to move to a durable date on specimen possession documentation. So if somebody had, say, a taxidermied specimen of a species that was about to be listed as, so moving up the list, contrary to what we're doing now, there's a date associated with that we allow them to acquire documentation of how they came about having that specimen. Right now it's a static date. We're proposing to move that to more of a durable date. We also take this time to do some housekeeping to the scientific and common names as science progresses and we know more about the relationships between these species. Their names sometimes change, and so we use NatureServe's naming standards for that purpose, and we just take this every 5 years to kind of get into format with those currently scientific standards. So I'm happy to take any questions or comments. As I said, I'll be at the commission meetings for the foreseeable future. But we do have a document repository for all the decision documents that have gone into this. But I encourage anybody, if they have questions later, feel free to get a hold of me at that email address. But happy to take any questions now.
Thank you, Jordan. Commissioner Mark?
Yeah, not on this topic, but we had a couple guests earlier come in, talk about the ornate box turtle. And I know we talked about how the department's investigating some of the criminality that can go along with that. But is there any indication that the ornate box turtle in Kansas would be endangered, threatened, or in need of conservation?
So I can say specifically that nobody petitioned it to be listed this time. I know a lot of the concerns with that species are habitat, as we often go back to, with the conversion of grasslands to cropland, there's just less habitat for box turtles. The possession limits were reduced several years ago, and the illegal trafficking is what it is. It's illegal no matter what. So changing those possession limits in itself may not change the illegal trade. It's an enforcement issue.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking in terms of if they're still watching, that I thought your comments would be helpful if you could weigh in on their questions. So not at this time would be your answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the commission? Thank you, Jordan. It sounds like the skink, the turtle, and the chub are doing better, or we're doing better at finding them.
Yes.
Either one is good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Steffen, you're going to talk about the invasive carp matter.
Thank you, Chairman, Commission. Chris Steffen. I'm the Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator out of our Emporia Research Office. I'm going to talk to you today about invasive carp in Kansas. Specifically, we'll talk a lot about the Kansas River and a proposed opportunity for folks to snag those fish there. About these invasive carp. When I say invasive carp, I'm talking about these two species, specifically the big head and the silver carp. Most of what we have in our systems are the silver carp. But in generally, these two species, they're long-lived. They can get quite large. They're capable of large movements. I have more than 10 miles a day here, but some recent stuff has shown them to move up to 50 miles in a 24-hour period. So these things can really move around. And these are kind of the ones that folks have seen on YouTube, the jumping fish. I'm sure we've all seen videos, 7-10 feet in the air. Particularly when a boat drives by, spooks them up into the air. And what we've seen in some other locations across the Mississippi Basin where these things have been found and the work has been done, you can see some really large declines in native fish and sport fish in the presence of these invasive carp. So again, this is our fish here. We're talking about the silver carp. Negative impacts all around, including when they land on folks that are trying to recreate in the water that they inhabit. So specifically to Kansas here, so I'll show the distribution on the next slide, but how do they get here? Originally, these species were brought into Arkansas in the early 70s. By the late 70s, they're already documented in the wild. So as we're all connected to the Mississippi River Basin in Arkansas, through, the Kansas to the Missouri to the Mississippi, and then, take a turn back up the White River, you're at those fish farms. So within 10 years, by 1987, we had found bighead carp in the Kansas River. And 4 years later, in 1991, we also had documentation of silver carp in the Kansas River. And for quite a while, honestly, these things were kind of there. They were present, but they weren't like in particularly large numbers. And then about 2010, 2011, some high water events within the Missouri River system were really good for reproduction of these fish. And so in those years, you could actually, right out here over the 435 bridge, you could go over that bridge and look down in the river below the Water One Weir, and there were acres of these 4-inch carp. I mean, several acres of just black mass of these little young of the year fish. So 2010, 2011 were really the start of these things being really, really abundant within the Kansas River. So distribution across the state, the Missouri River has them. Any tributary to the Missouri River that doesn't have some sort of dam or physical barrier to their movement now has these invasive carp. We also have this little kind of weird one-off population of bighead carp only down. They kind of move up and down the Neosho River into Grand Lake. We're also working on those fish as well. But the focus of today will be the Kansas River. So we have them where they can get, but we're still concerned that they might move. This picture shows some small fish. These are about 4-inch fish, young of the year fish. Bighead carp on the top, silver carp on the bottom, and then one of our most common bait fish, native species, the gizzard shad here in the middle. So when folks are out collecting bait, it is very much a concern of ours that we don't want them to move these fish. So in the Kansas River, there's a couple structures, a couple dams that really have an impact on the distribution and movement of these invasive carp. I'll zoom in on these here in a little bit, but 15 miles from the confluence with the Missouri River, we have the Water One Weir or dam, or the 435 dam. That thing's got several names depending on who you talk to. And so this is that structure. It stops fish most of the time. But anytime we get a flow of maybe 20 or 25,000 CFS, which happens a couple days most years, these carp can move up over this structure. So below that structure, we see kind of what you would expect. This data is a little bit old, but it's still pretty similar now. We see the small fish, we see some medium-sized fish, and we see a lot of these like 6-pound fish that are just stacked on top of each other. This year in particular, I'll note some of the high water in late June, early July up north in the Missouri River Basin. We actually have a lot of young of the year silver carp in this lowest section again. It was kind of the first really big spawn in 5 years in the Missouri River system. So this next section is from above that Water One Dam up to the Bowersock Dam in Lawrence. So this Bowersock Dam is a much taller, much more formidable structure, nearly impassable for the carp. It's our only hydropower facility in the state. There's hydropower facilities on the north and south end of that dam. Pretty tall dam, has a lot of drop, and it takes a lot of water before the fish can pass this structure. So what that leads to is we have a situation between those two structures where we have largely resident fish. We know from some work we did on them that they've spent their entire life in the Kansas River, and they're larger than those fish below. And what that tells us is they're probably larger because there's less of them and there's more food to go around. This one kind of really opens up an opportunity for us there that I'll talk about shortly. And so then the third segment is everything above that Bowersock Dam. So it's everything behind this dam. And to date, we only have 6 records for big head carp above that structure. The last really, really high flow event was in 1993, and these fish were all captured after that event. So we don't think there's any reproduction up there. We haven't been able to capture any more recently. So if there's still some up there, because like I said, these things can live 30 plus years, there's not many of them at this point in time. And we do know after that North Powerhouse was added that maybe there's a little more passability on that structure for those fish. And so we have received a grant and we're working. This is kind of the water coming through the floor on that North Powerhouse. And we've been working with the city of Lawrence, who owns the dam, and Bowersock Power and Mills, who operates the hydropower, to install. It'll be a physical deterrent. It's called a headbanger, lovingly. The fish jump up, they run into these bars, and they fall back into the river. So they're trying to jump up in that water, and you're just physically sending them back downstream where they started. We think these fish can maybe get into that North Powerhouse at 52,000 CFS. So this would protect us from that 52,000 CFS all the way to 120 when they could potentially, we would expect them to swim over the rest of the dam. So, most years, 99 out of 100 years, hopefully this thing will catch any fish that try to get over it. It's just those really big years, like 93, that they could get over the rest of the dam. So that section in the middle, we saw a real opportunity. There's a limited number of fish. There's not enough area in there for them to reproduce. We know it's only occasionally that fish can move up into this section. And we also don't want these fish, should we have a 1993 flood event, we don't want them to move up above the Bowersock. So we have about 25 miles of river here, 37 miles of river here, where we're working to remove the carp that are in there. This number is a little out of date. We have a crew of guys that are grant funded that are out there every week removing carp. So you can add several thousand pounds to that number here. But we continue to remove those fish, and as we do, they get larger and larger. So population wise, we feel like we're having a real impact on those fish there. So one of the other things we wanted to know as we're working on this section of river, we didn't really have a good feel for angler and angler use and perceptions of these fish. And so in 2022, we did a survey spring through fall, just going out there and talking to the people on the river, asking them what they thought of the carp, how the carp impacted them, and some other stuff like, can you identify these carp? Did you even know they were here? It's really kind of limiting in this section. There's 15 miles of river here between the confluence with the Missouri and that Water One Dam. And there's only 3 access points for anglers. We've got Cobb Point boat ramp right at the confluence, Turner Bridge boat ramp about halfway up. And then all those dots on the left side are right there at that Water One dam. And those folks actually are parking about 3/4 of a mile away, paying to park, and then hiking all the way in there to fish. And what we found was really incredible. Like, we knew we had a lot of folks there. This is right in Kansas City. We had estimated 80,000 angling trips on this 15 miles of river. And to put that in perspective, Milford, kind of our crown jewel of fishing, a lot of traffic there. Milford sees about 120,000 fishing trips spread across, way more than a dozen access points. So we have a whole lot of folks wanting to recreate and are recreating on this river here, even if they only have those 3 access points. So this graph here kind of summarizes the sort of perception of those carp by folks. Red is an unfavorable perception, blue is favorable, and then we have this one in gray that's kind of a neutral. And so one thing we found is, yeah, these folks certainly have a negative impact on some people, and they can jump in your boat and hit you. And, some people, have been injured by these fish. But we also have a really good catfish fishery in that lowest section of river, and people are putting these carp to use as bait. So while, we're worried about these carp for a lot of reasons, there is kind of a plus side, and there's a group of folks that want to get their hands on these carp. And we do have some folks that are eating these things as well. I guess I'll advocate here for eating them. They're actually pretty tasty. They have kind of a weird bone structure, so cleaning them is a little bit different than your standard walleye or crappie. But once you trim them up, you got a lot of nice white meat in there. It's just a little bit bonier, so it's more work. And so we talked about, if we have folks and they want to get a hold of these fish and they're really limited by the current methods of take, should we allow them to snag at this lowest part of the river? And so what we did is we took a couple of the different committees within the fisheries division, and we went out there and we did some snagging to gather some data. Just real firsthand, boots on the ground type information. And so summarized here, it's a little bit small, but what we found is about 70% of the fish that we caught were those invasive carp. We had some other species that were captured, some catfish, gar, buffalo, shad, and a couple paddlefish as well. But as much as everyone likes to think that snagging is just to go out and you're going to catch a pile of fish, it turned out that our catch rate per angler was only about 1.4 fish per hour, and about one of that was a silver carp. Snagging is a pretty physical activity. The Kansas River has a lot of rocks and debris, and there's a lot of snags and hangups where it's not the easiest place to snag, but you work for your fish, you're going to get a fish an hour is about what we caught on those carp. And so after discussing what we're proposing here is to allow snagging of these invasive carp from that Water One weir downstream to the confluence with the Missouri River. It's that lowest 15 miles. It has those 3 shore access points. We would like to limit snagging or limit harvest of snagged fish just to those big head and silver carp, especially the larger fish that folks are going to encounter. They're pretty readily identifiable. Their eye, once they get a little bit of size, their eye is below their mouth. It's a real readily available identification characteristic. We would propose using some of the regulations we have on our other snagging opportunities. So barbless hooks, that just allows release and minimal mortality to non-target species. We'd like to open this year round. We're not proposing any special permit. So if you had a fishing license, you could go out there and participate in snagging these invasive carp in that location. No creel or possession limit on those invasive carp. And currently through our prohibited species list, we don't allow folks to possess these alive, and we'd want to continue that regulation. So again, it's just this 15 miles down here at the lowest part of the river. So real short pros and cons list. We have a lot of folks on this section of river. We have a lot of folks that would like to either use these for bait or some other purpose. They're really limited by current methods of take that are allowed in that section. The cons would be, potentially someone could feel like they need to spread these fish. That's already illegal. So we would hope that wouldn't happen. Bycatch of other species is one of our biggest concerns. That's why we've got the rules on the barbless hooks. We would expect survival of the bycatch to be very high, well over 90%. The other concern is littering of carcasses. We don't want folks throwing these things up on the riverbank. Nobody likes to fish around a whole bunch of rotting fish. So we would anticipate putting up a bunch of signage to help folks understand the new rules and not to leave these fish laying there on the bank. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Chris. We have questions from the commission. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, thank you. So could you kill them and throw them back in the water? Is that one way to get rid of them?
Correct. You would be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Thank you, Chris. I think you roll on again, don't you?
Well, on this one, this is actually the fourth time we workshopped this one.
Right.
So we've been given approval to bring it up to you guys to ask for permission to move it to promulgation.
Do the new commissioners and the rest feel we have enough information to move forward? I know we've heard this before. With that, it'd be appropriate to ask for a motion to approve.
Yes, a voice vote would be sufficient.
Very good. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Is it all
Hey,
in
I have
favor?
one question
Yes, sir.
before we vote. Can you take them with archery equipment like you see in the boats?
Correct. You can already take them with archery
Yeah,
equipment.
okay. Thank you.
Very good. No more questions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, the next one's real short and sweet. We have a reference document for invasive species designated waters. This is lakes that have invasive carp, white perch, or zebra mussels, kind of our most harmful and impactful invasive species. In December of 2023, Gardner City Lake was found to contain zebra mussels. And so we would like to add that location to the AIS designated waters list.
With the same point with that, Curtis, that we need to move this forward.
Sorry, if we're voting to move to promulgation, yes.
Yes. Very good. I'd accept a motion to advance the amendment to 115.7-10 as outlined by Chris. Is there a motion in favor?
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have sport fish versus non-sport fish with Nick Kramer. I think because these.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
More than these have up here.
So as you've heard, the previous 3 times I've given this presentation, it's on the agenda, sport fish versus non-sport fish regulations. Yes. But perhaps the easier way to understand this is clarification of wanton waste and possession regulations to protect our native fishes. So in Kansas, we have 2 regulations that apply to the processing, possession, or wanton waste of fish. The first and the oldest one is 115.7.4, which deals with fish processing and possession. And I have the entire thing here, but the important part is the enlarged part. Each person who has taken any fish shall retain the fish in that person's possession until any of the following occurs, with the keyword here being any fish. We also have 115.18-8, which fish was not originally in this regulation, then was added sometime after 2000. This regulation also deals with retrieval and possession of game animals, sport fish, and migratory game birds, and says each game animal, sport fish, or migratory game bird retrieved shall be retained until any of the following occurs. The keyword here being sport fish. So we have two different regulations that each deal with possession and processing of fish, but they apply to slightly different things. One applies to any fish and the other applies to just sport fish. Both have to be either consumed, processed, transported to a person's home, transported to a place of commercial preservation, or given to another person. 115.7-4, the original processing and possession regulation for fish, has wording that indicates that fish need to be returned unrestrained to the water, basically catch and release if they aren't being kept, or they can be disposed of at designated disposal location. There's also a few other differences. 115.7-4 says has some wording about any fish subject to any length limit must leave the head, body, and tail fin attached on the water. So you can't be cleaning your walleye, a 10-inch walleye on the water and then pass it off as a crappie. So you have to keep at least some identifying part intact for in case you get checked. And 115.18-8 has some reference to making a reasonable effort to retrieve the wounded, dead sport fish. So what this excludes is our non-sport fish. In our definition, 115.1.1, we have non-sport fish defined as common carp, silver carp, big head carp, black carp, grass carp, drum, threadfin, and gizzard shad, goldfish, gar, suckers, including the carp suckers and buffalo, eel, sturgeon, goldeye, white perch, and bowfin. And this definition is somewhat vague in that some of these species, such as sturgeon, as I guess a lumping of pallid sturgeon, which is a federally endangered, lake sturgeon, which I believe is state threatened. And then we have the shovel-nosed sturgeon, which is actually protected from commercial harvest because it's so similar in appearance to the endangered pallid sturgeon. And so we have all three of those lumped into one, and there's other fish just kind of lumped in there. No real breakdown of what exact species are considered. So I guess there's all the non-native or invasive fish. So what do we propose? As I've told you the past few commission meetings, we're looking to protect all fish under both possession and wanton waste regulations. And by doing that, we'd be making several changes to, I believe, 4 of our regulation, or 5 of our regulations. The first being the definitions. So we currently have definitions of both sport fish and non-sport fish. We would be removing those definitions, and the rest of the changes to our regulations are basically chain reactions to that. So we'd be getting rid of the definitions of sport fish and non-sport fish. In 115.7-1, which deals with fishing, legal equipment, and methods of take, we would be removing the sport fish and non-sport fish where referenced, and then adding a list of species that can be targeted with gears if they're not open to all fish. And so, make sure I get my regulations in front of me. So this, and before in our regulations, it would just mention that sport fish or non-sport fish could be targeted with gears. Instead, we'd be removing that. And any gear that could target fish or previously targeted non-sport fish, we would instead add in this list of fish that could be targeted. It is a more exact list. It breaks out some of those and excludes some of those ones that could have previously been interpreted as being included in the non-sport fish list. So I won't read through the entire thing, but we'll point out that instead of lumping all sturgeon into the previous list, we now have shovel-nosed sturgeon specified. And in 115.7-1, it was previously broken into section A and B. Section A referred to the methods that were legal for the take of sport fish, and section B was the list of methods legal for non-sport fish. So since we are getting rid of those definitions, there were some gears or methods that were allowed just for non-sport fish, such as bow fishing or gigging and spearing. That wording had to be moved into section A by adding some subsection points. 115.7-2 is general provisions. It had some wording about snagging of paddlefish in there. At our locations that are legal for the snagging of paddlefish, you can also snag non-sport fish during the paddlefish snagging season. So in this 115.7-2, we removed the sport fish and non-sport fish were referenced, then added that list of species that can be snagged at designated waters during paddlefish snagging season. 7-4 was our fish processing and possession. We again removed the sport fish and non-sport fish were referenced, and then added that common carp and prohibited species may be returned dead to the water from which they were taken. So this is the slit and sink, for lack of a better word. And then 115.18.8, we again removed sport fish and non-sport fish were referenced, and added that common carp and prohibited species can be returned dead to the water from which they were taken. And another point on this one dealt with the previous wording that nothing in this subsection shall prohibit the catch and release of live sport fish. Our way of working around this was nothing in this subsection shall prohibit the catch and release of live fish caught using hook and line, trout line, set line, tip ups, hand fishing, snagging, and float lines. This does exclude bow fishing, spearing, and gigging. Those are of a larger diameter penetrating tool, I guess. In recent studies out of Oklahoma have found very high mortality associated with bow fishing specifically within 24 hours of being protruded with these gears. So we exclude that any fish, if this regulation is adopted, then any fish struck with these gears, bow fishing, would have to be kept and follow the proper guidelines as set in 115.18.8 or 115.7-4.
Nick, we have a question.
Can
Yep,
we
we are
back
ready
up
for
a
questions,
slide?
so.
Couple of slides, maybe. This one here.
Oh, this
So,
one?
no, yeah, added, there it is, added common carp and the prohibited species may be returned. Is there a better word than prohibited species?
We have a list, so this is just I guess a shorthand. We have a list of prohibited species listed in 115.18-10.
Okay.
So we have a list of those.
I just
In our
trying to make it easy on our folks that are trying to deal with this, and prohibited so it would be listed out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I was at my final slide, so I guess if there's any other questions.
Any further questions from the commissioners? Not, thank you very much.
All right, we are going to be asking to move this into promulgation.
Very good. We're 2 for 2 today. We'll see if we can make it 3 for 3.
All right,
I would
go for the hat
accept the
trick.
motion to advance this permit regulation. We have a motion
Motion approved.
and a second.
Second.
Any discussion? That all in favor, say aye.
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 You guys received any comment on this? I have not.
I have not.
I have not.
And all opposed, say no. Very good. 3 for
Thank you.
3. And now Curtis, regulations and promulgation process, these are ones that we've sent on and have yet to show up in
Not on.
rule and reg book.
Yes. My understanding, yeah, these are the ones that you voted on to move on, and this list here was put together by my predecessor. There is one action item I need you to take here. It looks like in 115.4.4, this was the regulation that removes lead on the muzzle loader requirement, opening it up to any kind of hard cast round. Apparently there was a kind of maybe a general consent, but there was never a vote taken. So I would ask that the commission take a formal vote to move that into promulgation, just for good records.
Very good. We had that discussed earlier today, at least the reason for doing that, because of change in ammunition, so to speak, used for this. Are there questions the commissioners had on that particular regulation, number 4 on page 2, 115-4-4? If not, a motion to move forward would be
So moved.
appropriate. We have a motion. Commissioner Carpenter, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Rydell. Any discussion? Very good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Very good.
So the only other thing I had on this is, would the commission like to have this all listed out here? I have some concerns because we provide this information to Sheila and then it's passed on to you, but this information here in the parentheticals changes so rapidly day to day that much of it's out of date by the time we get to the commission meeting. I would propose, if the commission's okay with it, just moving this part of the meeting to my department report. And at that point, if any of the commissioners are curious process on a particular regulation, you could feel free to ask me and I could give you an update as of that meeting. Are there any thoughts or discussion on that?
I would have no objection. Commissioners, do you have comments?
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Agreed.
Very good. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, in the future, I will just remove this part and you can ask me if you have any specific concerns. Thank you.
Once again, we're back to general public comment. Anybody have a change of heart and decide that they have something that needs to be addressed? We're happy to take your comments.
Yeah, constituent question.
Yes, sir.
And I should know the answer, but I forgot. Had a constituent ask, the circumstance is that he's got 2 sons live out of state, come home for Thanksgiving, and they always have an annual 3-day duck hunt around that. And he used to be able to get I'm not a duck hunter anymore, so but he used to be able to get a 3-day license, but now he believes he has to get a full season license. Is that correct? And what was our thinking behind that?
Commissioner Gefeller, Stuart Schrog, Deputy Secretary, you're asking a lot of my brain and my memory now. Jake, do you remember, do you have any recollection of why we eliminated the 3-day? It was actually a 48-hour waterfowl. It was a 48-hour waterfowl permit. I'm gonna have to research that and I'll get back to you on that and share it with the rest of the commissioners too.
Okay. Yeah, if you could, I need to give him an answer I don't have right now.
Right. I apologize. I can't recall off the top of my head, but
I can't either.
I'll look that up and get back to you.
Anything else for public comment? Anything for old business? Other business, future meeting locations and date. I think we've scheduled the next 2. Is that correct, Sheila?
Yes, we have. The November 21st was at Great Plains Nature Center in Wichita. And January 30th is at Fossil Creek Hotel in Russell.
Do we need to say anything else? Do we wait to Wichita and look at it?
Curtis, do you think we need to set the March meeting?
It's typically Topeka.
It's typically Topeka, correct?
I would just say whatever's typical.
Well, it's kind of for that promulgation process that we really need a place and a location that we can use to forward some of those through the process.
Yeah, I would say as soon as we have that information, that would be helpful if you could
Because,
set.
I mean, we won't be able to set it now till November if we don't set it right now.
Yeah, I would prefer to go ahead and set it now. if
Okay.
We can.
So what are the days there?
At this point in time, I'd like to see if there are remarks from our commissioners before we adjourn. I believe Commissioner Carpenter had a question or a comment.
I do. Sean Miller was on WebEx earlier, and I think it is important to the commission to have and make sure that we are making every effort to reach out to our constituents. Social media, you name it. I know it's difficult this day and age to try to catch everybody, but I do think it's important that we make every effort we can to make sure that our folks are informed out there about our meetings and about what we're dealing with. The last thing, I think it's not in anybody's interest to do these things and then find out when the regulations go into effect that we've got a firestorm of people that didn't even have a clue that we were dealing with it. So I would like to kind of see maybe at the next meeting, kind of what our avenues are and, making sure that we are touching base. I don't do much social media or anything else, but I do know that that's viable information. Anything we can do to get the word out so that we're not blindsided by something out here that we've not even heard that was an issue. And the next thing you know, when we pass it and it goes into effect, we've got a firestorm. So that's my thoughts.
And I agree with your sentiments. We've already been talking about that. Even today, we've been talking about that very issue. And so I look forward to providing you an update on where we are at our next commission meeting.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, that March meeting, 20th or 27th.
Twenty-seven.
20 for me.
Yeah, 27 for me.
7th looks better.
Mhm.
I could do that.
All right, that'll be in Topeka now. I guess I'll try to find us a location.
They let you back in the library. That was a good location.
Yes, it was. If it's open, I'll check there. Yeah, it was the last couple times the conflict.
Further comments from the commissioners? Mr. Secretary, anything further?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your attendance and everything you do for us and the information you provide. Safe travels back home.